Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to introduce the dignitaries on dais. May I now respectfully invite our chief guest, Srimati Aradhana Patnaik, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Health Mission, Government of India, to kindly grace the dais. We are also requesting Your Excellency Shri Arvind Gyadgil, Deputy Ambassador of Norway to India, Shri Sanjay Sripat Rao Katkar, Commissioner and Mission Director, National Health Mission, Maharashtra, Dr. Himang Shah, Director SIF, Dr. Pushpa Dev Chaudhary from WHO, Dr. Nande Putta from UNICEF, Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner and Child Health. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, a city where history, culture, architecture, and different traditions have come together over centuries. So this is a particularly appropriate place to discuss child health and early childhood development. And today we have gathered here from different states, institutions, and organizations with the same spirit of coming together to build a common vision for the health and development of our children. So on behalf of the organizers, I extend a very warm welcome to you at Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. The theme of the workshop beautifully captures its essence, पहले 3 साल संपूर्ण देखभाल। महाराष्ट्र की इस वीर भूमि पर और छत्रपति संभाजीनगर की इस ऐतिहासिक धरती पर आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन। Ladies and gentlemen, to mark the auspicious beginning of the conference, we now invite all our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. The lighting of the lamp symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the spreading of knowledge, hope and wisdom. और छत्रपति शिवाजी नगर की इस ऐतिहासिक धरती पर आइए एक ऐसी रोशनी जलाएं जो भारत के हर बच्चे के भविष्य को रोशन बनाए। May I kindly request the dignitaries.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा।
आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि जोरदार तालियां बजाकर एक बार इकबाल करें। Thank you all dignitaries, and may this light guide our collective efforts towards ensuring that every newborn and every young child receives the care, protection, and nurturing they deserve. As we move on to the formal welcome, to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished dignitaries, may I now request Shri Sanjay Sripat Rao Katkar, our Mission Director and Commissioner, National Health Mission, to kindly present a shawl, and Dr. Ashfaq Bhatt also to kindly come and present a memento to our chief guest, ASMD ma'am. Sir. जोरदार तालियां बजा के एक बार स्वागत किया जाए। Thank you, sir. We are now requesting Shri Sharad Kumar Singh to kindly present the shawl and memento and welcome Shri Sanjay Shripat Rao Katkar Sahab. We are now requesting Achyutanand Das Mohapatra to kindly come and present a shawl and memento to His Excellency, the Deputy Ambassador of Norway to India, Mr. Arvind Gadgil. May I now request Ms. Simi Vajpayee from the Child Health team to kindly come and welcome Dr. Pushpa Dev Chaudhary from WHO. She is the team lead RMCH. May I now request Dr. Richa Sharma, Child Health Team, MOHFW, to kindly come and welcome Dr. Nande Putta, who is the Chief of Health, UNICEF India. A big round of applause, please. अब हम श्री पंकज शाह चाइल्ड हेल्थ टीम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि वे आके डॉक्टर हिमांश शाह डायरेक्टर हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन सिफ का स्वागत करें और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स से अनुरोध है कि जोरदार तालियां बजा के उनका स्वागत करें. And we are now requesting Ms. Sumitra Lal Samanta from the Child Health Team, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to come and welcome Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner and in charge Child Health and RBSK programs at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. स्वागत की इस कड़ी में we shall have the welcome address. We are now inviting Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner and in charge Child Health and RBSK programs in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to formally welcome the dignitaries and participants in the national workshop. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good morning to everyone. Respective Chief Guest, Aradhna Madam, Mission Director, Mr. Sanjay, Deputy Ambassador from Norway Embassy, Nande Putta, Chief UNICEF Health, Dr. Pushpa Chaudhary, Dr. Hemang, all the dear nodal officers, state nodal officer of Child Health and CPHC division, our development partners from across the country, all the esteemed experts, and all the stakeholders which have come here for these 2 days for this workshop on Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram. I heartily welcome you on behalf of the Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It is my privilege on behalf of the Child Health Division, Ministry of Health, to extend this welcome on this very important endeavor for which we all have collected here at Sambhaji Nagar. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the government of Maharashtra for their hospitality in co-hosting here at the Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. As we have seen that we have come a long way, and India has witnessed a remarkable journey in improving the survival of our newborn and children. And this journey is extending from beyond 2 decades. But as we know, we have come a long way, but we have a long way further to go to achieve our SDG goals and a healthy survival and thrival for every newborn. So these 2 days, when these, as you know, these guidelines were released by the Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare in June 2026 in the 16th conference of the Central Council for Health and Family Welfare. And these guidelines, as you know, has brought together the previous guidelines of the home-based newborn care and home-based young care together in a single continuum of care. So definitely the motto of first 3 years of life, the vision, the pehle 3 saal, Sampoorn Dekbhal, that is the envision which we are bringing with the release of these guidelines. As we go forward, these guidelines will give us the operational framework which we have to go through in the next coming years for the successful implementation. So that our task over these 2 days is actually to translate that framework into the effective action at the national, state, district, block, and the ground level, at the community level. So we will deliberate, there will be different sessions. As you know, this journey started way back, 2 years back, when we made the advisory group, and all the experts were brought together, and there were multiple sessions of deliberations and meetings and brainstorming about the strategy to be adopted, what changes to be bring about, how to put this framework into action. And we have come a long way into putting, and a lot of hard work and dedication has gone of all of you in putting this into action. So these 2 days, actually, we will be talking about, each session, what strategies we have brought about. So that will be taken by our experts and all the stakeholders, along with the involvement of our state people who have to implement this on ground. So definitely these 2 days, we will expect you all to deliberate what are the possible challenges which can be bring about, what are the implementation solutions which you people will give, and how to go about this journey along the path. Also, along with this journey, Madam will be releasing the application and the videos. So the judicial use of those IEC material and the application for the successful implementation, those strategies we will also be deliberating over these 2 days. So definitely this active participation of all of you, along with the, which will actually help our community, the people, the frontline workers in the ground to work about, would go a long way. And as we begin, I thank from my heart our chief guest for gracing the occasion, Madam taking out, important time to come, and the personal and the motivation, ma'am, which keeps on giving for this goes a long way. For the successful implementation, the Government of Maharashtra for their generous support, and all our partners and the experts for their commitment. So I welcome every delegate on behalf of Government of India who have traveled across the country. They have taken out time for this, their busy schedule. And let us talk to each other, resolve with each other, come out with good solutions for the successful implementation of this collective commitment which we have taken. So this will definitely give us a path to endeavor that pehle 3 saal Sampoorn Dekbhal. So let's go with this commitment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shobna Gupta has been playing a very important role, and one of the key roles in making this Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram see the day of the light of the day. And now when we speak of child health, we speak of investing in very foundation of our nation's future. And strengthening that foundation requires partnerships that bring together knowledge, experience, and a shared commitment to every child. So ladies and gentlemen, every meaningful initiative is strengthened by those who believe in its purpose and are willing to stand behind it. Conferences such as this are made possible not only by ideas and commitment, but also by the generosity and vision of those who invest in creating meaningful change. So today we are privileged to have with us Dr. Himang Shah, whose generous support and commitment has played a significant role in making this conference possible. And it's my honor and privilege to invite Dr. Himang Shah to address this august gathering and share his thoughts and perspectives with us. Sir.
Good morning all. Respected ASMD ma'am, Mission Director sir, Shobna ma'am, Mr. Arvind Gatkil, Dr. Pushpa, Ms. Nande. I am very honored to be part of this important occasion and to join the distinguished leaders from the states, colleagues and partners who are committed to improve outcomes for children and families. Congratulations to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for its vision and leadership in developing and launching Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram. This is an important milestone in India's journey to ensure that every child survives and thrives and meaningfully contributes towards the vision of Viksit Bharat. India has made remarkable progress in maternal, newborn and child survival over the past 2 decades through strong government programs, dedicated frontline workers, and sustained investments in community-based care. SSBSK builds on this strong foundation and represents the next logical step forward. One of the program's greatest strengths is the recognition that the first 3 years of life matter enormously. These early years shape health, growth, learning potential, and future productivity. Particularly encouraging is the continuum of care approach, bringing together newborn care, child health, nutrition, nurturing care, very importantly, maternal postpartum support, and community-based follow-up into a single integrated framework. The program also introduces many evidence-based innovations which are not just important for India, but India can also show the light for multiple other LMICs, such as risk-stratified care for at-risk newborns and young children, stronger convergence between health and nutrition, as I said, greater attention to maternal mental health, and digital tools to support better tracking. As development partners, our role is clear: to support the Government of India's vision through technical expertise, implementation support, and documentation of lessons for future scale-up in India as well as globally. Ultimately, the success of SSBSK will not just be measured by guidelines, trainings, or digital applications. It will be measured by whether families feel better supported, frontline workers feel more empowered, and every child, especially the most vulnerable, receives the healthy start that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hemang. Thank you so much. And now, as we move forward, we are requesting the Mission Director, National Health Mission, Government of Maharashtra, to kindly address us. Maharashtra, as you know, has been at the forefront of the health system strengthening, with its key indicators consistently improving over the last 2 decades. So it is our distinct privilege to kindly welcome the Mission Director. Sir, may I respectfully invite you to address the gathering, sir.
Firstly, my salutation to great son of India and great warrior, a most democratic king, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. I also salute to architect of Constitution, who is son of Maharashtra, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. And I actually salute to my father, Sri Sripatrao Katkar, because of whom I stand here, who has grown me up without mother, who lost her life post-delivery. I welcome Honorable Anuradha Patnaik Madam on behalf of Government of Maharashtra. I also welcome Dr. Shobna Gupta ji, Deputy Commissioner, distinguished development partners, Dr. Hemang Shah from CIF India, Mr. Arvind Gadgil, from Deputy Ambassador of Norway to India, officers of Director of Health Services, officers of Delhi office, all delegates from throughout the country. Maharashtra is a progressive state. It's a growth engine of India. And so, Maharashtra, though the numbers are speaking high about the IMR and MMR, which are below the national average, but still, I personally feel death is a death that causes a rippling multiple effects in the family. So, we people are moving with a direction that zero preventable mother and child death. This is our mission for this year. Madam, I would like to bring your notice that our infant mortality rate is 13 per 1,000 lives. Under 5 mortality rate is 15. The Maharashtra's maternal mortality rate has been considerably declined to 37 per lakh live births. But still, we are not happy and satisfied with this target. Maharashtra has put a plan in place wherein mothers and high-risk mothers have not only been visited, but they have been also equally contacted from our helpline number 104 so that they will get help in real time, in real spirit. Maharashtra has a good executive mechanism for immunization, as we all believe that it's a first line of defense, and we are committed that full and timely immunization of every child in every taluka of Maharashtra with no dropout between the first dose and the last remains a non-negotiable priority for the state. The RBSK is monitored very closely. We have issued exhaustive guidelines. Even we have issued letters to the Shalaya Shikshan Samiti, the village level health committee. Around 84,000 chairpersons of this committee has been communicated personally through a communication by our Anganwadi worker. I personally wrote letter to those chairpersons. We have given contact numbers of our RBSK coordinator and civil surgeon if the screening is not proper, may not be done, or not as per schedule. So for this purpose, we have deployed 1196 vehicles throughout the state, and we are committed to finish up this job before November 2026. I have set a target of screening the students from municipal corporation schools as well as Jilla Parishad schools. Most of the times, we go by the numbers and not by the demographic details. Maharashtra is the most urbanized state. We have 52% urban population, and somehow these urban poor needs to be addressed very closely. We have to deploy some more ASHA workers in these dark pockets that I will personally come to Honorable Additional Secretary for these dark pockets wherein this network is not appropriately built or we have not focused it. Newborn care is at the top priority of our Honorable CM. We have planned early child development workshop on 31st of August at Yashada, Pune, under the chairmanship of Chief Secretary, and Maharashtra is giving its whole effort and weightage behind early child development, which includes kids from 0 to 6 years and onwards. As I have committed and communicated that I am a victim of a mother who lost her life post-delivery because my mother delivered a kid after my birth, after 3 years, after 5 years, and she has lost the life. So it's a very personal thing for me to focus on these aspects. Incidentally, I got the chance to serve the community through this mechanism. I am equally privileged by Department of Health and Family Welfare of Government of India, who has given us a chance to host this event. We are really feel proud and privileged to co-host such event. I hope you will enjoy stay and food as well as hospitality of Maharashtra over here. Today we are going to launch the Shishu app. This is a very structured, well-planned training. I hope you will get very good out of it. I again thank to Honorable Patnaik Madam, all development partners and all participating guests from India. I'm again thankful to you. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking us through the state's perspective on newborn and child health and also giving a general scenario of health in Maharashtra. And we particularly appreciate the zeal and passion with which you are implementing the different programs under National Health Mission, sir. हर बच्चा स्वस्थ हो, हर बच्चे को एक बेहतर जिंदगी का मौका मिले. Every child matters, every child deserves a healthy beginning. May I now request Dr. Pushpa Dev Chaudhary from WHO to kindly address the gathering. Ma'am.
Respected Chief Guest, Madam Anuradha Patnaik, Aradhana Patnaik, distinguished dignitaries on of the Daesh, a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of WHO India office. I'm really privileged to be here and part of this August gathering. And join you at this national workshop on SSBSK, which is a significant milestone in India's progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals through universal health coverage and stronger primary health care systems. Home-based care has consistently demonstrated its value in improving the health of mothers and newborn. By reaching mothers, newborns, and young children where they live, home-based care enables timely support, early identification, and referral, continuity of care, and helps families adopt healthy practices. Few countries have India's combination of scale, diversity, strong health system platforms, and a vast and highly committed community health workforce to deliver this home-based care. Over the last 15 years, The home-based newborn care and home-based young child care programs have built a strong foundation, reaching millions of families through the dedication of frontline health workers. Today, SSBSK represents the next important milestone in the journey. I congratulate the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for this vision and leadership and for demonstrating a strong commitment to sustained investment in innovation, often well before these approaches gained wider global recognition. In 2024, our WHO convened a global consultation that highlighted how certain newborn and child characteristics can be readily identified by primary healthcare workers to determine which children will benefit from additional support and follow-up. SSBSK puts this principle into practice. It provides universal care of all children while offering additional and differentiated support to children at higher risk. By integrating nursing care for early childhood development into every interaction with children and caregivers, SSBSK gives every child an equal opportunity to survive, grow, and thrive. India, therefore, has a unique opportunity not only to implement SSBSK at scale, but also to shape the global evidence based on risk-differentiated home-based nurturing care. WHO, together with other UN agencies and technical partners, remains committed to supporting the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and state governments through technical assistance, capacity building, innovation, and the generation and documentation of implementation, evidence, and lessons. We look forward to working alongside the ministry and the state as SSBSK moves from vision to implementation, from implementation to learning, and from learning to scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpa. Ma'am, your speech today adds great value to our deliberations and reinforces the spirit of partnership that lies at the heart of Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram. May I have the honor of inviting Dr. Nande Putta, the Chief of Health, UNICEF, to address the gathering and share your valuable insights on strengthening child health services and ensuring that every child receives the care they deserve. Ma'am Putta.
Ms. Aradhna Patnaik, ASMD, Government of India, Mr. Sanjay Katka, Commissioner and Mission Director, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner, Child Health, Government of India, Dr. Himang Shah, Director, Health and Nutrition, SIF, Dr. Pushna Chadak, Team Lead, RMNCH, WHO, India, Mr. Arvin Gadgil, Deputy Ambassador of Norway to India. It is truly a privilege to join you for the launch of SSBSK, an important milestone in India's continuing efforts to strengthen child health and development. The vision of comprehensive care during the first 3 years of life recognizes a fundamental principle. The first 3 years of life are a critical window not only for child survival and healthy growth, but also for brain development and lifelong health well-being. UNICEF appreciates the integrated approach of SSBSK, bringing home-based newborn care and home-based young child care into a continuum of care from birth to 36 months, with greater attention to at-risk children through differentiated follow-up. We particularly welcome the strong focus on nurturing care and early childhood development, enabling children not only to survive, but to thrive and reach their full potential, while also responding to emerging concerns around excessive screen exposure and need for play and responsive caregiving. The launch of SSBSK comes at an important juncture for India. As India moves towards the vision of Viksit Bharat, the health and development of its youngest citizens will be fundamental to achieving the country's aspirations. Investing during the first 3 years is among the most important investments we can make in India's future human capital. SSBSK also resonates strongly with the broader ambition of universal health coverage. UHC is not only about access to health services, it is also about ensuring that care is timely, appropriate, continuous, and responsive to the different levels of need. The emphasis in SSBSK on early identification, differentiated follow-up, referral, and continuity of care therefore provides an important opportunity to further strengthen the health system that responds to the needs of every child, particularly those who require additional support. This is a timely opportunity for UNICEF's partnership with India. For UNICEF, this launch comes at a particularly relevant time, as we are currently undertaking the development of our next country program cycle, 2028 to 2032. India's development context is evolving rapidly. The aspirations of Viksit Bharat, the country's progress towards universal health coverage, and the changing needs of children and families require development partnerships to evolve as well. Our country program development process therefore provides an opportunity to engage with the government on where UNICEF can add the greatest value in this changing context, and to identify priority areas for collaboration in the years ahead. SSBSK reflects several opportunities and areas that are central to this discussion: giving every child the best start in life, strengthening early childhood development, reaching children who are most vulnerable, improving the quality and continuity of care, and using data, digital solutions, evidence, and innovations to strengthen implementation. We sincerely congratulate you, Ma'am Aradhana Patnaik, and your team at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, all development partners, and everybody who has contributed to this strategic and important time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful to have you with us today and believe that UNICEF's expertise will contribute significantly towards advancing the national agenda for child health and survival in India. Great programs are born from great vision and sustained by those who believe in that vision. The journey that has brought us to Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram is rooted in a long-standing commitment to improving the health and survival of our children. And Norway has been a steadfast and significant partner in this journey, supporting the development of HBNC and the HBYC programs that have laid the important foundation for the evolution of Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency, Mr. Arvind Gadgil, the Deputy Ambassador of Norway to India. Sir.
Namaskar. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you so much for the invitation. I have to pay tribute immediately to the Additional Secretary Patnaik, who is a fabulous leader and of course Deputy Commissioner and all the dignitaries on stage, but not least to all of you. I mean, first of all, I don't think I've been in a room with that many doctors before, so I'm a little bit nervous. But I also acknowledge the fact that you are here from 36 states and union territories, joined in one mission, probably one of the most ambitious health missions ever set in the history of the world, which is to improve the health of our youngest parts of our society across the biggest country in the world. So this room is filled with people who change not only the future of India, but I will submit even the future of the world. Because as my colleagues from WHO and UNICEF will testify, the success of India is the success of the world. And that's also why we, as Norway, are so deeply engaged in finding ways, as a small country far away, to engage with this incredible ambition and mission. And we can say now that we are in it for the long haul. And I have to, admit that when we travel around the country as a deputy ambassador or ambassador, we talk about all the different things that we have done in the collaboration with India during these years of bilateral relations. And very often the collaboration on health becomes a centerpiece of that. 20 years of engagement through the Norway-India Partnership Initiative has allowed us to support the Indian government's mission in touching millions of lives across the country. And it feels like a truly meaningful movement to be part of, but it's also, as I said, it's a self-interested thing to do, because we believe that the health of the world is also dependent on the health of Indian citizens. Now, the pride that we have in the NIPI engagement, the Norway-India Partnership Initiative, is not at all diminished by the fact that we now see that in the launching of the Shesha app, we will have technology developed through the NIPI initiative deeply embedded in what is being rolled out across India. And again, this is not Norway's win, it's not our credit, it's a credit to a deeply functional relationship between two very diverse countries, which bring very different things to the table, where our experience in digital health and in our health, from our health systems, may be of some inspiration to what is a massively larger challenge, and that is improving the maternal and newborn health care across this vast country. And in joining these particular strengths that we have, I think we're able to truly make a difference, not only in India, but also in the world. And our next chapter in collaboration, the Additional Secretary and myself just had a conversation on that, will entail deepening, understanding how we can support each other. We will look at how artificial intelligence and new tech solutions can strengthen our understanding of these challenges, new research, new health tech solutions, and not least, together work to improve our preparedness for new crises, not only in India, but around the world. And also acknowledging the fact that India is a global player that many countries are looking to. We want to deepen our relationship with India in furthering even better global health policies across our global collaboration platforms. So my hope for the future is that this is just the beginning, and I think this workshop and NIPI's engagement and Norway's history here is a testament to perhaps what can become an even more valuable future. But again, thank you to the state of Maharashtra, to the dignitaries on stage, and to every one of you for putting this workshop together. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are particularly grateful to you, and your presence signifies a continued commitment and a belief in the power of knowledge, collaboration, and collective action to transform the lives of children. We now move on to the release of SSBSK and the Shesha apps. we now come to a very significant and inspiring moment of today's program, the formal release of the 3 important initiatives that will strengthen our commitment to the health and well-being of mothers and children. So I have the honor of inviting our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage for the release of the following: the SSBSK program video, the Shishu app, and the SSBSK Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram training guidelines. So there will be a few videos played. The SSBSK program video is the first in line. It captures the vision and journey of this important initiative, the integration of the HBNC and the HBYC programs. We are now requesting our chief guest to kindly release the SSBSK program video.
During early 3 years of life,
May I
every
request
touch,
everyone to kindly
every moment of loving and responsive care lays the foundation of a child's entire future. Over the past decade, the Government of India's unwavering efforts have led to a reduction of neonatal mortality rate by over 30%. But this achievement is not about the numbers. It is the story of millions of children who are surviving and thriving. Moving forward, this journey has taken a new direction. On 29th June 2026, the Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare launched the Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram, Pehle 3 Saal Sampurn Dekhbhal, a landmark initiative to ensure comprehensive home-based care for every child from birth to 3 years of age. For the first time in the country, a differentiated care approach is being introduced to provide focused care for at-risk vulnerable children. Our frontline workers, ASHAs, ANMs and CHOs will conduct joint home visits for children who require additional care and close monitoring. Also, convergence with ICDS program through joint visits of ASHA and Anganwadi workers would help further in child's nutrition, growth and development. In addition to the health, emphasis is also being given to family-centric nutrition and responsive care, promoting early learnings along with emotional and social development during the formative years, helping every child grow with care. With regular home visits, digital tracking through the Shishu app on the Janani portal, well baby clinics during VHSND, and monthly Shishu shivers at Ayushman Arogya Mandirs for at-risk children. Now, care will be more comprehensive, connected and responsive than ever before. Every child is precious. With this belief, a significant policy shift has been introduced, where every frontline worker, CHO and doctor will move forward with one shared commitment and promise to give every child the best possible start in life. If the start is right, the future will be bright. Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram, Pehle 3 Saal Sampurn Dekhbhal.
Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram, a very interesting video. Next line is the Shishu app. बदलते हिंदुस्तान की एक नई तस्वीर, एक डिजिटल ऐप जिसके जरिए हम गांव की सबसे पहले स्तर की कार्यकर्ता यानी कि एक आशा कार्यकर्ता एक डिजिटल एप्लीकेशन को इस्तेमाल करते हुए अपनी सेवाओं को और बेहतर कैसे बनाएगी उसको देखने वाले हैं. So we request our chief guest to kindly release the next video that is on Shishu app and release this digital tool for Ashas.
The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, has recently launched the program Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram, SSBSK, Pehle 3 Saal Sampurna Dekhbhal. One of the key strategies of this program is the Shishu application. designed to track and follow up all children from 0 to 3 years of age. It is a simple, self-learning decision support system. Key features of the app are as follows. 1. Identifying and categorizing newborns, classifying at-risk newborns, newborns with danger signs, and mothers with danger signs. 2. Create line listing, planning home visits and follow-ups, and tracking them with timely reminders. 3. Providing prompt support and referring to appropriate health facilities. 4. Screening postnatal mothers for danger signs and mental well-being, providing support and referrals when needed. 5. Facilitating joint visits of ASHA along with ANM, CHO, and medical officers, and promoting continuity of care. 6. Recording activities during the Well Baby sessions at VHSND and the monthly Shishu Shivir at Ayushman Arogya Mandir. 7. Providing appropriate counseling to mothers and caretakers with the support of IEC materials. 8. Enabling geotagged visits, monitoring activities, and facilitating supportive supervision. 9. Monitoring service coverage and key indicators through a dashboard. Shareshav app under Janani portal. Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram. Pehle 3 saal Sampurna Dekhbhal.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This digital tool to support effective implementation and monitoring of child health services to be used by ASHAs, ANM, CHOs, and their supervisors is going to be a game changer. We believe so. Now, the different challenges that have come with the integration of the HBNC and HBYC programs and the digitalized applications, we actually feel the need for a new training module for ASHAs. And now we request our chief guest to kindly release the SSBSK training video. This provides a very structured framework for strengthening and standardizing this program. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Ever since ASMD ma'am has joined, we have witnessed a remarkable transformation in the culture of quality across our health systems and a phenomenal improvement in the key health indicators in the country. Her constant guidance and motivation have led to major strides in IPHS and NQAS, with the number of NQAS certified institutions increasing manifold in last couple of years. The visible transformation in the quality landscape is undoubtedly one of the most significant achievements in recent years. Today, when we speak of child health, we share a simple yet profound aspiration that every child should have the opportunity to survive, to grow, to develop, and to thrive, and that our health system should create the conditions to make this aspiration a reality. So to set the context for today's national deliberations, and to share the vision that will guide our collective efforts, it's my great privilege and honor to invite Srimati Aradhana Patnaik, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, NHM, to deliver the keynote address. Ma'am.
Very good morning to all of you. A warm welcome to all the representatives from the states and UTs, all the development partners, experts who have come from across the country, pediatricians, neonatologists, public health experts, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. First of all, let me thank at the outset the Maharashtra government, entire government for convening this, for hosting this two-day conference on SSBSK. As you all know that SSBSK was launched by our Union Health Minister during the CCHFW conference, which was held on 29th of June, where all the ministers of health of the country had participated, and all secretaries and mission directors were also there, and all the other members were present. Now, these two-day conferences basically focusing on how do we implement it. We all know that any program, when it is conceptualized or the policy prepared and then rolled out, it looks very beautiful on paper. But the actual challenge is when it is implemented in true letter and spirit in the field, on ground. So that has always been a big challenge, but there have been many programs where we have shown considerable progress and have shown results. So I am very hopeful that all of you would be able to implement it in the true letter and spirit. Now, just going to the background, as you all know, that against the under 5 mortality which happens amongst children, almost 75% happens within the first 28 days. And within those children dying in the first 28 days, 72% die within first 1 week. So keeping that in mind, and the third thing which we all know is that development of a child's brain, the cognitive skills all develop, 80% of the development happens within the first 3 years. So keeping all these things in mind, we have revised the guidelines. We had the home-based newborn care guidelines which were rolled out in 2011, and then they were further revised in 2014. Then the home-based young child care guidelines were rolled out in 2018. So if you recollect, the HBNC guidelines focused on 6 visits of the ASHA worker for between 0 to 42 days, and the home-based young child care guidelines that focused from 3 months to 15 months and 5 visits. So we had total 11 visits which focused on all the newborn babies. Now, what is the difference which we brought about? Now we have basically categorized one important category amongst the newborn children, that is at-risk children, just like we do for high-risk pregnant women. So HRP women are categorized and are differentiated, and there's a differentiated care there. Same concept for at-risk children, differentiated care model. So for the at-risk children, that means those who are preterm babies, low birth weight babies, and SNCU discharged babies, then babies with defects, and then babies whose mother are not able to breastfeed them or have been not regularly breastfeeding them. So these 5 categories, and then at-risk mothers also, like those having C-sections, mothers who have had postpartum issues. So all these are our high-risk categories. So these, for them, we have kept additional visits. So 3 more visits in the first 42 days, and then for the remaining, we have again added 3 more visits. So now we have total, which was 6, it has become 9, and which was 5, which has become 8. So 17 visits totally. And then we have again added one more component of CHO and ANMs visiting these at-risk children. For the normal babies, the ASHA worker continues to visit with additional visits. But for the at-risk children and at-risk mothers, we have these CHO, the community health officer, and the ANMs also doing home visits. So with a focused strategy, we would be going ahead, because if you all see your own data, the NMR especially is stagnant for most of the states. Someone has reached 14 or 15, is still continuing struggling there for the last 3 years at the same level. So these additional interventions will actually basically help reduce the NMR as well as the IMR drastically. So that is where we are focusing upon, and for that, to monitor that, we have the Sheshav app which I launched today. It is a very easy ODK toolkit which you can easily, the ASHA worker can fill in offline, and this will help you identify the at-risk children and mothers and then follow up on them. So my request to all of you is please disseminate in the 2 days workshop. We'll be having discussions with all the experts, will also give their suggestions, and all of you will come to know or in details about the guidelines and everything and how the Shishu app functions. And this would be a part of the Janani portal, and Janani portal, as you are aware, is already a part of the Swasth Bharat portal. The Swasth Bharat portal was also launched by our Honorable Union Minister, and now we are developing a Swasth Bharat app. So through the app, all the portals, all various apps will be integrated within the Swasth Bharat app. So we have maternal and child health, so the Janani, then RBSK, then SSBSK, that is the Shishu app. Then for communicable diseases, we have Nikshay portal, then we have Nikush portal, all those viral hepatitis, all those programs would come on board. And then non-communicable diseases, we have NCD. Also for tribal areas, we have sickle cell, so that is also a component. And one more thing which we are developing, it would be, I think it's almost ready, within a week it would be ready, is the EOPD for Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. As you are aware that we have 2 platforms, one is the eShushrut, which is for secondary care. Mostly we are using in the district hospitals and sub-district hospitals for the hospital information management system. And wherever NIC states are working with NIC team, we have the e-hospital. But that is catering to only secondary and tertiary care. So for primary care, we did not have any EOPD. So this EOPD will be a module within the Swasth Bharat app. So through that, the CHO would be able to, access only one platform, and through which she can easily move from one platform to the other through this Swasth Bharat app. So it is an aggregator app, and the same can be used by the ANM, by the ASHA workers, so everyone would come on board. And that we are planning, I think maybe in a month's time it would be ready. First we will pilot in a few states, and once everything is okay, then we will roll it out from October. I'm targeting to roll out the Swasth Bharat app. So in fact, in the last 2 days, I have been visiting a few facilities in Ahilyanagar and in Shambhaji Nagar. There, again, the CHOs and the ANMs were saying that we have lots of portals. So I told them that the portal has already been launched, but now since the app would be useful for all of you, so we would be doing that. One thing which I liked was when I was talking to the ASHA workers and all, everyone had a smartphone. So, and while they were taking pictures with me, selfies and all that, so I observed that everyone had a good smartphone. So I asked them also, isi phone, aapka apna phone hai? They said yes. I said, aap isi mein hi sara UWIN aur sara data karte ho? So they said ki yes, isi mein hi karte hain. So I told them, and they were very happy that we are coming up with an integrated app also for all the programs. So what I would request is, first you come on board, if you disseminate this Shishu app to all the ASHA workers and ANMs and CHOs, it would be easier for them to track. And for all the portals which initially, if you remember, you were not able to do the data analysis. Now I have told for all the program divisions, please ensure that even the ASHA worker knows that how many she has missed out, or the ANM knows how many children vaccination has been missed out, or pregnant women's ANC is missed out. Same applies to CHO, so that they are also able to plan and catch up. And for every program, I have been repeatedly saying that when you do this analysis, please ensure within a month the backlog is cleared. One more issue which yesterday, while I was visiting the facilities, yesterday and day before yesterday, they said that some of the platforms do not allow backlog entries. So that also, after going back, I'll ensure, in fact, from there only I had called up my officers and I've told them that you correct it. So what I am planning is for all the programs, if last week of every month we keep for backlog clearance, because at times it happens that when ASHA or the ANM or CHO is in the field and network is not there. So whatever gap is left, you can fill that in the last week of every month, so that you are fully on board and no data is left out. The second is because now all these portals are capturing line listed data. So data privacy is definitely one important area where you need to work upon. The other is we have HMIS, which you know that monthly data is uploaded. Now what I am planning is, since every program now almost has a portal or an app, so through that only data will flow to HMIS. So HMIS again will be integrated with the Swasth Bharat app and portal, so that you don't have to do double entry. And very interestingly, you must have also observed the HMIS data also is filled by the same person, and the apps and portals where line listed data is there, that is also filled by the same field functionaries, but the data don't match. And what happens when there's a lot of pressure, there's a review happening at the highest level, maybe by Chief Secretary of the state or from the Health Secretary of the state, suddenly overnight the data changes in HMIS. There's a tendency that you increase, add data, daat nahi khana, daat nahi sunna hai. So add some more data so that we'll catch up later on. So those things will not happen now because it would be a line listed data, and automatically the data will flow to the HMIS. So that would help you also to monitor, and same we will give you access to do the data analysis at your level, be it state or district level, block level, and at the field functionary level, that is CHO, at the Ayushman Arogya Mandir level. So that is what we are planning, but to get it implemented, first the data has to come. Like for example, if I talk of UWIN portal, UWIN, we have been working on it for the last 2 years. Now every state has come on board. Some states tried API linkage, but it was not possible because our platform was much advanced. So now almost every state has come on board. But there also 100% data is not coming. So if the 100% data is not there, you will not be able to monitor each and every child, how many children you have left out. Same applies to the Janani app and portal. Janani also, of course, is a recent thing. So most of the states have come on board. A few states which had their own portals are trying to share APIs and coming on board. But again, I would request, please ensure that the 100% data comes there. Then only you'll be able to monitor it. And then you will be able to bridge the gap wherever you'll be able to identify where you have left out and then bridge the gap. The third part, which is most important for all of you, is when you come on these national portals, you are able to track each and every child or mother, even if they shift out of your state. Because through Abha ID, you will be able to track the mother. So suppose mother shifts from Maharashtra to Delhi. Even if she is there in Delhi and she is taking the services there, be it ANC or her delivery or immunization of a child. So in UWIN, you will be able to track that. Through Janani, you will be able to track that. And since UWIN is integrated with Janani, also we have now we are integrating with Education Department portal and also with WCD portal. So their portion tracker of WCD is also we are linking, and then UDICE data is automatically now coming to our RBSK app for screening of children. So all these we can easily track. So every child can be tracked, every mother can be tracked, and every person you can track. Also with this Swasth Bharat app, what is happening is, if there's a pregnant woman, she has come for her ANC checkup and you find that she had TB, say 6 months back. She's clear now of TB. She's recovered from TB after her successful treatment. But unless she says, you will not know that she had TB in the past. But if the Nikshay portal now since is linked with the Janani, so when through the Swasth Bharat app, so when you enter the data, the Abha ID of the pregnant woman, automatically it will show that she had TB in the past. Similarly, if she is an NCD patient, has diabetes or hypertension, again you will automatically come to know. So that way you are able to know the history of the patient also, and also able to track the patient, basically ensuring continuum of care. This, in the second phase, we are planning to also link with the tertiary facilities. So many of, as you know that of course 85% we handle at the primary level, 10% at the secondary level, 5% which are at highest risk, basically the serious cases, they land up in the tertiary care. So those also we would be able to track, because after the operation, after the surgery also, post follow-up, post-surgery follow-up, all those have to be done by the ASHA, the CHO, the ANM, because they are the field functionaries. So this way we are planning to integrate everything so that we are able to provide continuum of care and focus on comprehensive primary health care. The last part which I would like to add is also focus on the preventive healthcare. Because the Ayushman Arogya Mandir concept of comprehensive primary healthcare has focused on preventive and promotive healthcare. So we have wellness sessions, VHSNDs, those platforms can be used. The Ayushman Arogya Mandir should focus on these, categories, NCD category, pregnant women, elderly, and then for them, for every disease, we also have certain wellness yoga sessions or other eating right habits. All those things should be embedded in the entire system. Like one of the major challenges we still face is anemia. For that, we have recently launched the Anemia Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. Some of you are also joint nodal officers for both anemia as well as for RBSK, RKSK, child health. I was seeing when I was joining the various groups, so there were some who were quite common in all the, the immunization officer is also in charge of child health and all that. So you can easily ensure, and there's an integrated approach. Every program division feels their program is very important. You should feel it. You should feel proud that my program is very important. But every program is equally important, because finally when you are targeting the beneficiary, it is one person only. So not 5 persons. So 5 programs, it would look like there are 5 persons, but actually there's only one person which you are targeting, the citizen of the country. So you have to have a holistic approach and ensure with preventive and promotive care, also provide quality healthcare services, and basically ensure that you follow up on each and every case. At times we miss out there. After the treatment we forget. Even RBSK teams, after screening we forget. So if the person is aware and is able to reach out to the facility and get the operation done, be it cochlear implant or congenital heart disease, then it is okay. If not, then we are not following up. So we should focus on where the citizen is not aware. Your contribution is there. The same thing I also repeatedly keep saying, where ASHA workers, ANM, CHOs are very strong, you do not have any role to play. Where they are weak, that is where you have to contribute. You have to provide them that supportive supervision, that support you have to provide to the team, so that they are handhold them, so that then they are able to improve their performance. So please identify, because through these various apps, portals, now you can do a lot of data analysis. We at the national level, I keep telling my team, and now for every program I have, which are the states I need to focus upon, which are the districts I need to focus upon. Now I have gone down to blocks and villages also. For TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, I am targeting on 1,58,000 villages and wards. Similarly, for malaria, there are 33 districts we are focusing upon. So that way, if you also do same for newborn care as well as for maternal health, child health, we have identified around 130 districts which are poor in both. So, and 13 states. So similarly, you can do it for your own state. Your own state, which are the districts you need to focus upon, which are the blocks, and which are the villages you need to focus upon. So that would help you actually work towards, achieving the SDG goals. And our target finally should be that no child should die, no mother should die. Because this is a very simple biological, physiological process. Other diseases, there are many diseases which are curable, there are diseases which are not curable. This is not a disease. It's a natural phenomena, and we should focus on ensuring that every mother has a safe delivery, she remains healthy, she delivers a healthy child, and the healthy child will then remain healthy and continue to contribute to the productivity and the progress of the nation. So thank you all for coming for this conference. I'm sure this 2 days conference would be very useful for all of you. Please feel free to ask as many questions, whatever doubts you have, and I've also told Shobna and her team to focus on the implementation challenges, because now no further discussion is required on the policy part. It is already done. We have had series of consultations with experts, and experts have only prepared these for us. So now it is time to roll it out properly, and each and every component to be properly implemented across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was truly an inspiring and insightful address, and it will help us in foreseeing and sorting out the implementation issues in the SSBSK, And you have also given some very practical suggestions for the group to consider for the next 2 days. And I think ma'am's address actually provides direction to our deliberations over the next 2 days. And it will help us in charting a way forward towards the strengthening the Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram and eventually the child health services across India. So now as we move on, as we come to the close of this inaugural session, it is time to acknowledge and express our gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this occasion meaningful and memorable. धन्यवाद की रस्म अदा करने के लिए मैं डॉक्टर विजय, डायरेक्टर प्राइमरी हेल्थ सर्विसेज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे आएं और धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करें. सर.
The inaugural session has set the right tone and right direction for this 2 days workshop on Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram. Honorable Additional Secretary and Mission Director, NHM, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Srimati Aradhana Patnaik Madam, Honorable Sri Sanjay Katkar Sir, Commissioner Health and MD NHM Maharashtra, Dr. Shobna Gupta Ma'am, Deputy Commissioner and in charge of Child Health and RBSK, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, all esteemed development partners, distinguished delegates from all the states. I first of all thanks Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for choosing the Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar as a venue for this workshop. Thanks Honorable ASN MD Ma'am for being with us for this workshop, and you delighted us with your expert comments and motivated the team Health India. The last 2 days, ma'am, you visited the various hospitals, Ayushman Arogya Mandirs in the 3 districts in Maharashtra. During your visit, ma'am, the focus was on universal health coverage and strengthening the primary health care, drugs, diagnostics, quality and non-communicable diseases. You also interacted with the field functionaries and motivated them. Thanks for presence here and giving the guidance to this August gathering. Honorable Sanjay Katkar sir was here for the program, so I am grateful for his presence and guidance to this August gathering. I also thanks Dr. Shobna Gupta ma'am, Deputy Commissioner, Ministry of Health, for her meticulous planning in organizing this workshop and her guidance to the delegates. I also thanks all the development partners and subject experts who are present for this gathering. I specially thanks Mr. Arvind Gadgil sir, Deputy Ambassador of Norway to India, and so also Dr. Hemang Shah, Director Health Nutrition CIFF, Dr. Pushpadev Chaudhary, Team Lead RMNCH, World Health Organization India, Ms. Nande Putta, Chief of Health UNICEF India, for their technical support, expertise in helping the ministry for organizing this workshop. I also thanks the team from Ministry of Health who have taken good efforts. I think we should have a clap of rounds for the team. I also thanks all the participant delegates for being here. And with the permission of the Honorable Chair, I declare that the inaugural session of this workshop will close here. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. And before we move ahead and break for tea, we would like to capture a moment that will remain a cherished memory of this gathering. And we are going to have a group photo. And may I now request all participants and dignitaries to kindly assemble outside in the hotel lawns for the group photograph. Yeah, we can do so. So kindly arrange accordingly, please. Huh? We will request the event managers to kindly arrange the chairs and sofas accordingly for the group photo. All the states and union territories to come first. May I now request all the states and union territories, we are going to have the group photo in 2 phases. Yeah. So in the first phase, I request all the states and union territories to kindly assemble in the front of the hall. All states and union territories kindly come on the stage for the group photo. May I request participants from all the states and union territories to kindly come on stage.
Hello.
Only states and UT में. आ रहे? हो रहा? आपका हो रहा है? कैमरा में? हाँ. ऊपर आ जाइए.
हेलो सर, लास्ट वाला थोड़ा सा श्रंक हो जाइए प्लीज. इज इट ओके? जस्ट अ मिनट. मैम, सुमित्रा मैम. हाँ, सेटल. ओके, जस्ट cheer up, smile please. 1, 2. Any other movement? Thank you. Cheese. Okay. Thank you. Just a minute. A small request. One just reel video. Done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We are now requesting all the other participants to kindly assemble in the front of the hall and on stage. All the development partners and experts and whoever has been left in the first group, kindly assemble. Please come on stage. Everyone kindly come on the stage, please.
फोटोग्राफर आगे वाली जो है
Photographers,
उनका
kindly be ready.
क्लिक लेना है गेस्ट.
Now all the participants who are left, please come on the stage, please. All the experts, dignitaries, and development partners, their representatives, please come on stage. एक्सक्यूज मी मोबाइल ये फ्रेम में आ रहा है थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे जगह थोड़ा उस साइड बैलेंस है सर आप इस साइड से आएंगे या फिर थोड़ा सा श्रंक हो जाएगा तो अच्छा ये का फ्रेम है just okay just video pan video ma'am could you please come this side please thank you Okay, thank you. Maharashtra team is coming on stage. Just last click.
Maharashtra team, please come on stage, no? Ma'am, please remain on stage for... Maharashtra team, please come forward.
Hello. I would request to come on stage child health team, please.
So we are now breaking for tea, and we'll assemble back in the hall at 12:15. 12:15 बजे हम यहाँ हॉल में पुनः एकत्रित होंगे. 12. So we are assembling back in the hall at 12 o'clock.
पेज कर देते हैं.
We request all the guests to please assemble in the hall as we begin today's further proceedings with the technical presentations.
Hello.
आज के बैठक में आप सभी आ सकते
Welcome back, all of you. We're waiting for our ASMT ma'am. Welcome back, ma'am. We begin the technical deliberations with an overview of Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram. May I invite Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner and in charge, Child Health and RBSK, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to lead us through the overview.
Thank you, Komal. Do we have a remote? Is this it? Chairs are done. So, good morning, everyone. After this enriching inaugural session, I would be briefly giving you the overview, the main strategic points which have been incorporated in these guidelines, and which we would be deliberating in the next 2 days. And we have with us most of the experts which have been involved in the formulation of these. Many of these things, you would say, have been discussed. Just to give the brief review, the national level, as we know, the neonatal mortality rate stands at 18 and the infant mortality rate is 24 and under 5 as 28. And as you know, the SDG targets require us to be NMR of less than equal to 12 by 2030 and under 5 by less than equal to 25. And as guided by Madam and the Indian Newborn Action Plan also, that we should be able to achieve the SDG much earlier than 2030, and we keep our target as 2028. So we have to gear up for the much more efforts to be done at the ground level. Just taking you briefly at the causes of the death which happen in the newborn period. As you know, these are the latest SRS estimates which are available. And as you can see, almost 50% of the deaths, the reason in the newborn are the prematurity and the low birth weight, followed by the other causes like the birth asphyxia and the birth trauma, which tells you about the quality of the birth delivery, and the pneumonia and the birth defects thereon. So still the major chunk is your prematurity and birth weight, which has not decreased, in fact increased from the last SRS. Again, if we see in the under 5 mortality also, almost 1/3 causes of death in the whole cohort of under 5 is still prematurity and low birth weight, with birth asphyxia contributing to 11 and pneumonia 17. So overall, if you see, the newborn component is still a major component. Even in the under 5, almost 3/4 is because of happening this. This is the national indicators. You can see, as we have seen, in spite of the 9 states which we have the SDG target of less than equal to 12, we have 13 states, for the bigger states I'm talking about, for which we have the SRS, where the NMR, the SDG target is yet to achieve. And there also the gradation, you can see the few states being above even the national average. The 7 states you can see which are above 18, which is almost Similar to the under 5 mortality, as the major chunk is because of the neonatal. So the dark yellow in both the states, the 7 states and the 8 states, are the high burden which are above the national average. And this is the average. If you go deeper down within the states, we have the districts which have NMR much higher, even reaching 35 or 40 and 38. Similarly, in the states which have on an average achieved the SDG targets, still they have the pockets, the districts which have NMR going much higher. It is because of the few districts the average is coming. So as ma'am has also guided and we have deliberated, we need to drill down. We are not seeing the average at national or the state level. We need to see the districts, starting with the districts, and when you're going, telling your districts to look into the drilling down at the block level, that why the newborn deaths or the children deaths are happening and what are the reasons for them. This is for the other states where we have the SRS estimates are not available. We can see even in the IMR, we have the few states where the similar picture can be seen with the Meghalaya and other. Although there is a persistent decline happening, but efforts have to be geared up. This is the overall decline which has been seen over the last 10 years. And as you can see, for the last 3 years after 2020, the decline has been a little, almost stagnant. We were 19, 19, and then 18 in the last 2024. Hence, the need for this program to have an indent in the neonatal mortality rate is very much, needed and emphasized. As I told, interstate, intra-district variations, there is a lot of variation in the within the states. 2/3 deaths happening within the first 7 days. And most importantly, the post, even we are, if you see the successful SNCU discharge, we are reaching 84, 85. But what is happening after those babies are gone? Those follow-up and tracking line listed is not happening. So we are actually not, there is a gap between the facility discharge and what is happening in the community. So we need to fill in that gap, that where are the babies going? And for that, very important is the true CDR entry. When we are seeing the death in the community, the CDR entry of every child in the MP-CDSR portal makes it very important so as to track every child. Similarly, we have the, and when we analyze our data, and if you will see at the state level also, you will see the maximum mortality and morbidity are actually happening in those at-risk babies, the preterms, the low birth weight, which have been discharged from SNCU, NBSU, and those requiring actually referral. So if we actually focus on these babies, tracking of these babies, making ABHA ID, following up through different portals, whether if you have a state portal, doing the entries, we would be actually able to see this cohort and actually coming up with the local corrective actions. Same reason might not be there everyone. So we need to see those actions. Coming to the Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram, that was the reason, although we had the, the continuum of care happening from the HBNC, HBYC, but there was a disconnect. First, the newborn death, the quality of the visit was often asked for. Asha was doing visits, but under different, reviews and the field visits by madam and the other reports, they were saying that the 6 or 7 visits were not happening. And even if this was happening, the data which was coming were not actually giving us information for the why the deaths are still happening in those territories where if the visits were happening, but it was not translating into the impact. So definitely to focus on those first 7 days. Secondly, the continuum of care of 0 to 3 years, the maximum brain development, so survival, maximum brain development, and involvement of the families. So this whole spectrum actually give rise to the, this development of this Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram in a holistic manner. As madam has also said, initially we had same visit schedule for every newborn in the Asha catchment area. Now we have actually stratified for healthy newborn 4 visits, at risk more visits have been added. The details will be further deliberated in the further sessions. For a young child visit, though the number of visits have not been differentiated, but at any time one of the child can risk into, at-risk category by the, analysis if sometimes the baby falls from their healthy to at-risk. And there are extended visits. So 18, 2 years, 2.5 years, and 3 years to holistically cover the whole continuum for 0 to 3 years. This period, as you know, is actually very important for growth and development, for nutrition, the malnutrition, the early childhood development component. So everything needs to be taken holistically. And there are the joint visits, which have, as you know, the ANM was mostly involved in the immunization. CHO was looking at the adult component. So they have been made a part of the program, equally accountable, but with the specific responsibility for those at-risk babies. And giving the 2 visits during the newborn period and then 3rd in the 6th month, when there is a maximum risk of malnutrition. So, and that too for the at-risk baby. So, care was taken during deliberation that it was not meant to bombard them with the extra work, but to make them accountable for those who matter the most. So, those in that approach, these have been taken. Again, we always talk about survival, but it's high time we need to talk about survival and thrival. As we know, new age issues are coming because of the digital age issues. Virtual autism is like becoming an, it's an emerging epidemic. There are studies going on, and it has been shown that virtual autism is causing the developmental delay without any organic cause. So it is the more holistic physical involvement of the child, and it has inculcated even in the rural areas. So it's not a thing of the, anymore about the urban areas. So the family and the community center approach, where we need to interact with the child, talk with the child, the age-old practices need to come over again, to play physically with the toys, talking, storytelling. So these things have been emphasized in a much more holistic manner, for which we had made videos which were released in the morning. So we had made 5 videos, and comprehensively covering the developmental issues, the early childhood development, what you need to do for the safety and the security of the children. So many things are coming up even at the young age, where the child is early behavioral issues are coming even in the small children. So I think it's high time we need to tap on them and make our frontline workers aware that what they are supposed to do. So the overall purpose, where we have translated into, so the main purpose of frontline, especially ASHA, to be mainly preventive and promotive. They need to give counseling, they need to talk about the overall development and the health, and should be able to recognize the danger signs. They should know when to refer. They are not here actually, to prescribe the too many medicines or give that. They should be able to tell about the breastfeeding, the thermal care, the counseling, more of an awareness part. So that, and involve the families as a whole, because Asha is amongst them. So when she goes, she talks about that. And when there is a problem, she should involve the ANM and the CHO or the medical officer for the care of the therapeutic medical care of the baby. Maternal mental health, as you know, it was not there. There was a limited focus, and it is a much more problem, the postpartum depression or the psychosis, which is often not talked about. And it is a transient problem because of the hormonal and the stress the mother goes through. So we need to be a little more aware and sensitive, and make the family also aware of that, because mother stays in the family. So the role of the Asha comes in not only just asking, but to make the family aware that they need to be compassionate. And if there is any symptom, connect with the, Ayushman Arogya Mandir, where there is a provision for the mental health counseling. Then again, digital tracking is one major thing which you have talked about. You will see in the sessions, there will be hands-on. Today also there will be session for the demo. And that app is actually going to help you all. Taking in the fields, every Asha, she, whenever she goes to the field, she fills a slip. She comes back, she fills a register. I think there are 3 or 4 things she is filling for the same baby and submitting for her incentive. And incentive she is filling online. So I'm sure there is no need to, tick mark whether the child has been visited, even if not visited. Rather actually go there. This application is an offline app. So she can easily use it even in the most tribal areas. And it is right now also bilingual. This will give her decision also. She has to just take, and it's made very simple when you see in the hands-on. So please don't tell Asha, to keep on filling those reporting formats and those things. They have been incorporated in a simplified manner within this app, and you can easily take out the report from the application, as and when required. And geotagging for the at-risk newborns, right now we have introduced, not for all, because first we'll see how it goes in the piloting, and then accordingly, based on your suggestions, those suggestions and feedback can be taken. And last but not the least thing, very important, there is a lot of stress by the guidance of the madam. You know, we have had multiple meetings with the ICDS, with the WCD. We took review from the states also, that how the collaboration happens with the ICDC at the ground. And it was not very, it was very patchy and only in the few of the states. So they jointly agreed with the WCD to have at least 5 visits on the ground with the Anganwadi and the Asha worker in the first year of life, which actually matters the most when the survival and the thrival comes. And that has been given in detail even in the guidelines also, so that they can converge at the block level. But for that convergence, again, you have to play the role. If we don't coordinate with the ICDS in our particular districts and the blocks, this will not happen. Just writing and converging at the national level is not going to work if you don't take it till the district level. So the way 2 days we are actually, will be conducting this workshop, I would request all of you, we will give you the PPTs also, which we will be actually deliberating over the 2 days. Please use those PPTs. Similarly, orient your both the nodal officers in a joint manner at the state level. Take all the district officers on board, physically or online, whatever mode is feasible to you. Conduct the same orientation along with the Shashawap hands-on. Our team will help you out as and when you'll be doing the hands-on. So team can connect and online can connect with you and would help. Similarly, so that the message goes, and then tell your district officers to do it for the ground level workers. That way it would be actually, you will be able to see how it is going to done. Again, I think this we have actually, so convergence is the key which we are actually elaborating. And yes, the existing service platforms like the VHSNDs, they were happening again, but mostly they were used just for the immunization. So making more effective use of VHSND, which are actually happening, the monthly phenomena. So used as platform for these delivery of these messages. If she's going to home, again at the VHSND, in the app, now she can actually, turn on the VHSND. She should use this for the promotion and the counseling of all the messages. Again, in reinforcing the breastfeeding, continued breastfeeding, your thermal care, nutrition of a child, early childhood development, how to interact. So again, VHSND should be used for all those messages. If they have been, reinforcement always helps. And always ask the mother to come with the family, the grandmother, the husband, whoever there, so that holistically they can take the child. So again, 1.5 and 2.5 months. So along with the immunization, the weight and other promotion and the counseling should go on. And then at the Ayushman Arogya Mandir, we have the monthly shivers at Ayushman Arogya Mandir, where the specialists are called from the higher centers. So those are the, at the NHM level also, they have been made a regular phenomena. The specialists can come, and this Shishu Shivar at Ayushman Arogya Mandir is to call those at-risk babies if they have any problem, the babies with the danger signs, or if there is a developmental delay, because a pediatrician would be there, or a gynecologist would be there, and other specialists would be there, so that they can connect with them for the early referral and the follow-up. Also the RBSK teams, because if there is a child with a defect or a developmental delay, he will be captured. So you can connect with the RBSK teams also. So these are the monthly activities which have been incorporated so that the child does not lose to follow up, even at the community level. So again, if we actually are able to implement these things in a systematic, structured manner, and we take it forward, the outcome we are looking for, the reduction in the NMR, which should be reflected in the next 2 years, definitely it will lead to the reduction in the stunting, wasting, and the underweight prevalence, because nutrition is an integral part of when you talk about the holistic child development. And the most important thing, that strengthen the early identification. If we actually miss the bus, first 2 years being the most critical, even now the first year, to strengthen the early identification for the optimal child growth and development. So with that, I wish that we have a fruitful workshop for the next 2 days, and I would request Madam to interact with the states for the ongoing suggestions and the implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for providing a clear overview and setting the foundation for the sessions that follow. Moving forward, it's our proud privilege to have Madam Aradhana Patnaik, AS and MB in NHM, Government of India. She is with us. So it gives us a wonderful opportunity for our interaction with ma'am, especially for all states and UTs. So let's the discussion begin, and I request our team to have some cordless mics. Ma'am, please.
As I was discussing, see, SSBSK guidelines are out now. So what I want is, where are your challenges? So one of the thing which I feel is, since we have increased the number of visits, so the ASHA workers can say, already we were doing these many visits, you have added to it. CHOs, ANMs also could feel that earlier, of course, there are few states where CHOs do home visits, but there are many states where CHOs are only limited to the facility. They don't visit homes. So now in the CHO work framework also, I have revised. We would be giving them incentives for home visits. So there, the fixed salary and the honorarium and the incentive part, that also we are changing now. So wherein additional incentives, or within the incentives we'll revise incentives for home visits would be an integral part of whatever we are giving to them, the performance-based incentive that we are giving. So that also will come out. But what I feel is, certain platforms, existing platforms only we can use and do some tweaking. So when in the CHO work framework, what we are doing is, during the day she is there in the Ayushman Arogya Mandir doing her OPDs. But most cases you find by 2 o'clock OPD is over. Then maybe in this second half she can spare 2 hours, she or he can spare 2 hours to go only visit those at-risk children homes and at-risk mothers. So if only that focus is given to him or her, I think it would not be very difficult for them, because for an Ayushman Arogya Mandir at a population of 5,000 on an average, there would be very few houses where she would be required to visit. She or he would be required to visit. So I think that can be done on a week basis. So every village, like for an Ayushman Arogya Mandir, there would be 4 to 5 villages under the CHO. So one village in 1 week, where in that village there would be hardly 1 or 2 such cases. Then the next week for the next village. Then the second thing what one can do is, VHSND she has to attend. So during the VHSND day, which is again a community platform, in the daytime you do the VHSND visit, and then that day the CHO is expected to also visit homes. So that day she can visit the home. So that way it can easily be done. So if you can just ensure that that reaches to the CHO, and some CHOs, but this also idea I have got from CHOs only during my visits. They only said that we know that this is HRP woman, so I go and visit her only. I don't visit other houses. So that some states have already started, and some of the CHOs out of their own enthusiasm are doing it. So that if we can do it for the entire country, that would really help. So using the existing platforms only. Again, children you bring for immunization, those days are also fixed. Same day you also check up the baby for, if there's any other danger sign left, so that can then be followed up. So that way, using the existing platforms and converging. Same Anganwadi workers also have the same role, early childhood development they have to work on. So Anganwadi workers are the AAA, Anganwadi worker, ASHA and the ANM. Together they can identify such women and such children and just focus on them. So that would help, because one of the reasons you would have seen, even SNCU discharge rate at present I think is around 84-85%. But after they go back, after being discharged from SNCU, then there's no one to take care of them. Many times it happens that death happens within next 10-15 days. So that somehow that follow-up post discharge care didn't happen. So those areas, if we are able to plug up, then we can actually bring change. So any, you feel any areas where you want that, this needs more, how to get it implemented, you can share.
I am Dr. Aditya from Odisha, madam. Actually, in Odisha, W&CD and health department are coordinating well. Recently, 2 days back, we had a meeting with under chairmanship of Chief Secretary, in which she instructed that we have to have a coordination meeting at the sector level. And in fact, last 6 months, we are strengthening our sector level meetings, specifically monthly sector level meetings, in which Anganwadi worker and ASHA both are remaining together, and the PHC medical officers, sector medical officers are being given charge to orient them regarding these child health and other activities. So this is one platform in which we are strengthening. Another is about RBSK. Specifically, we have taken with support from NIPI 2 districts in our state, in which we will run it in a pilot basis. And in that, the RBSK teams will include them in screening, during screening, so that these data can be entered. Another about SNCU graduates, we have set up groups. So SNCU DOs are sharing the discharge babies with the block level data managers, so that they can track them in block wise. So these few things are there. Then I think within another 15 days we will strengthen more, and we will include those SSBSK guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, good, very good.
The SNCU discharge babies are reported in the SNCU portal. Now, when this app which has been released, if it has been integrated,
We'll integrate that, yeah.
so that the Ashas, it has gone to the corresponding Ayushman Arogya Mandir. So the respective medical officers can see what are the risk babies that have been referred, so that it will be easy for them, even if there's some delay from the state also, directly it can go over there, because we get the data from the SNCU to the state office, and then we communicate physically to them. So instead of that delay of even 1 or 2 days will be...
Yeah, maybe, you're right, yeah.
Thank you.
So that we'll be doing in the next phase. We are also planning the SNCU.
Good morning, madam.
Yeah.
I have some questions regarding this. Madam, my suggestion is to strengthen this thing. We need to specify some TOR for CHO. It is generalized, not specific. And regarding the visits, also the incentive module of the CHO are only the justified indicators are given to state, and state had modified, like 15 indicators was given, those are the just justified, not a specific indicators are given. My suggestion is to give a specific indicator regarding this, so we can work on it.
No, actually, see, that's what I told. No? The CHO work monitoring framework we are revising. Already revised, wherein it is specifically mentioned, at-risk babies, they have to do the visits. So we have totally changed it. The one which was there earlier was on 15 indicators, because 15,000 for each. Now we have changed that. So for each indicator, very specific indicators we are keeping, where mainly focus is on all the risk categories only. Mainly that would be the focus.
And the TOR, in the TOR should be mentioned like outreach visit for the CHOs also, because
it is there in the revised CHO
TOR.
work framework.
And we
so
need
once finalized, I have approved it, because I had suggested some changes, so they were working on it. So I think by this month end you will receive that also.
Okay, and the specific timeline should be there, madam. If a fixed day not be there, if you say the 3rd day or 7th day,
so that is
it could not be happen.
You mentioned, na?
Madam, it will be like every
1st, 3rd, then 5th,
madam,
7th. 3rd and 7th for CHO.
It should be a fixed day in a month or in a week, should be mentioned.
See, that we cannot do at the national level. That every state has, because even immunization days are not same across the country. Some states it is Tuesday, Friday, some states it's Wednesday, Saturday, some states it's Monday, Thursday. So that flexibility we have given to the states.
But
so you at the state level, you can do it. But from national level, we will not decide that. Fix it.
Because madam, क्या होता है कि CHO से जब पूछने जाते हैं, he says he is not there, he is in outsourced visit.
नहीं तो आप ही तय करो ना. State level पर आप तय करो based on your immunization days, your NCD days. Some states also have 2 days. That also I had sent the guidelines. 2 days you keep for NCD, 1 day for ANC, 2 days for immunization. So then Saturday is left, which is again a wellness day. So that adolescent days. So every state has devised their own mechanism. So that's why we have left to the states, but we are saying that at least 3rd and 7th day, so the Shashav app will calculate and give. So on the 3rd and 7th day for the at-risk baby, they have to go and visit.
for Shashav app,
After 2 o'clock, they'll go.
we need API for integration to our Rajasthan state portal like PCTS and all that thing. We need
So that you will have to, we can give you, that we'll do, but then you have to see whether your portal is at par with ours, because
Yeah.
ours is the most advanced. Like for UWIN, many tried, but we couldn't do the API because your portals were not interoperable. So you'll have to see that and get your portal also upgraded, so then you can through API do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, from Jharkhand, we had implemented the
No, let her
First,
finish.
let them go.
Let her finish.
Yeah,
Yeah. So this joint visit till 15th months.
Yeah.
And it came up very well, and it has been selected for the best practice for the workshop also. Some of the suggestions which we felt like it is easier to coordinate with Anganwadi worker and Asha, but when it comes with A&M and CHO, so there should be some work to be done on team-based incentive, very particularly for this visit. Because in team-based incentive, Asha, A&M and the CHOs, 3 of them are doing the thing.
So this
And
we have already incorporated in our CHO work monitoring plan.
and like we want like this financial year we had received fund for pilot for this SSBSK in 2 districts. So we will be going to implement that in Khuti and West Singhbum district. And what I felt as this integrated training module for Asha, this whole SSBSK has been given in 2nd phase. So we have to do separate training for SSBSK because 2nd phase will come in next financial year as per the integrated training module. So we are looking forward, like from September we will be starting in the pilot districts, and I think we will be able to tell the fruits in the month of December. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll tell the team, the CPHC division, that's why we had also invited the CPHC teams from the states also. I would want that it should be done together. But actually when the integrated training module was launched, by that time this SSPSK was not finalized. So that's why we had started that, let us start with it. Now we'll ensure that it is integrated in the
It
training.
is in the 2nd phase.
It is in the
First
2nd
yeah.
phase, so let us try to do it this year
And 2nd
itself,
phase,
yeah.
1st, 2nd and 3rd day, the SSBSK matter is there only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
एक करके हाँ.
Okay, ma'am.
हाँ,
Ma'am, in J&K also we are also starting this on pilot BSK on pilot basis in 2 districts. But as you ma'am said, ki, for Ashas, apparently it looks that we are increasing the number of visits, we are increasing the burden for them. But if we see, we are increasing the number of visits only for at-risk children, which is a small proportion as compared to the total number of children. And on the other hand, we are decreasing the number of visitors from 6 and 7 to 5 and 4 only. So if we give a proper messaging that actually in maximum cases we are decreasing the burden for the Ashas, and this is increase only if we limited to around 30.
Very focused increased visits.
Yes.
That's what we'll have to give the message.
That we can address that issue, that apparently it looks that we are increasing the burden for Ashas, but in fact we are decreasing the burden if we see overall holistic.
Yes.
That's me.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am from Assam. Ma'am, I just wanted to know a few things like, ma'am, when we are doing the joint visit, we are missing out the ASA facilitators, ma'am. Because in Assam we have 2575 ASA facilitators. And from state budget, ma'am, we are giving them 2700 as a honorary remuneration to the ASA supervisors. So what we have taken out a notification that a ASA supervisor must visit 5 SBNC visits, 5 HBYC visits, and 5 SNCU follow-up, and few mental health patients she has to visit.
She'll be a part of the team.
Yes,
See, when
yes.
I'm talking, I don't differentiate between Asha and Asha facilitator.
No, ma'am.
So, when I'm talking of the team, it includes your Asha facilitator also.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
you have to work accordingly.
Yes, ma'am.
Your team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and one
So,
more.
maybe the Asha facilitator can be a part of the CHO
Yes.
and that's why we're not written separately.
Ma'am, because what happened in the field, ma'am, when the directions comes like that, the ASA facilitator will tell that हमारा नाम तो है ही नहीं, हम क्यों जाएंगे?
आप लोग डाले तो हैं, I think
Yes.
facilitators there.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And you know होता क्या है, if you do that, आशा facilitator का लिख देंगे तो ना CHO जाएगा ना ANM जाएगी, वो आशा facilitator ही जाएगी. आशा facilitator का तो काम है, she has to visit with the आशा, you know, and see these children.
But if it's specific, ma'am, it is easier for us, ma'am.
So Asha facilitator will continue to do the work she is doing, that we will add.
Yes.
So she
I
has
just-
to continue to do all the responsibilities she is assigned to do.
And
State been enforced कर
yeah.
सकता है इसमें.
And one more thing, ma'am. We are developing Asha payment app, ma'am. Like now we have the portal, but we are transforming into a mobile app, ma'am. So we have this SBNC and thing because they will claim. Yes, ma'am. That's what I wanted to ask, ma'am. That it has been like helped by us.
Integrating with JSY.
Yes. Yes.
Janani, so directly you can make payments for JSY. So same we'll do, your Asha payment app with
Yes,
the Shishu app.
So it will be like. Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
No. See, incentive is for Asha because she doesn't get any honorarium or salary. Rest all are salaried people. So only for that, and CHO within the same incentive, we are now focusing on this.
The thing is, the government of Puducherry has brought a consolidated salary for the Ashas. So they are
It's for
getting.
your, that the state has to do. From government of India, it is incentives.
Okay,
So we are trying to give additional incentives. I cannot promise that because it has to be approved by MSG. So we'll take that some additional we are trying to put where for focused at-risk children, additional some incentives. But that once it is approved from MSG only, then I'll communicate. At present, it is not yet approved.
Ma'am, I'm from West Bengal. What we see in our Asha visits, our Asha visit reports are like 99% they have visited the HBNC visits, HBYC visits. Then when we come to the quality of visit, when we analyze the report and we send, we see only 0.9% sick children identified, only 1% of underweight identified. Whereas we can see the underweight children, the SNCU graduates who are the like less than 1800 grams and all, they are not being captured by Asha. Then when we probed into all this situation, we went to field with the Asha. Two things. One, I agree with Assam that the Asha facilitators, they are not taking an active role because they are telling it is, yeah, we go, we are not oriented. They say a lot of things, and even if they go,
facilitators, we can give a separate.
yeah, even if they go, they do not give inputs to the Ashas, whereas they are only learning from Ashas. It makes no sense. And number two is, Ashas, when we talk to them, they say we are overburdened. But when we learned about this training methodology of Ashas, we saw that there are NGOs who are entrusted by the state to give the trainings. And the quality of those trainings, I have been there in some training sessions, and then I visualized, I saw that these trainings are like, they are more of the theory part. The whole training is a theory training. A person, like class 10, class 8 pass woman who will be going to community and will be communicating. She doesn't even have the skill to communicate, and they are all sitting there giving the training, and they do not even know how to
So you
weigh
need
the
to change
children.
that, see, because that's why the
Yeah.
integrated training module. Now we are involving mentoring institutions, so that you have to don't just engage any NGO who doesn't know also about our detailed programs and all. So you have to totally revamp that. That's why we have started the RTOTs for Asha.
The
only
NGOs need
revised
also
modules.
training. The
They
NGOs
need
are to be trained before
so
they
you
are
have
training.
to identify the master trainers for your state. We have also engaged now certain institutions, some medical colleges, our AIMS, INIs, all those also have become mentoring institutes for imparting training, so that actual training happens. Otherwise, it will just be a theoretical thing. One part which you rightly mentioned about they are not able to identify. See, SNCU discharged babies you can easily identify because they are discharged from the SNCU. So from your SNCU portal you take. Low birth weight babies, I don't know whether all of you have observed, the biggest challenge is every other child is 2.5 kg. A&M just enters that. वो nurse हो, A&M हो, बच्चा हुआ 2.5 लिख दिया. It could be 2.56, it could be 2.43, but everything they round up as 2.5. So you need to train the A&Ms. Now with the digital weighing machine you have, they can easily monitor and then write it. That it is no 2.36 is the 2.47, not just rounding everything as 2.5. So that way then you will be able to actually identify. So why they are giving it as 0.9 is because most of them have been round up as 2.5. So there you have to actually train. It's not the fault of the ASHA. It is the A&M, the CHO, the nurse, who has recorded it to do it properly.
And
So you'll have
one
to tell
thing
them.
also, na, the Asha, I asked them, why are you writing this way? Why everybody is above 2.6 kg? Then she says, I have to then go to this Anganwadi worker who will not coordinate with me. And the ICDs, in our state, Parsi, the ICDs, previously it used to happen that they used to say, there is no ma'am. If there is no ma'am, how the SAMs are coming? They're not dropping from sky, but they used to say, there is no ma'am, and they were...
that it is easier said
That's
than
a
done.
lack
That
of
you
coordination.
can do with proper, monitoring. That's what I'm saying. There would be ASHA workers who are actually recording. You need not bother about them. The ASHA workers who are having all these problems and telling this, ye bahane kar rahe hain. So there only you have to intervene. Your team has to go and, continuously monitor and then continuously guide them. Because for them also it is easy, they will say less. So they also have to monitor less. If they say, no, all these children are, so they have to go to everyone's house, continuously monitor, report. So for them the job is easier to report a good picture. So and only when the child gets serious, then they come into action. So that is where you will have to mainly monitor. So through the Shishu app, you can do that. So mainly capacity building is one thing, quality, skill-based capacity that has to
Madam, I've got a question. I'm from Assam, Dr. Kutuki. Madam, with the launch of this program, what about the BNC, facility visit by SNCU graduate that is being taking place, and it is already there, scheduled, but that is very low in our state because CA used to call them up for SNCU graduates, and ASA has the responsibility to bring them to the SNCU. So what will happen to that?
It is this thing which you are mentioning has been incorporated. Abhi jab sessions honge, there is a mandatory facility follow-up has been added till the 7 days of life, like either after discharge or after birth, for all low birth weight, all these at-risk babies, because maximum mortality is again happening once they get discharged, that too after within 7 days. So keeping that in mind, that facility has been added, and once the MSG approval, we are trying to give some compensation to the family so that the baby can be taken to the facility. And that can be actually when the joint visit will happen, that category, whether the child was taken for a facility follow-up, that criteria has been added so that it can be recorded. And once this Shishu app will be integrated with the MIS, SNCU MIS, you will actually see that what all are getting it here, and even for the follow-up in the DIC. But that will take another 6 months where all the portals will talk to each other.
When you are targeting the ASHA, the A&M, CHO, I would also request, also check your facilities. The deliveries are happening at present, even you see, though we are reporting 98%, but NFHS 6 also says 90.6% institutional delivery. Now I keep asking my team these questions. When 90.6% is institutional delivery, then why breastfeeding within 1 hour is only 55%? It has to be automatically 90%. So that means at the facility we are missing out. Now then you will say, no, C-section, so the delay happened. So for what happened to the normal deliveries? 70 to 80% would be normal delivery happening. So why that has not come? So at least 80% should have been. Same applies to your low birth weight babies. A&M is recording that the staff nurse who is doing the delivery, the skill birth attendant is doing it, is not recording it properly. So we need to train our field functions not only in the field but also in the facility. Somehow, they are very complacent, they don't understand the difference between 0.1, what difference it could bring about. So that also has to be taken care of. The ASHA, the A&M, CHU who are in the field, that we are doing. That we'll keep on training them. But also those in the delivery room, they also need to be properly trained for providing quality services and recording each and everything. That has to be taken care of.
Good morning, ma'am. Dr. Pradeep from Rajasthan, ma'am. We are one of the state who is piloting, ma'am, this SSBSK along with Odisha, ma'am. So, ma'am, assessment has been completed, ma'am. There are a few findings. We already have line list based data in our state. So, every delivery which happens in facility, data of preterm and low birth is captured, and that will be exported to the app. Ma'am, SNCU and NBSU discharge will struggle because there should be a provision of creation of Bal Abha. If any newborn admit to SNCU, FBNC portal either can track the Bal Abha or can create. So that we will ensure the follow of SNCU and NBSU.
So we are basically revamping the FBNC portal also, okay? Because earlier, the earlier portals didn't capture Abha. Now all the new portals are capturing Abha and Bal Abha for the children. Because Bal Abha will be linked to the mother's or the father's Abha,
Yes,
okay? So that with the new one only it will be possible. The NHSRC team is already working on revamping the FBNC portal, which is quite old. Okay, so that once it comes, so I think in a month's time all these revamping will be done, then your problem will be solved.
Ma'am, one more thing was about training, ma'am. If we will go for the integrated training of ASHA for SSBSK, it will take, ma'am, 3 to 5 years to saturate all the ASHAs. Can we have a 3 days refresher so that we can go quickly on it, ma'am? I mean, because it took, ma'am, 4 years to saturate HBYC.
What I was planning is maybe all the new ones, you know, the AMB, then the SSBSK, RBSK 2.0, Suman, all the new ones, maybe we can have one integrated, you know, training for the ASHA so that immediately it is rolled out. While we go for the general ones in phased manner, this we can immediately do. Okay.
Ma'am, third thing was about...
So what we can do is, I'll send a letter and then I'll ask the teams to start the work immediately.
Ma'am, third thing was about the visit, ma'am. When we will do it online, ma'am, in offline what happens, if Asha did the visit on day 8th or day 9, she mentioned day 7 to get the incentive. But in online, can we have some window like +1 or +2 days? Otherwise, the incentive will get hampered, ma'am.
That we will work on the back end.
So app में मैम हम कुछ provision कर देंगे.
It's a tentative date. Up on the 7th day, you know, suddenly heavy rainfall, she's not able to go. We're not saying कि उसमें भी जाओ. So one day after she can go and then record it. No,
+2 or +3 days can be mentioned.
We'll give that.
And ma'am, last point is about that supervisor.
आप पहले pilot करो all these suggestions and you can give us and we'll, you know, change. Keep on.
Ma'am, last point is about supervisors, ma'am. We have a huge cadre of district, block and PHC ASA supervisors. Ma'am, there should be an online application for all the ASHA works to be supervised and mentor. हम कर रहे हैं, ma'am. हमने ODK बनाया, but ma'am हमारा फिर server hamper करता है, ma'am. तो हमारा all the ASHA work, ma'am.
So these are the ASHA facilitators?
जी, ma'am.
आशा हाँ नहीं इनके सुपरवाइजर जो हैं तो आशा फैसिलिटेटर की बात कर रहे हैं ना
जी मैम आशा सुपरवाइजर्स जो सुपरवाइजर उनका जो वर्क है 10 विजिट्स पर मंथ सो वी आर गेटिंग दैट थ्रू ऑनलाइन ओडीके एप्लीकेशन बट दैट इज ओनली कवरिंग HbNc तो मैम ऑल द आशा वर्क कैन बी सुपरवाइज्ड विद लाइक सम स्ट्रक्चर्ड ऑनलाइन मेथोडोलॉजी मैम
ठीक है that will when you are piloting it उसी में करके दीजिए ठीक है yeah
Madam Dr. Srinivas from Tamil Nadu madam regarding your question 55% only early initiation of breastfeeding we need some modification in our FBNC case sheets also madam because like Tamil Nadu is example 4.5 lakhs are getting delivered in the government system 1 lakh babies are getting admitted so this 1.1 lakh baby even though we give colostrum we give milk from the milk bank also, but this is not being included. So only the normal babies which goes to the postnatal ward is being recorded.
Okay.
That's why it comes around 55%. So let us see, we can include the colostrum, let us do all these things, then the percentage may come up really very well, madam. That is a small suggestion, slight modification needed in the case. Similarly, in Gangaru Mother Care also, madam. Our case sheet should involve IKMC, hours of KMC. It is not there. KMC given, yes or no. That's all it is.
That in the revised unit, we are
yes,
including.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, 2 submissions. In Maharashtra, ma'am, we are preparing the job charts for ASHA, NM and MPW and CHO. So we are revising to some extent. So we need a guidance.
Please wait for the CHO work monitoring framework we are revising and giving you. So it has CHO, ANM, both are there and also ASHA.
If it is done from your side, it will be
we'll send to you.
Another thing, ma'am, in CPSC, the CHOs are demanding the incentive, fixed incentive for 35,000 and 5% performance base. means 5,000.
That is a policy thing. We'll take it to MSG and we'll see what can be
So
done.
they are asking, ma'am, in Maharashtra.
We're thinking of slightly revising, but some states have changed on their own, so we didn't interfere in that. Our
So
total is 25 plus 15, 40.
So should we
within
go, ma'am,
40,
35 plus
whatever.
5? They are asking 35 fixed.
So I don't know. Let's see. What I was first initially planning, maybe we increase the fix to 30 and rest we reduce. So let us first take it to MSG. You wait till that. I think that would be better.
Thank you.
I think done. So ये तो as expert he can you have a session for him.
I'm Ramesh Agarwal. I'm professor of pediatrics at AIIMS Delhi. एक सवाल है मैम कि हम डेथ्स देखते हैं उसमें करीब 40% 50% डेथ्स फैसिलिटीज़ में होती हैं और बाकी डिस्चार्ज में होती है या जिन पॉकेट्स में होम बर्थ्स ज़्यादा हैं वहाँ हो जाती हैं. एक बड़ी कॉमन मैकेनिज़्म है जो डेथ का, वो ये है कि ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग इनएडिक्वेसी इन दी हॉस्पिटल बिकॉज आपकी काउंसलिंग एडिक्वेट नहीं है. एसेंसियूज में जो एक्सप्रेस्ड मिल्क पे हैं ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग इनएडिक्वेसी और फेल्योर, आप ये मान के चलिए मैम कि 15-20 दिन में ऑलमोस्ट यूनिवर्सल है. ये बच्चे जब घर पे जाते हैं इनएडिक्वेट फीडिंग कंटिन्यू करती है और मैल नरिशमेंट एंड देन सेप्सिस in either diarrhea in form of diarrhea or ARI, and then these kids die. जो survive करते हैं वो malnourishment के pool में add होते हैं. तो इस चीज़ को हम कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे, क्योंकि इसकी बड़ी मल्टी स्टेज्ड अप्रोच चाहिए कि फैसिलिटी में हम ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग को कैसे सपोर्ट करें. जो करंट लेवल ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज और जो करंट लेवल ऑफ काउंसलिंग है वो आपका 60% 50% से ज़्यादा ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग एडिक्वेसी को इंश्योर नहीं करेगी. वहाँ जाके तो वो टोटली फ्लैटन हो जाती है बिकॉज वो स्किल ही नहीं है. मैंने एज क्लिनिशियन क्या देखा है कि ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग की जो स्किल्स हैं मैम काउंसल करने की, पर्टिकुलरली SVN में और लो बर्थ वेट बेबीज, प्रीटर्म बेबीज और एसेंसिव डिस्चार्जेस में इज़ अ वेरी वेरी हाई लेवल ऑफ स्किल दैट यू रिक्वायर. तो अब एक तो चैलेंज है कि उसको कैसे करें, दूसरा कि फीडिंग इनएडिक्वेसी इतनी कॉमन है उसको एड्रेस कैसे करें. बिकॉज वी आर साइलेंट ऑन रिप्लेसमेंट फीडिंग बिकॉज वंस वी टॉक अबाउट रिप्लेसमेंट फीडिंग इट बिकम्स अ वेरी वेरी सेंसिटिव इशू that what do we do, and we are totally silent on that. And the fact remains that we most institutions including AIIMS Delhi, and I am admitting that we use formula because there is no other way. And I can say that we provide breastfeeding support which may not be feasible or possible at most of the setting, and we have CLMC both, yet 30 to 40% babies would be on formula. So, what is the solution? And, you may not have answer right now, but we need to examine it rather than ignoring the elephant in the room.
No, you're very
Thank you.
right. What I think is, based on my field experience, one is at the facility level also, even the manpower which is engaged in the labor room, somehow they miss out. I remember visiting a health facility, it was a district hospital, and I went to the postnatal ward, there was a mother with the child. I just asked कि पहला बच्चा, she said yes. So I said, have you कब कितने बजे हुआ? So it was around 12 o'clock I had visited, 8 बजे delivery हुआ. I said बच्चे को दूध पिला दिया, and she was looking at me blank. So she said no. Then I said कि why? It was a normal delivery. So I said why then her mother-in-law was also there. So she said कि हाँ अभी कराते हैं. Then I called कि who was the sister who delivered the child, उसको बुलाओ. तो उसको बुलाए तो she started shouting at the mother, मैंने तो कहा था करना था, क्यों नहीं किया अभी तक? So I said भाई वो पहला बच्चा है, how does she know how to breastfeed? Does she know actually? Please help her out. So these are the things where small interventions can help. So actually she just delivered the child. She said दूध पिला देना, and she went off. Hand holding the mother how to breastfeed the child. That is one area somehow we are in the normal process missing out. So first we address that. Then we go to the SNCU and the others which are complicated ones, where again we have the concept of MNCUs. where the mother is with the child. So there she can breastfeed her. So many of the hospitals, their district hospitals are now doing that. So that has also brought quite good change, and now many states are saturating all the district hospitals with MNCU. So that would be another second intervention, I think, which will in the long run help. Then going back to the community, this is what we are saying, the ASHA, the ANM, the CHO, they have to continuously, follow up with the mother to ensure that at least those mothers who can breastfeed the children. Then there's one category where the mother is not in a position to breastfeed. So then we have to ensure that through our CLMCs and centers, we are able to help them out. So that would be another category. So that way, I think we'll have to approach, and maybe then learn from that, and then see where further solutions are required, and then we follow up on that. So this is from my
Thank you so much. Oh, you can keep on sitting.
Hello. I'm Dr. Nikhil Karod from KMC Foundation, India. We say that to ensure early initiation, माँ को और फैमिली को एंटीनेटल पीरियड में थोड़ा प्रिपेयर करना ज़रूरी है. तो ये डॉक्टर अग्रवाल की जो बात है उसको मैं थोड़ा ये रिस्पॉन्स कर रहा हूँ कि हम वहाँ पर बहुत वीक है, हम लोग नहीं करते हैं, एंटीनेटल प्रिपरेशन नहीं करते हैं. वी ओनली लुक एट डिलीवरी, लेकिन हाउ टू लुक आफ्टर टेक केयर ऑफ द बेबी सून आफ्टर बर्थ, वहाँ पर जो है वो हमारा बहुत वीक पॉइंट है. तो फैमिली को और माँ को तैयार करना ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग के लिए, और इफ़ रिक्वायर्ड टू इनिशिएट कांगारू मदर केयर, ये दोनों चीज़ को करना ज़रूरी है. तो शायद ये थोड़ा आसान होगा. मैं नहीं कहता हूँ कि ये 100% सक्सेसफुल होगा, बट it is possibly the way out,
so those existing platforms जैसे VHSND है वो, that is the purpose. These platforms are for these only.
In the Suman roadmap, we have added this. एक तो pre-conception care, that is a new component which has been added. We generally start reaching out to the mother once she is pregnant. So pre-pregnancy care, before getting pre-conception, basically before conceiving the child, if mother is healthy, the woman is healthy, the family is healthy, both husband and wife. That is one. Then in the ANC, we have added this, what you are saying. During the ANC period only, preparing the mother, not only planning her delivery, where she wants to get her child delivered, but also post-delivery, what are the things which she needs to work upon. So there we have added this also initiation of breastfeeding within 1 hour. Okay, so thank you.
In that, we had done a rapid assessment of the arms in the northeastern states. From that assessment, we found like essential newborn care practice at the point of birth. So in that, we had interviewed 24 ASHAs and beneficiaries. So in that, we found out that skill demonstration to mothers post-delivery was very inconsistent. Wrapping of the baby only 70% knew. Breastfeeding 65%. Exclusive breastfeeding 60%. Keeping the umbilical cord and clean and dry 50%, and providing warmth to the baby was the lowest, 45%. So I think from this assessment, like at the grassroots, actually at the field level, a lot of emphasis, I think, to the ASHAs and training has to be done, ma'am.
Actually, see, what I feel is people have become complacent. We feel that it's a very normal thing, so only when it gets complicated, everyone worries. So they feel it's a very normal process. वो तो सास बोलेगी मैंने भी इतने बच्चे पैदा किए. So ये तो एक normal ही process है. So there we tend to neglect all these small things. So there we have to not only train all our field functionaries who are at the ground level, also all the hospital staff. How to, even the hospital where the mother is going for delivery, when she approaches the hospital, they should also keep on. Because maybe there would be cases where you just come and within 2-4 hours you are delivering. But many a times the mother is admitted, there's full 1 day with her. There also when you are interacting, preparing her for
the delivery of the child, you're also preparing her how to take care of the child and how to take care of herself. So all those things will have to, again give basically a refresher. That's what we have done in the integrated training module. All the refresher courses where all these small gaps. Even there was one suggestion which had come from the states only. In case of normal delivery also, at times, when the mother is normal, in the 8th, 9th month, suddenly she develops complications. So in the Suman roadmap, we have added that also. To also cross-check, which normally in a private, where there's a mother who is aware, to take care of a baby, would at least even 15 days before would again go and get herself checked up and then do the delivery. But in normal course, our normal course of affairs, generally Asha only tends to her in the 8th month and then she forgets. 9th month जब delivery होने वाला हो तब हमें मुझे खबर करना. So that is another area we'll have to focus upon. So I think we can now start, continue with the.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Such a
Ma'am,
engaging
one last
discussion
question
with the
from Bihar.
states
Ma'am,
of
one last
Bihar.
question from Bihar.
Dr. Vimlesh.
My name is Bimlesh Kumar Sinha. I am Assistant Director Child Health, Bihar. मैम मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि HBNC जब प्रोग्राम चालू हुआ था, स्टार्ट हुआ था बिहार में, तो हमें आशा को ट्रेन करने में 6 से 7 साल लग गए. सिमिलरली जब हमने HBYC ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट की तो वो भी अभी कंटिन्यूशन फेज़ में है और अभी भी हमारी पूरी तरह से आशा ट्रेंड नहीं हुई है. 13 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स अभी भी मेरे लेफ्ट हैं जो भी HBYC की ट्रेनिंग नहीं हो पाई वहाँ पे. उसका रीज़न मैम ये है कि अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ ट्रेनर्स, हमारे जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट ट्रेनर्स हैं और ब्लॉक ट्रेनर्स हैं बहुत ही लिमिटेड हैं और लिमिटेड होने की वजह से वो और भी दूसरे ट्रेनिंग्स में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल NCD ट्रेनिंग में वही ट्रेनर्स होंगे जो हमारे HBYC के ट्रेनर्स हैं या आशा के ट्रेनिंग्स मॉडल 5, 6, 7 में. तो ये एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे लिए बिहार में. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ये है, मेरा सजेशन है कि जो सैसव ऐप है जिस पर आशा एंट्री करेगी डेटा की, अगर उसमें कुछ ऐसा उनके लिए बना दिया जाए वीडियो या इस तरह की चीज़ें, सो दैट कि वो सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी हो और वो सीख सके वहीं से कि हाँ वो इस तरह से एंट्री करनी है, इस तरह से स्टेप बाय स्टेप जाना है. दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है मैम कि हमारे 3 से 4 महीने ऐसे होते हैं जो पूरी फ्लड अफेक्टेड एरिया होते हैं, वहाँ पर ब्लॉक विलेजेस सारे कट जाते हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर से. तो जहाँ पर हमारी अवेलेबिलिटी होती है बोट्स की तो वहाँ पर हमने सर्विसेज देते हैं हमारे FLWs, बट जहाँ पर अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं हो पाती किसी वजह से तो वहाँ पर ऑन टाइम सर्विसेज नहीं मिल पाती हैं. तो जैसा राजस्थान से हमारे नोडल ऑफिसर ने कहा कि एक विंडो पीरियड होना चाहिए, शुड बी, कि अगर फॉर एग्जांपल 7th ऑफ द डे को उसको विजिट करना है लेकिन ड्यू टू फ्लड सिचुएशन वो 20 दिन के बाद वहाँ पर जाकर कनेक्ट हो पाती है. तो वो एक ड्यूरेशन मैम मेरा सजेशन होगा कि वहाँ पर होना चाहिए विंडो पीरियड का. थैंक यू.
आपका मैंने सुझाव अच्छा है, वो हम लोग भी वही प्लान कर रहे हैं बिकॉज सबका ट्रेनिंग कराने में काफ़ी टाइम लगेगा. तो छोटे छोटे वीडियोस बनाने के लिए मैंने कहा है टीम्स को. तो मैटरनल हेल्थ पर, चाइल्ड हेल्थ पर, तो हमारे जो 12 पैकेजेस है आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर में, हर एक पर अभी हम लोग छोटे छोटे वीडियोस बना रहे हैं. एक आशा के लिए जो बहुत सिंपल होगा, देन फॉर CHOs क्योंकि वो थोड़े टेक्निकल है, देन ANMs के लिए, देन मेडिकल ऑफिसर्स के लिए, तो सभी के लिए हम लोग बना रहे हैं. तो वंस दैट इज़ डन द टीम इज़ वर्किंग ऑन इट. सो वो हम लोग रोल आउट करें बिकॉज आई रिमेंबर पहले भी जो ये 12 पैकेजेस पर कुछ वीडियोस पहले बने थे. तो आई रिमेंबर विजिटिंग वन फैसिलिटी वेयर CHO, इनफैक्ट आई थिंक बिहार में ही था. मैंने CHO से पूछा, वो कर रही थी, मैंने पूछा आपने ट्रेनिंग ले लिया? शी सेड नहीं, मेरा अभी तक ट्रेनिंग फिजिकल नहीं हुआ बट मैंने वीडियोस देखकर सीखा.
यस मैम.
सो दैट वी आर डूइंग फॉर ऑल. सो आशा के लिए भी आप ये कर सकते हैं. दूसरा आपको क्या करना होगा, यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई ट्रेनर्स. जैसे आप कह रहे हैं ना सेम ट्रेनर NCD से, तो यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई ट्रेनर्स. इसलिए अब हम लोग उसको थोड़ा कैस्केडिंग में डाउन तक जा रहे हैं कि आप आशा को ब्लॉक लेवल पर ही ट्रेनिंग देंगे, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप ज़िला तक ही बुलाएंगे. तो ज़िले के आपके जितने लोग हैं उनको अगर प्रॉपरली आप ट्रेन करा दें. इसीलिए अब हम लोग स्टेट में जाके मास्टर ट्रेनर्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं. पहले क्या स्टेट के मास्टर ट्रेनर्स दे यूज्ड टू कम टू दिल्ली टू गेट ट्रेन, एंड ऑल ऑफ यू विल एक्सेप्ट दैट जो सबसे फ्री बंदा था उसी को भेज देते थे, जाओ जाके ट्रेनिंग लेकर आओ. बिकॉज इफ योर पर्सन इज एक्चुअली वर्किंग इन द फील्ड यू विल नॉट रिलीव दैट पर्सन. So that's why I told my team, don't call anyone to Delhi, go down. That is why for all conferences we are going down. Go down to the state and do it, then they will own it and they will do it. So for all the trainings now there will be no training in Delhi. Everything will go down to the state, to the district level. So that will help you cover all of them in 1 year.
Okay,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, just can I add one thing?
Yeah, I have a flight to also catch. So I'll
I'm
have to
representing,
leave it.
ma'am, I'm from the Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine. I'm
Yeah.
a professor in community medicine at Lucknow. So as he was saying regarding the pool of trainers and all, now there are medical colleges in every district.
Yes.
So you can definitely reach out to the community medicine department.
That
in
is
the
what we have
medical
done.
colleges.
The master trainers,
and
now
from the association
at the
side
state level, we have identified medical colleges who will be the training institute for the state. So no one will come to Delhi for training. So we have identified already 150 such medical colleges which would act as the mentoring institute for the state.
Thank you.
Ma'am, एक last question.
We can have the continued discussion. We have 2 more days because the flights are there. Madam ki bhi hai, experts ki bhi hai. So I think we can proceed with the next program.
One
So-
more.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this fruitful discussion.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
One of the defining features of SSBSK is its focus on ensuring that newborns and children who need more care receive more care. We request Dr. Praveen Kumar, Director Professor, Kalavati Saran Children's Hospital, Lady Hardinge Medical College, New Delhi, to take us through the session on risk stratification and differentiated care for newborns and children.
Okay, so thank you so much, and I would start with congratulations to Child Health Division and all experts and everyone present here, because ultimately we all are working for our children and what we want. They should survive, and also they should reach to their potential with whatever the growth and development, and that is what we all are working. And I think this is the best thing which we can do. So I will start with 2 real stories. And the first one is, as you must be aware, I am also working, and we were involved in training of IMNCI and then facility-based IMNCI. And I'm working in a tertiary care hospital where we have all children coming. So first one is around 2008. We visited few of the blocks of Faridabad, Haryana, as a part of health worker IMNCI training. And when we visited the ASA and ANM, they were recording in MCP card. And there was no weight gain for 2 or 3 consecutive visits, although they were recording, but there was no action taken from them. The second was one of the child around 4.5 months who was admitted in our hospital with severe pneumonia. And the child was having severe malnutrition. And that child had record of visiting an HbA1c visits where these records were there. There was progressive decline of weight, but there was no action taken. So I think this is something which created interest, and then I was involved in, and it is really very satisfying for me because last few years I am working in this area. So coming back to the topic and you will find many of the points which is there in these slides is already covered, but anyway, I will be taking you through this. So why to focus on at risk as we have listening I'm also a medical teacher and working in a medical school. So not all students, they have same potential. No, every batch you will have 5 or 10 who will be not performing up to the grade. And what we have to do, we have to give more time and more attention to those children because many of them will be slow learner. Similarly here, not all infants or babies, they will be growing, and there will be some of them, they will have some problem, and we will have to identify and we'll need to give them more attention. So as we have discussed, half of the new neonates, they have prematurity, low birth weight, and they have deaths due to that. And these newborns, particularly the preterm, low birth weight, they have higher risk of death because they are predisposed to illnesses. So this whole program is prioritized to these at-risk group. Anyway, we were doing HbA1c visits, HbA1c visits, but we have more intensive support to at-risk group, and that is what is there. And we have evidence for this because the WHO has also given this risk-stratified approach. The Emergency Nutrition Network, they have some experience. There are several pilots. There are pilots for Bangladesh, Ethiopia, and other parts. Also, they have documented when we have this at-risk approach, then the outcome is better. So more focus on these small vulnerable newborns, more intensive supports, more frequent follow-up, which will be there. And this is more important in first week of life as we have more visits because 2/3 of neonates, they are losing life and we are losing them in first 7 days of life. So this risk stratification now we have where frontline worker and particularly day 3, day 7, as ma'am has highlighted, we will have CHO and ANM also visiting. So we have now a strengthening of these visits and we will have more, we will be able to identify these at risk. So the early identification and this targeted follow-up will improve survival, and also overall this program will improve overall development, and ultimately they will have better development, so they will be adding to our nation development. So this whole goal is again, which is repeated, this NMR to less than 12, and as ma'am has highlighted, several states they have achieved, but we expect other states also will be achieving very soon. So this whole shift is that we continue with whatever the universal approach we had, but in addition to this, we will have more intensive support and more frequent support for at-risk group. So who are at risk? Particularly we know this birth weight of less than 2.5 kg as per our definition of low birth weight, particularly the preterm babies. So there is enough evidence, even WHO, they have identified this. All hospitalized babies who needed some facility care or they are discharged from special care newborn units. Then if the breastfeeding was not initiated, so again they are at risk because you will need to give more attention to them. Then life-threatening or if they have some congenital malformation like cleft lip, palate, which they can, even health worker, they can identify. There are other congenital defects which also has impact, but probably it will not be, they will not be able to identify. But then there are other criteria by which they will be able to identify. Then this, the last of this 0 to 6 weeks low birth weight and not regaining birth weight in first 14 days or 2 consecutive visits after 14 days. All health worker, we know all newborn babies, if they are term babies, they should regain birth weight by day 7 to 10. And even preterm or low birth weight babies, they should regain their birth weight by day 14. So if by any chance, if this baby is not regaining birth weight, this is the earliest indication there is some problem in this baby. And what may be? Only there are 2 possibilities. The first, the baby is not getting the nutrition which is needed for weight gain, or there is some underlying infection which is there in the baby. So they will have to identify and look why this baby is not regaining birth weight or why there is no consecutive visits For health worker, this has been kept simple if you do not have 2 consecutive visits. Earlier, whatever we were developing and we recommended a certain cutoff, but then we agree at health worker it will be very difficult to identify. So if there is 2 consecutive visits they are going, and if there is no weight gain, they should be treated as at risk. So that is the additional criteria which is there in this whole package. And then we also have to identify danger sign. So at each contact, they should be classified whether this is at-risk baby or this is a well baby. Then at-risk newborn baby, they should be flagged as we have discussion on portals, and they will need intensified home visits. So this risk assessment is not one-time job. No, every visit we have to reassess, and if the baby develops some additional risk or there is no adequate weight gain, then this list will be further expanded. So that is what we have to realize. Don't go on exactly term whether it is newborn, because we are taking 0 to 6 weeks. By definition, newborn we say first 28 days, but since we were having HbA1c visits up to 42 days, so for easy implementation, now this classification is there. For older age group, 6 weeks to 36 months, we have weight for age, and if the baby is having moderately underweight or severely underweight, or they are discharged from nutritional rehabilitation centers, which we have in different states, again, they should be classified as at risk. And then if also this is additional component, which anyway these health workers, they are using MCP card, and we have these component already there in MCP card. So if there is a delay in achieving development milestones, then they should also be treated as at risk. So we are not only targeting now survival, because you have component, so you have component of growth, you have component of development, and all these components you will be able to identify. So they should be, again, we have intensified follow-up. At risk newborn, we have 9 home visits, as ma'am has already highlighted. And then we have joint visits on day 3 and 7, and then again at 3 months and 6 months. And then these all, whatever the monthly Shishu Severe we have for assessment and management, which will be utilized. I think Dr. Ramesh sir, he is going to talk about danger sign, but just to take you what are the danger sign which they all need to identify. These are IMNCI and all states they have implemented, and all health workers, they were using this. This is what they were doing during HbA1c visits also, but now this is less number of clinical signs which we are focusing. So if there is lethargy, which they will be identifying by movement only on stimulation, or there is no movement, not able to feed, we all know this is a very reliable sign for saying there is some problem. If there is a convulsion, history of convulsion, or there is a fast breathing, or there is severe chest syndrome, both high temperature or hypothermia, which we were using, all health workers, they know. And then particularly for first 6 weeks, if there is jaundice, blood in stool, or difficulty in breathing. So all these clinical signs are indicating danger sign, and they must identify. Similarly, for older children, we are having these signs also in MNCI. So not able to feed or drink, if the child vomits everything, if there is lethargy, unconsciousness, or there is history of convulsion in that particular illness, or there is difficulty in breathing or severe chest syndrome, all these clinical signs indicate danger sign in that child. And what we need to do, we need to know a health worker should immediately connect to A&M. There should be some pre-referral treatment given, and immediately this child should be referred to a health facility where we should manage these children. So all these at-risk children are managed through home-based care. Then we have screening, identification of at-risk, danger sign, and appropriate management, including immediate referral. So I think this slide is a bit crowded, and but I think it will be more clear when we will move further, because we have different sessions where we will have more discussion on these points. What is the key message which we have? That we have to use each available health contact which we have, whether it is health facility or whether it is, you can see, essential discharge, and whether it is home visit in form of whatever the visits we have on day 3, day 7, day 14. Each visit they will assess and they will classify into 2 categories. These are the 2 categories, whether the baby is at risk or this is a well baby. When it is a well baby, then they should praise mother for appropriate feeding practices, and they should give them information regarding the child care, whatever is needed. But if it is at risk, then that baby will need more intensive support. So that is what is needed, and as per whatever the schedule they have, they should give this. So at risk, we have already classification for all of them. They should provide support, and each visit, what we realize that taking weight, comparing with the previous weight will be critical, because that is how they will be identifying, including what they were doing previously, identification of danger sign. So that is what they have to use, and if we are able to implement this as we have discussed, then we will definitely achieve what we want to achieve, that all these babies will not only survive, but they will also thrive. So why it is important? Because by this we will be able to improve survival. We will also ensure that they are growing adequately. We will identify early growth faltering. We will identify the problems, whatever is there, and we will also be able to identify the babies where we have some development issue, and we will be able to link them with, we have early intervention centers and all these facilities. So you will be able to link them with appropriate care, whether it is severe acute malnutrition or whether it is early developmental issues. So by all this is what is there. I think there is a video which will follow. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
आज की बैठक में आप सभी आशा दीदियों का स्वागत है। उम्मीद है कि आप लोगों का कार्य अच्छे से चल रहा होगा।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते नमस्ते। बैठिए मैडम, बैठिए जानकी जी।
आज मैं आप सभी लोगों के साथ एक अच्छी खबर साझा करना चाहती हूँ।
जरूर दीदी।
अभी मैं सोनू के घर से आ रही हूँ। याद है ना वो बच्चा जो 1 साल पहले एट रिस्क था, अब वो बिल्कुल स्वस्थ है। एक साल पहले मैं और जानकी सोनू के घर गए थे, जब वह एसएनसीयू से डिस्चार्ज होकर घर आया था। उस समय उसका वजन सिर्फ 1800 ग्राम था और वह ठीक से स्तनपान भी नहीं कर पाता था।
फिर क्या हुआ था?
तब आशा बहन जानकी ने सोनू को एट्रिस की श्रेणी में लाइन लिस्टिंग कर मुझे बताया था। जानकी ने बहुत मेहनत से सारे गृह भ्रमण के दौरान अच्छे से फॉलो किया और साथ में मैंने भी 2 बार विजिट की। सोनू के घर वालों को विशेष तरह से ध्यान रखने को बोला। घर वालों ने हमारी बातों का अच्छे से पालन किया और खुशी है कि अब सोनू का विकास बहुत अच्छे से हो रहा है।
हाँ, जन्म के बाद सोनू एट रिस्क बच्चे की श्रेणी में था और उसे विशेष देखभाल की आवश्यकता थी, जो उसे समय पर मिली तो उसकी वृद्धि और विकास भी सही से होने लगा।
जी सर, एट रिस्क के बच्चों की पहचान कैसे की जाए और उनके परिवार वालों को क्या सलाह दी जाए, अक्सर हम लोगों को ये समझने में बड़ी मुश्किल आती है।
बिल्कुल रोशनी, आज हम इसी विषय में बात करेंगे।
अच्छा, तो एट रिस्क बच्चे की पहचान कैसे करें? सबसे पहले जब भी आप गृह भ्रमण के लिए जाएं तो बच्चे को देखें और घर वालों से पता करें। डिलीवरी डिस्चार्ज कार्ड देखें और यदि पता चले कि बच्चे का जन्म के समय वजन 2500 ग्राम से कम था या जन्म समय से पहले हुआ था, यानी 37 सप्ताह से पहले, जन्म के तुरंत बाद बच्चे को स्तनपान नहीं कराया गया था या बच्चा अभी भी स्तनपान नहीं कर पा रहा है, बच्चा SNCU से या NBSU से डिस्चार्ज हुआ है, वजन में वृद्धि उम्र के अनुरूप नहीं हो रही है, यानी बच्चे के जन्म के बाद पहले 14 दिनों में बच्चे का वजन जन्म के समय जितना ना बढ़ा हो या 14 दिनों के बाद गृह भ्रमण के दौरान बच्चे के वजन में वृद्धि ना दिखे या ऐसी कोई दिखाई देने वाली जन्मजात असामान्यता या विकृति जैसे कटा होठ या तालु, ऐसे बच्चे एट रिस्क की श्रेणी में आते हैं। ऐसे में उन्हें विशेष देखभाल की आवश्यकता होती है। इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय ने समग्र शिशु बाल स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम पहले 3 साल संपूर्ण देखभाल की शुरुआत की है। जन्म से 3 वर्ष तक के बच्चों की घर पर ही समग्र देखभाल सुनिश्चित करने के लिए ये कार्यक्रम एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है। एक और जरूरी बात, SSBSK के अंतर्गत नवजात शिशु के जन्म के पहले 24 घंटे में तथा 42वें दिन तक निर्धारित गृह भ्रमण करना है। साथ ही 1.5 और 2.5 महीने की उम्र में बच्चे की जांच और टीकाकरण के लिए प्रेरित भी करना है। SSBSK शेड्यूल के अनुसार 3, 6, 9, 12 और 18 महीने तथा 2 साल, 2.5 साल और 3 साल तक हर एक बच्चे को नियमित गृह भ्रमण के दौरान बच्चे की स्वास्थ्य और वृद्धि की जांच सुनिश्चित करें।
और एक बात और, जरूरत पड़ने पर तीसरे, 7वें या इनमें से कोई भी एक दिन गृह भ्रमण संयुक्त रूप से यानी आशा, एनम या CHO सर के साथ मिलकर हम भी करेंगे। और देखो, हम बच्चे का वजन हर विजिट में इसलिए चेक करते हैं ताकि बच्चे की वृद्धि को चेक कर सकें। जब गृह भ्रमण के दौरान नवजात शिशु एट रिस्क बच्चे की पहचान हो जाए तब हमें देखना है कि बच्चे में क्या कोई खतरे के लक्षण हैं, जैसे उसकी सांसें तेज चल रही हो, तेज बुखार हो, वो सुस्त दिखे या उसके शरीर का रंग नीला या पीला पड़ रहा हो, बच्चे का तापमान, सांसों की गिनती और उसका वजन विजिट कार्ड में नोट करें। अगर बच्चे का वजन 1800 ग्राम से कम है या इनमें से कोई भी खतरे के लक्षण दिखाई दे तो अपने नज़दीकी स्वास्थ्य केंद्र जैसे SNCU या NBSU या जहां बाल रोग विशेषज्ञ हैं तुरंत रेफर करें। ऐसी स्थिति में आपको मुझे या CHO सर को फ़ोन कर सूचित करें, जिससे हम बच्चे का इलाज सही समय पर कर सकें।
यदि बच्चे का वजन 2500 ग्राम से कम है तो माँ और परिवार को कंगारू मदर केयर करना सिखाएं। बच्चे को कम से कम 8 घंटे सीने से लगाकर रखने को बताएं। बच्चे को दोहरे कपड़े पहनाएं और सर व पैर ढकें। बच्चे को सीधे हवा के झोंके से बचाएं और बच्चे को कंबल या कपड़े से लपेटने के तरीके दिखाएं।
जो बच्चे SNCU से डिस्चार्ज हुए हैं उनके परिवार को क्या सलाह देनी है?
मैं बताती हूँ। अभी कुछ समय पहले कुसुम का बच्चा SNCU से डिस्चार्ज हुआ था, तो मैंने फॉलो विजिट के दौरान कुसुम से इसके बारे में चर्चा की थी। नमस्ते कुसुम। नमस्ते अम्मा जी।
बेटिया नमस्ते, आओ बैठो।
कुसुम, SNCU से आने के बाद में बच्चे की तबीयत कैसी है? छुट्टी देते समय क्या बताया डॉक्टर ने?
अम्मा जरा वो कार्ड देना। हाँ माँ जी दीदी, अभी ठीक है और इसका भी विकास समान बच्चों की तरह हो रहा है और डॉक्टर ने डिस्चार्ज करते समय पर्ची पे लिखी सारी दवाइयाँ समय से लेने को कही है और एक भी दिन दवाई में नागा नहीं करना है।
बिल्कुल कुसुम, और जो भी तारीख डॉक्टर ने बताई है उस तारीख में बच्चे के साथ SNCU ज़रूर वापस जाना है।
हाँ दीदी, हम दोबारा लेकर SNCU गए थे और रास्ते में कंगारू मदर केयर भी दिया था और स्तनपान भी कराया था। बहुत बढ़िया। SNCU फॉलोअप विजिट में डॉक्टर बच्चे की जांच करके बताते हैं कि बच्चे के स्वास्थ्य में कितना सुधार है और इसके साथ ही ज़रूरत पड़ने पर दवाइयाँ भी बदल सकते हैं। ठीक है दीदी।
और एक बात और, अगर कभी भी बच्चे की तबीयत खराब हो तो तुरंत नज़दीकी स्वास्थ्य केंद्र में या SNCU बच्चे को ज़रूर लेकर जाना है।
बिल्कुल दीदी।
समझ आया?
समझ गई थी।
तुमने सही बताया जानकी।
हाँ दीदी, अब हम गृह भ्रमण के दौरान माँ और परिवार को और अच्छे से सलाह दे पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल कोमल, हमें भूलना नहीं चाहिए कि एक बच्चे के साथ साथ माँ की भी सेहत बहुत ज़रूरी है। उसे भी पौष्टिक भोजन के साथ आवश्यक दवाएं मिलनी चाहिए। जैसे दिन में 3 बार पूरा भोजन और 1 से 2 बार पौष्टिक नाश्ता लेना है। आयरन, कैल्शियम और जरूरी आवश्यक दवाएं नियमित रूप से लेनी है। यदि परिवार गरीब या वंचित है तो उसे पोषण सहायता के लिए सरकारी योजनाओं से जोड़ें। यदि माँ में सी बैक फॉर्म के अनुसार मानसिक तनाव के लक्षण हैं तो उसे समझाएं कि घबराने की बात नहीं है और उसे टेलीमानस से जोड़ें। आवश्यकता पड़ने पर डॉक्टर की सलाह लेने के लिए रेफर भी करें।
दीदी, कैसे पता चले कि माँ को तुरंत अस्पताल कब ले जाना चाहिए?
और हाँ, डिलीवरी के बाद अगर 9 प्रसूता माँ को तेज बुखार हो, आंखों से धुंधला दिखे, दौरे पड़े या सही तरह से बात नहीं कर पा रही हो, बहुत ज़्यादा खून बह रहा हो, दिन में 5 या उससे ज़्यादा पैड बदलना पड़े, साथ में चक्कर, कमजोरी या शरीर का पीला पड़ना दिखे, सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो, चेहरे हाथ पैर में सूजन आ जाए या पेशाब मल अपने आप निकलने लगे, त्वचा या आंखों में पीलापन दिखे, पेट में तेज दर्द बना रहे, पेशाब करते समय जलन हो या तेज बुखार आए, गुप्तांग में संक्रमण हो और वाइट डिस्चार्ज से बदबू आ रही हो, तो ऐसे किसी भी लक्षण देखकर देरी ना करें और माँ को अपने तुरंत नज़दीकी स्वास्थ्य केंद्र या अस्पताल में रेफर करें।
इसका मतलब है माँ और बच्चे के स्वास्थ्य का ध्यान रखने में पूरे परिवार की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका होगी।
बिल्कुल, परिवार के लोग बच्चे को हाथ धोने के बाद ही छुएं। बच्चे को स्तनपान और कंगारू मदर केयर करने में माँ का सहयोग करें और माँ की ज़रूरतों का भी उचित ध्यान रखें। बच्चे का समय पर टीकाकरण कराएं। परिवार के लोग जैसे पिता, दादा, दादी, बुआ या चाचा इसमें सहयोग करेंगे तो माँ भी स्वस्थ रहेगी और बच्चा भी। और हाँ, यदि बच्चा स्तनपान नहीं कर पा रहा हो तो माँ को अपना दूध निकाल कर कटोरी चम्मच से पिलाने की सलाह दें। बोतल का उपयोग बिल्कुल ना करें।
दीदी, हम परिवार वालों को और क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
आप लोग गृह भ्रमण के दौरान बच्चे के विकास के पड़ाव के बारे में ज़रूर बताएं, जो MCP कार्ड में अच्छे से दिए हुए हैं। इसके अलावा
VHSND पर होने वाले वेल बेबी सेशन और आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर में हर माह होने वाले मासिक शिशु शिविर के बारे में भी जरूर बताएं।
और जब बच्चा 6 माह का हो जाए तब नियमित रूप से हर माह उसका वजन व लंबाई नापने के लिए आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र ले जाएं और उसकी जानकारी MCP कार्ड के ग्रोथ प्लॉटिंग में दर्ज करें। आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र में बाल विकास गतिविधियों के साथ साथ
राष्ट्रीय बाल स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम 2.0 की मोबाइल हेल्थ टीम द्वारा साल में 2 बार जांच भी की जाती है। उसका लाभ लेने के लिए बताएं।
दीदी, आपने बहुत अच्छी जानकारी दी।
हम सब मिलकर ये कोशिश करेंगे कि हमारे क्षेत्र से एक भी शिशु की मृत्यु ना हो। सही है ना?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सही है।
एट रिस्क बच्चों की समय पर पहचान कर आप रखेंगे उनके स्वस्थ भविष्य की बुनियाद।
Okay, so this was a summary of what all intervention which we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us how risk stratification and differentiated care can support timely and appropriate follow-up for at-risk newborn and children. So may I request Dr. Rajprabha Muktan ma'am, Director RRCNE for Northeastern States, to kindly felicitate sir with a token of gratitude. While at-risk status requires closer observation and follow-ups, a danger sign requires prompt action and referral. May I invite Dr. Ramesh Agarwal sir, Professor and Chief, Division of Neonatology, Department of Pediatrics, AIMS, New Delhi, to guide us through the sessions on danger sign in newborn and young child. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Sumitra. And thanks to Praveen sir, actually. My job has already been so well done. Dr. Shobna and Madam, beautiful videos, absolutely fantastic videos. Congratulations, and a lot of hard work that I can see. एक छोटा सा इंस्टांस आपके सामने बोलना चाहूँगा. एक बार बड़े सीनियर मिनिस्टर थे, स्पीच मेक कर रहे थे कोई एक इम्पॉर्टेंट हेल्थ प्रोग्राम में. कहते हैं कि आप कह रहे हो कि न्यूबॉर्न मोर्टेलिटी रेट 20 है, मतलब 2% है, 90% बच्चे तो जिंदा हैं, तो इससे बढ़ के और सक्सेस क्या होगी? मतलब कि मुझे समझने में थोड़ी दिक्कत आ रही है. बात उनकी इन अ वे सही है कि हम कहाँ से शुरू हुए और कहाँ पहुँच गए. दूसरा ये है कि 2 डेथ होती हैं जब हमारे 2.5 करोड़ बच्चे हर साल पैदा होते हैं, तो वो फिगर 4 लाख पे पहुँच जाता है. मैडम, आई सेड दैट विद 2.5 crore babies being born every year, we have 400,000 plus newborn deaths occurring. And as Madam said that, these are not diseased mother or, diseased newborns. So any death is unacceptable. More than that, when you have a death, particularly that of a mother, to me, there cannot be anything more unfortunate that. एक माँ की डेथ होती है तो 3 जनरेशन्स ख़त्म हो जाती हैं. उसकी आगे वाली वो जनरेशन गई, उसके हस्बैंड एंड उसके अराउंड जो लोग हैं, प्लस आगे वाली जनरेशन तो फॉर श्योर चली गई. मिनिस्टर साहब की जो टॉक थी, उन्होंने उसमें एक बड़ा और इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट था जो कि हमें इस चीज़ पर लेके जाता है, एंड दैट वाज कि भाई 2% है, 100 में से 2 बच्चों को हम आइडेंटिफाई करें, हमें उनको बचाना है. डॉक्टर बैल भी हमारे DGICMR हैं, कहते रहते हैं कि 2 बच्चे को बचाना है. तो चैलेंज जो है वो बड़ा है, और हम 100 बच्चों को देखते हैं तो वो 2 कहीं छुप जाते हैं, किसी कोने में चले जाते हैं. उसको आइडेंटिफाई करना और उसको टाइमली ट्रीटमेंट देना एक बहुत चैलेंजिंग है. और उसी मद्देनज़र, उसी बैकग्राउंड के साथ में हमारी ये एट रिस्क अप्रोच आती है. क्योंकि मेरा टॉपिक लगभग ऑलरेडी कवर हो गया है, तो अलाउ मी द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू टॉक अ लिटिल बिट लेटरली. इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में 2 इम्पॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं. One is at risk newborn, and Praveen sir talked about it, that these are the baby at risk, and the second is the danger signs. If you talk about the danger signs, in the entire book you would have one small chapter on danger signs. But that is the most important part. Why is that most important? Because, these are the kids that are carrying red flags in their hands. And we as providers standing on the sidelines need to identify those red flags so that we can not only identify them, but take them to the place where the treatment can happen and that can be prevented. And it is not just an issue of survival. And that's something which is very, very important, and maybe in 5 to 7 years' time, we would be more and more talking about them, that unka growth, whether they become 5 feet malnourished children, or they become, children of normal weight and normal height, adult of normal weight and normal height. Or they become kids of, the adults of normal IQ or optimum IQ, or they have an IQ point of 3 lesser IQ points, right? Whether they become, optimally productive citizen of our society and nation, or they have suboptimal efficiency. And what we do during this period is very, very critical. I think when we talk about a newborn, we should be keeping all these three things in mind, not only survival, but growth and development, so that we give them a life which is, worth living for next 80 years. Next slide, please. अच्छा मुझे ही करना है? Okay, right. Okay, so danger signs and at-risk neonates, and at risk, I think it might be a little bit of confusing. At risk means that these are the kids that are at high risk of death, morbidities, low growth and suboptimal development. So we are trying to identify so that we can focus more on them, so that the resources that we have, we deploy them, more intensively on those kids, so that they can be, their optimum outcomes can be ensured. While the danger signs is we identify the kids that are carrying the red flag. So the kids with danger signs can be present in at-risk neonates as well as the neonates that are not at risk. Though it would happen more often in at-risk neonates and less often in the neonates that are not at risk, but being not at risk does not mean that these kids cannot fall sick. So therefore, at risk identifies the group at birth, at discharge, or subsequently, and we have seen the criteria. And the danger signs are the signs and symptoms that we identify. They can be identified by the families or the providers in the facilities or the providers that are visiting homes or anywhere. So whenever they identify a danger sign, then that has to be communicated. That has to be, the kids have to be identified and taken to the places where they can be managed. So we have danger signs in newborn, and newborn in this context has been identified as up to 42 days. And these are the same danger signs that we have been doing since our IMNCI days. So these are 10 danger signs. I will just read out, though they have already been covered, that movement only when stimulated, convulsions, fast breathing, yellow palms and feet, high temperature, not able to feed, difficulty in breathing, severe chest indrawing, blood in stool, and low temperature. The temperature has to be measured by a digital thermometer. So these are the important danger signs in newborn, and we need to know and we need to teach our providers. This is Hindi version of it. I'll skip it. And how do you identify the danger signs? Again, the concept has been taken from our old IMNCI approach. Ask, look, and feel. We had feel there, now we have measure, but it's the same concept. You can say that feel. For here also, that the provider asks the family that is the baby feeding, or the baby cannot feed at all, any convulsions or abnormal movement, any blood, then you need to look for the activity and movement to corroborate with your findings. Breathing difficulty or severe chest indrawing, and when you talk about chest indrawing, that means lower chest. We are not talking about anything else. Yellow palms and soles you need to examine, you need to look at, and general appearance, whether the child is looking too sick, and its ability to feed. Then we measure, count respiratory rate using a mobile phone or a watch using second hand for full 1 minute. That has to be emphasized. Measure auxiliary temperature and record findings in your app. And again, a beautiful app. These are the danger signs in young child. Lethargy and consciousness, vomiting, difficulty in breathing, fast breathing. We have cutoffs we are aware of, 40 and 50. Diarrhea, especially more than 14 days, if that's accompanied by dehydration, inability to feed or drink, convulsions, severe chest indrawing, high temperature for more than 7 days, and blood in stools. So these are the danger signs, some commonality, but these are the danger signs that are applicable to an older child, up to 5 years, but here our context is up to 3 years of age. So what do you do? What does a provider do when you have danger signs? Inform, let's say this is an ASHA, ANM, CHO, MO. It is really very important to explain it to the family, because family needs to understand, because they are the ones who would be ultimately seeking care. So unless the family is onboarded, they haven't explained in such a way that they understand it, it would not be possible. Many of them may not buy it. Or many of times when the providers say that the family did not accept, there may be genuine reasons like financial reasons, right? Or who takes the baby to home, but very often it is due to their inability to understand that what is the meaning of this danger sign. Sending a referral note, very, very important. Arranging transport and alerting the facility, ensuring the linkages, follow up and obtaining feedback. Even when the child has gone there, our duty does not stop there. We need to take feedback for 2 reasons. 1, what was the outcome? 2, how did we do? I think we are our best teachers, and such feedbacks provide, huge learning lessons. Asha's role, again, extension of the last slide only, the informing ANM, CHO, counseling the family, arranging for the transport, advising how to prevent low blood sugar in the newborn during transport and before transport, keeping the infant warm, and referring urgently to the hospital or facility, and follow up with the family later. Pre-referral stabilization is something which is very, very important. You find a baby who's sick. If we do not stabilize and send the baby as such, the likelihood of that child dying en route is very high. So the stabilization is very important by continuation of breastfeeding if possible, providing skin-to-skin care with the mother or the other provider, providing the pre-referral dose of amoxicillin and gentamicin as per the guideline. If severe dehydration, making sure that the child is receiving ORS, zinc if there is acute diarrhea, and sponging if there is fever. High fever, paracetamol can be given, which can be continued en route. But also very important that the stabilization should not take so much of time that the child loses the precious time, the lead time that the facility would get to manage, because once the situation has advanced too far, the facility may also not be able to do anything. A referral pathway, community to PHC, to CHC, to district hospital, medical colleges, but this is not sacrosanct. For a sick baby, some of these steps could be bypassed, and the child could be referred to the higher level of facility. During referral, it is very, very important that the the provider gives proper information, counsel them about the child, explaining clearly that the child needs to go to the health facility, how to keep the baby warm, continue breastfeeding, giving ORS, and the records and MCP card, and informing the facility, the referral facility, that such and such child can be coming, and the utilizing Suman help desk, etc., to facilitate that there is no third delay. So the ASHA can really play frontline health workers can play a critical role in avoiding not only delay 2 but also delay 3. The key home message is that the recognizing, stabilization, referral, and follow-up, this is a very important component to ensure that the child survives. Screen for danger sign at every possible opportunity. Need to differentiate what is at-risk neonate, because these are the neonates that need not be sent. These are the neonates who need more observation, more visit, more talking, more support. But danger sign means that the child needs to be transported, examined and transported to a health facility. Any danger sign requires assessment and urgent referral. Pre-referral stabilization is very, very important. Keeping warm, feeding fluid, arranging transport and communicating with the referral facility is very, very important. And take the feedback and close the loop, not only for the system, but for yourself also. Thank you very much. We have 2 more beautiful videos. Yes.
नमस्ते दीदी।
नमस्ते दीदी। सीमा, नेहा, रश्मि, आओ बैठो।
जी दीदी।
बैठो।
सभी आशा दीदी और एएनएम दीदी, आप सभी का आज की बैठक में स्वागत है।
आशा है आप सबका काम क्षेत्र में ठीक से चल रहा होगा।
जी दीदी।
हमें आपसे फिर से जानना है कि नवजात शिशु में खतरे के लक्षण की सही समय पर पहचान कैसे करें एवं बच्चों के माता पिता और घर के अन्य सदस्यों को भी इसकी जानकारी कैसे दें।
दीदी मुझे भी जानना है।
देखो, जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि बच्चे के जन्म के बाद के 28 दिन बेहद महत्वपूर्ण होते हैं और प्रत्येक नवजात शिशु को विशेष देखभाल की आवश्यकता होती है। सही देखभाल का पहला पड़ाव है कि माता पिता और परिवार के सभी सदस्य बच्चे में खतरे के लक्षण को पहचाने और ये करना बेहद आसान है।
दीदी, आसान होता है वो कैसे?
देखो, जब आशा गृह भ्रमण पर जाती है तो उसके पास एक MCP कार्ड होता है जिसकी मदद से वो बड़ी आसानी से माँ बाप को खतरे के लक्षण समझा सकती है। आशा अपने गृह भ्रमण के दौरान MCP कार्ड का इस्तेमाल करते हुए कुछ सवाल माँ बाप या परिवार से पूछकर, कुछ देखकर और कुछ चीजें जांचकर बच्चे में खतरे के लक्षण की पहचान कर सकती है। सबसे पहले आप माँ और परिवार से ये सवाल पूछें। क्या बच्चा आराम से माँ का दूध पी रहा है? क्या बच्चा सुस्त है? क्या बच्चे को सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो रही है, जैसे सांस की गति तेज होना या छाती में धसाव होना? क्या बच्चा सामान्य हरकतें कर रहा है या हाथ पैर में असामान्य तरीके से झटके या दौरे आ रहे हैं या शरीर में कहीं ऐंठन हो रही है? यदि शिशु को दस्त हो रहे हैं तो पूछें, क्या बच्चे के मल में खून आ रहा है? इसके बाद जब शिशु शांत हो तो आप देखभालकर्ता की मदद से बच्चे में इन लक्षणों को देखें, जांच करें और नोट करें। उसके शरीर का रंग पीला तो नहीं हो रहा है? मोबाइल या घड़ी की मदद से सांसों की गति चेक करें और छाती में धसाव हो रहा है या नहीं, ये जरूर देखना है। डिजिटल थर्मामीटर की मदद से बच्चे के शरीर का तापमान चेक करें। बच्चा सक्रिय है या नहीं, यानी हिलाने डुलाने पर ही हिल रहा है। बच्चे का वजन लें और उसके जन्म के वजन से तुलना करें।
अब आप MCP कार्ड का उपयोग करते हुए माँ बाप को खतरे के लक्षण पढ़कर सुनाएं और चित्र दिखाएं। एक नवजात शिशु में यदि ये लक्षण दिखें तो समझिए कि बच्चे का स्वास्थ्य खतरे में है। माँ का दूध न पी पाना, बच्चे को असामान्य तरीके से झटके आना, दौरे पड़ना या ऐंठन होना, उसे सांस लेने में कठिनाई हो रही हो, यदि बच्चे की सांसों की गति 1 मिनट में 60 से ज्यादा हो, यदि सांस लेते समय छाती का निचला हिस्सा धंस रहा हो, यदि बच्चे का पेट और तलवा छूने पर गर्म लगे, यानी तापमान 37.5 डिग्री सेल्सियस या ज्यादा हो, यदि बच्चे का पेट और तलवा छूने पर ठंडा लगे, यानी तापमान 36 डिग्री सेल्सियस से कम हो, बच्चा सुस्त या बेहोश हो, हिलाने डुलाने पर ही हिलना या बिल्कुल हलचल न करना, बच्चे की हथेलियां और तलवों में पीलापन यानी पीलिया होना, मल में खून आना। और हाँ,
यदि बच्चे में खतरे के ये लक्षण दिखे तो माँ बाप को बच्चे को तुरंत ही नजदीकी स्वास्थ्य केंद्र जैसे आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर, SNCU या NBSU में ले जाने की सलाह दें।
सही कहा। और बच्चे को अस्पताल ले जाते समय माता पिता को ये सलाह भी जरूर दें कि वो बच्चे को गर्म रखें और शिशु को स्तनपान कराना जारी रखें। जरूरत पड़े तो आप स्तनपान कराने में मां की मदद भी करें। यदि बच्चे को झटके आ रहे हों या वो बेहोशी की हालत में हो तो बच्चे को जबरदस्ती दूध न पिलाएं। और एक और जरूरी बात, रेफरल सेंटर पहुंचने से पहले ही आप रेफरल सेंटर पर बच्चे के आने की जानकारी पहले से देकर रखें, ताकि वो बच्चे की भर्ती और इलाज करने के लिए तैयार रहें। ये भी सुनिश्चित करें कि माँ भी बच्चे के साथ जरूर जाए।
दीदी, कई बार घर वाले बच्चे को अस्पताल ले जाने को तैयार नहीं होते। ऐसे में हम उन्हें कैसे समझाएं?
ऐसे में हम उन्हें समझाएं कि समय रहते इलाज कराने से उनके बच्चे की जान जोखिम में पड़ने की संभावना बेहद कम हो जाती है, और साथ ही उन्हें सरकार की लाभकारी योजना जैसे जननी शिशु सुरक्षा कार्यक्रम की जानकारी दें, जिसके तहत 1 वर्ष तक के बच्चों की निशुल्क जांच और इलाज उपलब्ध होता है। साथ ही निशुल्क एम्बुलेंस सेवा भी दी जाती है।
दीदी, अब हम आसानी से नवजात बच्चे के माता पिता को खतरे के लक्षण पहचानने तथा तत्काल इलाज कराने के लिए प्रेरित कर सकते हैं। खतरे के लक्षण को तुरंत पहचानेंगे ताकि बच्चे को मिल सके सही समय पर इलाज और उसे बचाना भी हो आसान।
सभी आशा दीदी और एएनएम दीदी को मेरा नमस्ते। पिछली बैठक में हमने नवजात शिशुओं में खतरे के लक्षण की पहचान कैसे करें, इस विषय में जो चर्चा की थी, उम्मीद है उससे आप सबको बहुत मदद मिली होगी। क्यों?
जी सर, बहुत मदद मिली।
आइए आज हम 2 माह से लेकर 5 वर्ष तक के बच्चों में खतरे के लक्षण को पहचानना सीखते हैं।
आप में से कोई बताएगा कि पूछे और देखे तकनीक से और एमसीपी कार्ड की मदद से माता पिता से क्या पूछना है और बच्चे को देखकर कौन सी बातें नोट करनी है?
जी दीदी, मैं बताती हूँ। हम सबसे पहले माता पिता से बच्चे के हालचाल और कुछ खतरे के संकेतों के बारे में पूछेंगे, जैसे कि क्या बच्चा स्तनपान करने या पीने में असमर्थ है, लगातार सब कुछ उल्टी कर रहा है, सुस्त या बेहोश है, क्या बच्चे को सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो रही है, दस्त आ रहा है, यदि हाँ तो अवधि पूछें, हाथ और पैर में असामान्य तरीके से झटके आ रहे हैं या दौरे पड़ रहे हैं या शरीर में ऐंठन हो रही है। और ये भी याद रखना, यदि बच्चा कमजोर, वंचित या सीमांत परिवार से है, जन्म के समय उसका वजन कम है या वो कुपोषित है, तो ऐसे बच्चों का विशेष ध्यान दें, क्योंकि इनके बीमार पड़ने की संभावना अधिक होती है।
इसके बाद हम माँ या परिवार की मदद से बच्चे को देखेंगे और जांचेंगे। बच्चा सक्रिय है या नहीं, यानी क्या वो खुद से हिल रहा है या केवल हिलाने डुलाने पर ही प्रतिक्रिया कर रहा है। डिजिटल थर्मामीटर की मदद से बच्चे के शरीर का तापमान चेक करें और नोट करें। यदि किसी बच्चे को बहुत ज्यादा खांसी हो या सांस लेने में कठिनाई है तो मोबाइल या घड़ी की मदद से बच्चे की सांसों की गति चेक करें।
यदि किसी बच्चे में खांसी बढ़ जाए, सांस तेज चले, छाती में धंसाव हो और बुखार भी हो तो निमोनिया का संदेह हो सकता है। ऐसे में उसे तुरंत अस्पताल भेजें।
यदि बच्चा दस्त से पीड़ित है तो पूछेंगे, क्या इसकी अवधि 14 दिन से अधिक है, क्या मल में खून आ रहा है? यदि जवाब हाँ है तो बच्चे को तुरंत अस्पताल भेजने की आवश्यकता है। ध्यान रखें, दस्त से पीड़ित बच्चे में डिहाइड्रेशन की स्थिति की जांच करें। यदि इनमें से कोई भी लक्षण है, जैसे सुस्ती या बेहोशी, अंदर धसी हुई आंखें, पीने या स्तनपान करने में असमर्थ, चिकोटी काटने पर त्वचा का धीरे धीरे वापस आना, तो बच्चे में गंभीर डिहाइड्रेशन है।
तो आशा बहनों, ऐसी स्थिति में हमें क्या करना है?
बच्चे को तुरंत स्वास्थ्य केंद्र रेफर करना है और माँ या देखभाल कर्ता को बार बार ORS या तरल पदार्थ देने को कहना है।
बच्चे में खतरे के लक्षण की पहचान होते ही उसे बिना किसी देरी के तुरंत आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर या नजदीकी स्वास्थ्य केंद्र में रेफर करें। आशा बच्चे के स्वास्थ्य केंद्र से वापस आने पर उसके स्वास्थ्य के बारे में फॉलोअप अवश्य करें। आवश्यकता पड़ने पर कभी भी CHO या ANM दीदी से परामर्श करें।
जी, पर बच्चा बार बार बीमार ना पड़े, इसके लिए माता पिता को क्या करना चाहिए?
रश्मि, इलाज से बेहतर बीमारी की रोकथाम करना है। माँ बाप और घर वालों को कुछ खास बातों का हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए, जिससे बच्चे के बीमार पड़ने की संभावना बहुत कम हो जाती है। जैसे कि बच्चे में कोई भी खतरे का लक्षण दिखे तो तुरंत डॉक्टर से संपर्क करने की सलाह दें। बच्चे को नियमित रूप से स्तनपान जारी रखें और यदि बच्चा 6 माह से ऊपर का है तो उसे पूरक आहार अवश्य देते रहें। बीमारी के दौरान भी बच्चे को आहार देना और माँ का दूध पिलाना जारी रखना चाहिए। डिहाइड्रेशन से बचाव के लिए बच्चे को ORS का घोल देने को कहें और बच्चे का जितना स्टूल पास होता है उसे उतना ORS घोल देते रहना है। साथ में जिंक भी। जानलेवा बीमारी से बचाने के लिए बच्चे को आयु के अनुसार सभी टीके लगवाएं। बच्चे को सप्ताह में 2 बार आयरन, फॉलिक एसिड सिरप का सेवन भी कराएं।
धन्यवाद दीदी और CHO सर। आज हम सब ने ये अच्छे से जान लिया है कि कैसे 2 माह से 5 वर्ष तक के बच्चों में खतरे के लक्षण को पहचानेंगे और उसके बारे में घर वालों को भी समझाएंगे। सही समय पर खतरे के लक्षण की हो पहचान, ताकि सही समय पर मिल सके बच्चों को उपचार।
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for reinforcing the importance of early recognition, immediate action, and timely referral when danger signs are identified. We request Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner and in charge, Child Health and RBSK, to please felicitate sir with a token of gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. We will now break for lunch. All are requested to kindly join us for lunch.
Yeah, I would actually like to thank you, ASMD ma'am, for giving us so much time and motivation and guidance to, and interacting with the states in such a meaningful manner. And I hope with together, and ma'am is actually, the sessions were going on, madam was strategizing and enabling the MHFW group to work on this and the training packages, whatever suggestions you have given, she has already started acting on this and giving timelines for everyone to go through it. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your guidance and motivation. We'll break for lunch and we'll recollect after the lunch time.
All are requested to join us for lunch and return by 2:45 p.m. so that we can resume the afternoon sessions on time. Enjoy your lunch. we request all our guests to please come back to the ballroom. I know the food is really yummy, but then we have few sessions for the post-lunch technical sessions which have to be completed. I request all the guests to please come to the ballroom.
डिस्प्ले कराना है, ठीक है?
Request all guests to please take their seats. We will begin with the technical sessions. I humbly request all the guests to please take their seats. We will now begin with the next session. The health and well-being of the newborn are closely linked with the health and well-being of the mother. May I invite Dr. Pushpa Deo Chaudhary, Team Lead RMNCAH, WHO India, to give the overview of maternal care under SSBSK.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this post-lunch session, I know you must be feeling a bit lethargic, but we had very enriched sessions in this morning. All remarks in the inaugural session, and then 2 technical sessions where you learned about, at-risk children, danger signs in children. Could anybody recollect what was the most touchy remark this morning? Touchy. Yes. Yes. Because being a obstetrician, I have faced this situation quite often. Losing mother for a baby is devastating. And the poor husband. This is something that reminds us, pregnancy is one physiological condition that can kill a person. None of the physiological process kill, And when mother dies, not all newborn are lucky enough to survive. There is clear evidence that the risk of neonatal death goes up. Vice versa, if the newborn dies, what happens? Women will seek another pregnancy very soon without being completely recovered from the previous pregnancy. And again, she will put her life into risk. So this is, how a mother, a newborn are sort of just one unit, not 2 components. And that is why when we think of any program that is for newborn and children, we cannot stop thinking of mother, because all these well-beings starts well beyond, before the pregnancy. A healthy woman, healthy pregnancy will give to a healthy newborn and healthy child. So this is a continuum, and this must be, addressed for program managers particularly, because program integration, though often we say quite a lot, but this is really a shift in mindset to understand how this is a whole, a continuum of care, and I'm really glad that this SSBSK has addressed this issue very well, thinking of mother when you go to visit for newborn and child. Maternal health and well-being, both physical health and mental health, as WHO clearly says, it's not just absence of disease, it's much more beyond that. So maternal well-being, maternal care, and maternal mental health is very much integrated in this SSBSK home visit care, as you will know in these 2 days. But important thing is how to identify. You have seen some videos that clearly demonstrates, actively seeking for some issues, some problem, which mother or family may not complain, but you investigate, you ask. So how to recognize all these danger signs and screen for high-risk postnatal conditions? When we talk about high-risk pregnancy and high-risk pregnant women, it's not just the mothers who are high risk. All these women, newborn, they are also bound to be high risk, because think of a condition like severe preeclampsia, eclampsia, antepartum hemorrhage, diabetes. They are all associated with high risk of newborn and children death. And identifying is not enough. You have to clearly do a referral when needed, document, and follow up. This is very important to maintain this referral loop to and fro. Your duty as a frontline worker is not enough. You have just referred. Your duty is complete when that baby comes back to home, you follow up. So this is a loop that has to be followed. And it's wonderful in this SSBSK guideline that this team of ASHA worker, A&M, and Anganwadi worker, they work as a team. Because it's a huge women workforce. And if you think of all these CHOs who are nurses, so my message is very clear. If you really empower these huge women workforce who are like key of health services, more than 70% of them are women. So empowering them by correct information, scaling, and motivating them will bring a lot of change in health outcomes, particularly of mother and children. So how to orient these frontline health workers, what are the schedules they have to maintain for home visits, and what are the focus areas, and as a program manager, how to support them by supportive supervision, monitoring, and all incentivized thing, because these incentives really matter. So how to really manage these things so well that ultimately this guideline is implemented well and you see the outcomes. So as I said, maternal health is everywhere in this continuum, starting from pregnancy and delivery, postnatal period, immediate postnatal and postnatal period, and young childhood. Throughout this period, when you think of a baby and the child, mother's nutrition, micronutrient supplementation, clean and safe delivery, overall maternal well-being, practices like immediate skin-to-skin care, active management of third stage, immediate postnatal care of women, because for women also, 48 hours is very crucial. And particularly, immediately after birth, if there's postpartum hemorrhage, we say the golden hour is 2 hours. The woman must be brought to facility within 2 hours. So these are all very interrelated. And obviously, when you go for checkup for these babies, mother's checkup for identifying some danger signs, referrals, and mental health support is very important. And same continuing, because breastfeeding support to mother is equally important. It's not, breastfeeding, I understand most of women, it is very challenging, very hard work. The women need a lot of continuous support to have established breastfeeding. So these things are like primary beneficiary breastfeeding is baby, but ultimately, all your programs, all your sort of, whatever we do, ultimately the key provider is the mother and the caregivers. So they really need to be empowered. So that should be focus. So as I said, physical recovery from pregnancy is equally important for mother, so is the emotional and mental well-being, and that mother and baby both need continuous support in terms of, through regular home visits, postnatal care, counseling about nutrition, breastfeeding, hygiene, birth spacing is another area I would like to, sort of think you through. That family planning is hardly, we discuss when the mother is pregnant. And believe me, these mothers, for the first time, mostly, they come to health facility when they're already pregnant. And once the baby is delivered, everyone's attention, including mother attention, is baby. So these 9 months is the only period when she can think about her own health needs, of family planning, why it is important for her own health, nutrition. So all these counseling focused on the mother can be only really useful when it is provided during antenatal care. And this platform is really underutilized. Informed, empowered mother can really bring a lot of change. So this is something we have to think of. I'm glad that the new Suman guideline, HRP guideline, they have included pre-pregnancy, because that will really address a lot of things. Like, if you look at the scenario worldwide, now more and more older women are being pregnant. High-risk pregnancy proportion, if you go to tertiary level care, is not just 20%, it's now almost 60 to 70%. So imagine all these high-risk pregnant women and the neonates. So this is increasing. It's not the same what it was 2 decades back. Similarly, cause of death, NCD is almost 1/3 of cause of maternal death. So these are changing demographic shift. We should be mindful. And contraceptive is something, it should be always, information should be given in terms of how it improves mothers and newborn health, not just limiting or cutting the family, So this is very important. What I'm saying, recently I visited one of the high tertiary level care hospital, and visited this immunization and child health clinic, because mostly here pediatrician, and very busy clinic. And I just looked around and I asked one of them, there's nothing about family planning here, because you can see all these young women and mother, they are the one who really need it. So if there's a corner with family planning information, that is program integration, because that's their need. But pediatrician will not think about the family planning, because that's not the primary mindset, but this is so important. So as we explained about what are the signs in newborns and children, equally important is the sign to recognize in mothers, whether she's severely anemic. Severely anemic women can become pregnant and get deteriorated, or women can become pregnant during pregnancy only, or after delivery when she has bled a lot. So severe anemia is something we must be very careful about. Similarly, in postpartum period, postpartum infection could be a cause for maternal death. So vaginal infection, any foul-smelling discharge, or high fever, facial edema, leg edema are the signs of preeclampsia, eclampsia, fever, abdominal pain, which is another, could be a sign of postpartum infection or urinary tract infection, Difficulty breathing is very important because unless sorted out immediately, and sometimes can lead to death due to pulmonary edema. Neurological symptoms, again, all this blurring of vision, convulsions, some sort of abnormal behavior. This could be sign of imminent preeclampsia, eclampsia. Jaundice, urinary incontinence. So these are some signs where ASHA workers may not be able to address, but she has to identify, just talking to women, and the family, and she has to make appropriate referral and support. Two pathways means basically you have got a woman who is suffering from some conditions, which is identified either before pregnancy, like hypertension, diabetes, anemia, or for the first time in the pregnancy, or these women with some severe condition can enter into pregnancy and become high risk, or sometimes they can develop some high risk condition during pregnancy. A similar thing happens in mental health, or women with some mental issues can be identified in the first trimester of pregnancy, and they are the ones who are likely to undergo, deterioration postpartum. Usually things become better in second, third trimester, but postpartum is the period where women usually get some sort of, the three gradings, like what we call postpartum blues is very mild, very common, just go unnoticed, and it usually settles down its own within 7 days. But the next one is depression, which you have to identify. Obviously, there are tools to identify. So both with health facility, when they're coming for antenatal care, or in the postnatal care and home, there are tools to identify these women suffering from postpartum depression. And the most severe condition is obviously postpartum psychosis, which could be very, very risky to the mother herself, in terms of sometimes suicide could be a cause of maternal death, or the baby. So when the mother is not well, either physically or mentally, obviously she will not be able to look after the baby very well. So it's so important to understand, diagnose, provide immediate support, because most of the women will need some counseling support, and they will be fine. Because in household, it's not very uncommon that mother, for some reason, is not being taken care of, neglected, and these things get worsened. But it's very important to identify conditions which really needs medical help, and referral and treatment. So this is the basically protocol for high-risk postnatal mother. You have to document the condition, whatever is identified. So ASHA, A&M ensure that ANC and delivery records are carried by mother while being referred. So whenever referral is made, as I said, that loop should be maintained. And nowadays, you should formally inform the person who is receiving this woman and baby. So that should be documented, well recorded, communicated, particularly if there is dire emergency that, and then she is going to some hospital, so that hospital should be able to, receive the woman in time. Preliminary treatment, whatever we can do at the first level, stabilize before transport, and in consultation with medical providers like A&M and CHOs, arrange transport, and again, the proper follow-up. So this has to be maintained. Similarly, for mental health, again, there's screening and support pathways, like you screen, provide first-line support, encourage KMC and bonding, refer if needed, and community reinforcement is very important. So ASHA or NM recognize that woman is suffering from stress and anxiety, trying to find out if something is happening, right there. If it is mild type, only counseling support will be happening. So they are supposed to use this instruments like payback, community-based assessment checklist, and PSQ2. They will be trained for that, and they will identify using these tools and will provide appropriate referrals and support. So for ASHA, what is expected is to use Shashab app during home visit to counsel mother and family. Breastfeeding techniques, they have to teach them and support them. As I said earlier, focus on mother's health, nutrition, and mental well-being. Assess mental well-being at every visit using those tools, and watch for postpartum complications, any danger signs, counsel on iron folic acid supplementation, calcium consumption, healthy spacing options, commodities, reinforce health hygiene as a safe environment, and joint visits for some additional support. So these team visits and and team collaboration as a frontline worker is very, very important. Maternal nutrition counseling, not just during lactation, it's actually, as I said, throughout pregnancy and postpartum, it has to be provided. And this is a core component of home visits, together with child nutrition counseling to support breastfeeding and young child's growth and development. So as you all know, these are the program components of nutrition that you encourage to take a diverse food, whatever is locally available, and should be a nutrient-rich diet during lactation, IFA supplementation, calcium supplementation, and breastfeeding support. The financial incentives which is linked to maternal care, I think you will know in detail. I'm not going this one. And nodal officer role is particularly M&E, capacity building, monitoring and supervision, and digital tracking. So I think you have been taught in detail how to enter data into this app and how to track. So to summarize, maternal health is woven into every SSBSK home visits, so not just the baby, but mother, equally important, and screen every mother for any danger sign, both for physical health and mental health, using those tools. Understand that women can enter into pregnancy as a high-risk woman, or can develop a newer problem during pregnancy or postpartum. It could be physical health, it could be mental health. And ensure that this team of ASHA, A&M, Anganwadi workers, they work in close collaboration with CHOs and MOs, to provide a holistic care, and ASHA is not left behind in isolation. And use supportive supervision, refresher training, and digital tracking to sustain quality. So with these few words, I would like to thank very much for your attention, and please, as I said, mother and baby, they are one entity, not separate. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for reinforcing the importance of care for the child is accompanied by appropriate care and support for the mother. I request Dr. Ashfaq Ahmed Bhatt, Director NIPI, to kindly felicitate ma'am with a token of gratitude. Thank you so much, ma'am. An important enabler of continuity of care under SSBSK is digital tracking and timely follow-up. The Child Health Division and the NIPI team will now demonstrate the Shishu app.
Please, everyone is on live. So, yes. Now, since morning we are talking about what is new in SSBSK and how it has been drafted and what is our basically aim to achieve through this guideline, and how the data will be captured under this program. So just to apprise all of you, under SSBSK program, no physical format will be used. No physical format will be used. Digital record keeping will be done through Shishu app. So it is a guidance from the ASNMD ma'am and Dr. Shobna ma'am. We have to be implement these applications across all the states and UTs. And our development partner NIPI team is supporting to develop this Shishu app. Key features are basically whatever the activities being done by ASHA, ANM, CHO, and what are the platforms are being utilized. Like VHND, we are utilizing for well baby sessions, ARM for Shishu Shivir. So all these platforms, data record keeping will be done in Shishu app. Okay, so there are different interfaces in Shishu app which will enable us not only tracking of all the newborns, including at-risk newborn and child. It will facilitate for decision making also. It will help, and this is the platform is being developed where we will use all our ICs, materials like training materials, that will be served as a counseling tool to the family. So the paradigm shift is we are shifting from provider-centric approach to family-centric approach. How will we do? If all the family member will be involved in this, then we can achieve this, our goal of family-centric approach. So our training videos, that is not only a training videos, that is basically information videos for the family as well. Okay, that will be also demonstrated tomorrow. So this Shishu app also provide us a real-time, not a real-time dashboard, but it's a dashboard for the program monitoring at each level, at medical officer level, at district level, at state level, at national level. Okay, and in morning, ASNMD ma'am also highlighting that we are integrating all the portals. So as Shishu app is a part of Janani portal, it is automatically integrated with the Poshan tracker. It will also integrated with the RBSK 2.0 portal and UWIN portal. So wherever data is available, automatically it will be subsumed under, consumed under Shishu app. So no need to duplicate this data. Okay. So I would like to invite Dr. Ashfaq to just give a brief of this Shishu app so that how it will work and how we are going to pilot it. Yeah, please, Dr. Ashfaq.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, particularly ASMD Madam, Dr. Shobna Ma'am, who has been the constant guidance, and under her leadership, we have been able to bring this digital application that will be helping the frontline workers, meaning the A&M. How do you empower the frontline worker, meaning the ASHAs, the A&Ms and the CHOs to do their work? And as Sharadji was already, and also like to thank the Child Health Division and the colleagues and the partners as well. So I'll quickly go to the presentation at this point of time. The outline of the presentation is what is the Shishu app. I think you have all seen the video of it. You have seen it in the video today as well. So what are the key features of the application that are in consonance with the guidelines that have been so very, very strictly and religiously following it to the guidelines? Sharad was talking about paper-based tracking system being replaced by a digital system, and that is where the implementation pilot will also help us in the learnings. And how do you ensure child-wise tracking and referral pathways and the alert mechanisms that would be getting? So what basically is this Shishu app? So Shishu app is a decision support system. We have kind of, so it's an algorithm-based decision based on the guidelines that have been, that are the kind of the set of rules and regulations in terms of the prescribed guidelines that we follow. So it's a decision support system, which Sharad was also talking about in terms of a decision being provided to a frontline worker. Most of the frontline workers' job is to assess the sick newborn and the child, and how does the contextual signs and symptoms, when she populates and fills in that data, how would she get a decision on her app, on her mobile as well. So this is a tool that will be empowering the frontline workers to deliver standardized evidence-based care, and that would be applicable for the age group of 0 to 3 years. Sorry. Yes. So basically we understand that the field settings, you have some of the areas where it is online and some of the areas are definitely offline. So it is an offline and an online application that will be used by ASHAs for their assessments of the newborn and the children, and when the joint visitations, which is one of the most critical features. I think that for that part, I have been kind of acknowledging the fact that it is the vision of Dr. Shobna ma'am that she has included, and what to me always has been, my public health learning has been, how do you take it to a higher level? The ASHAs have been doing this work for the last 15 years, but how do you ensure a joint visitation of the sick and the newborn children? That is the most critical piece that would be coming up as part of the SSBSK guidelines. Registers and tracks newborn, so every tracking of newborn and children, as ASMD madam and Dr. Shobna ma'am was talking about, integration with Janani portal. So the data will be coming from, pre-populated data would be coming from the Janani and the UVIN portals, and that would be kind of feeding into the ASHA worker, who then will have to fill in the contextual signs and symptoms, the assessment part to it, and get a decision. So kindly we'll be having sessions tomorrow in terms of visualizing how an ASHA worker would be going there as well. So it would be auto-populating the data which I talked about, standardizing assessments through checklist as per SSBSK guidelines. By that we mean that the guidelines are completely in consonance. So you will get the dosage, you will get the dosage as per the guidelines. You will get the parameters of SAM classification, MAM classification, and at-risk children classification through this app. And how it would definitely, we believe that it will help in decision supporting in terms of assessments. Sharad was talking about the videos that would be kind of included. So we also believe that decision support systems can be, which I feel at this point of time, decision support systems can be a groundbreaking, path-breaking solution for program implementation. So what we were talking about, it will help you in classification of at-risk newborn and children. So if Asha is going to a facility or a field in the community, so she would be seeing a normal child, the 5 parameters of at-risk children. If the Asha worker does fill in that, the classification of the at-risk newborn and children will come. That has been clarified who are at-risk children. Scheduler of home visits, when the next visit schedule is due, that would be helped in that component. Identification of danger signs and referral. It's very difficult as public health experts also to remember danger signs of newborn, danger signs of young children. But the Asha worker will get, and we usually have assessments done wherein we assess the knowledge of the health worker. We usually ask this question, how many danger signs do you know? We may not be knowing all. I'm being very frank and candid here, but we expect the Asha worker to remember all the danger signs. So what we are doing here, Dr. Shobna ma'am wanted those pictorials in terms of the infographics of the danger signs of the newborn so that she doesn't have to memorize that part. So identification of danger signs and the referral will be happening through this app. Maternal mental health is one of the most critical pieces, and we do talk about, and Dr. Pushpa ma'am was also talking about maternal mental health being piece and the mother-baby diet being taken together. So that is one more critical piece that has been added here as well. Joint visitation, I see that this is going to be a grand, if I am given a task of monitoring or seeing 100 children in my facility, I may not do so. But if I am given a task of at least monitoring 30% or 40%, whatever at-risk children would be there, I think I will definitely try to do that bit of work and ensure the joint visitations and the supportive supervision, supporting the Asha worker, the frontline worker with a decision. And obviously it is geo-enabled, the offline as well the online version. And a digital case management would be happening. I'll go into that details a little bit. And obviously one of the most critical pieces will be a role-based dashboard. Dashboards at various levels, how many risks, how many newborns screened, how many at-risk identified, how many at-risk newborns identified. So all those can be populated into heat maps that we are also kind of thinking and envisaging at this point of time. So I did talk about this component. In terms of identification, I'm just giving you a screenshot of what would be there. Once an Asha worker is going into the field, an application which we'll learn tomorrow in the hands-on sessions, the application would be after all the data getting populated, there would be the assessment of the newborn. So is it a preterm? What would be the birth weight? And if it is a low, so you have 5 criteria for newborn, at-risk newborns, low birth weight, then you have preterm, then you have breast milk not initiated, discharge from SNCU facility, and any visible defects. And what would be the current weight and all those components. So immediately an at-risk prompt would be, you will see that in the screens, and you will tomorrow demonstrate it as well. So it will also definitely help us in the second point of triggering additional contact points wherever it is required, what is the frequency of 3 and 7 day visit, and generate at-risk case lists. So finally the end output would be that an ANM, a CHO would be getting a report which will have the at-risk that need to be followed up for that part. The scheduling of home visits, there would be a scheduler for all Ashas, and it would set up automated reminders for that component as well. So you will very easily get on the ASHA worker in her application would be getting 5th day visit kab hai, 7 day, 10 day, 14 day, 21 day and all those. And then she has to kind of, so she will get it, everything would be populated on that part. Identification of danger signs. So if you see the screen on the right side, again screening for danger signs, prompting immediate referral when it is required. At risk, when danger signs there, you have to immediately refer. A frontline worker needs to immediate an at-risk children with danger signs and guide for appropriate referral facility. And I think this was the most critical piece which ASMD madam and Dr. Shobna ma'am wanted, that, okay, we are identifying at-risk children, but how do you ensure referral pathways working? I think that is one of the most critical pieces of the SHASHAB application as well. In terms of counseling and IEC, I think one of the most critical pieces, you will get standardized counseling as per the Government of India guidelines, and in terms of guiding caregivers as well. So we were talking about, Dr. Bimlesh was talking about, so you will see that there is a link on all these components, how to check in chest in drawing. So Government of India approved, just has to press the click of a button and she will get it on her. So everything is kind of auto-populated in terms of the counseling and the IEC support. And then what would be the appropriate counseling that needs to be given at that point of time. Obviously, the interface is very similar. So ASHA has the same interface. When you enter, you will see it tomorrow as well when there will be hands-on training on it as well. So the ASHA, if it is the ASHA worker filling for an home assessment or going for a joint visitation with ANM and CHO, there will be an interface that will be coming up. The same interface when the designation changes, say for example the ANM or the CHO goes for it, the interface will change and she'll be working on her algorithms as per the guidelines, and that is one of the most critical pieces. And tracking of joint visits and follow-ups will happen at that part. So we were talking about scheduled joint visitations, well baby, VHSND, and referred by ASHAs. These would be critical pieces there as well. So just clicking on these things. Geo-enabled supervision for at-risk newborns and children and tracking home visits and activities. So that would happen. We don't intend to penalize. The thought process here is that we don't intend to penalize the ASHA workers at this point of time, but at least at-risk children need to be at least made sure that they are visited by the ASHA as well as by the supportive supervision chain. So at this point of time, Dr. Shobna ma'am wanted that geotagging of normal babies need not be done, but at-risk has to be done, and that is how the application would be working. Ensuring timely supportive supervision. My experience in polio does talk about supportive supervision being one of the most critical pieces for eradication of polio. So I think one of the most, I see this as one of the most groundbreaking. When you are moving home-based care from an ASHA worker, ASHA-centric care to an institutionalized care, I think that would be one of the most critical defining features of the SSBSK. And definitely it will ensure monitoring and accountability of services. So you have this geo mapping that would be available in that part. In terms of maintaining child profiles, the digital case management which Sharadji was talking about in terms of going from a paper-based to a paperless, I think that would be one of the critical pieces here. Tracking of at-risk conditions and following them up. A line list would be coming up to the end line worker. What would be the at-risk children and ensuring their appropriate follow-up as well. One of the critical components that has also been added is the household vulnerability assessments. So heat and air pollution in terms of ensuring that component as well. And there would also be a component in terms of the PHQ2, the maternal mental health assessments as well being done by the frontline worker for assessing the mental health and well-being as well. And so these would be the questions. So informing as well as counseling on the adverse effects of heat and pollution, that also has been taken care as well. So finally, we'll have dashboards which will definitely help us in program monitoring, derive actionable insights for data-driven action, and definitely tracking the performance of the CHOs and the frontline workers, and monitoring program indicators where it would be required. So you will be able to generate heat maps, where are the cases. So we have been using this in Madhya Pradesh as well. We have definitely been able to track diarrhea cases. Dr. Himani Yadav is also helping us in that part, and they have definitely done on this a lot. But definitely it would be a role-based dashboard. What would be required at the national level, what would be required at the state level, what would be at a block level, and what would be a report that is going to an ASHA worker. That also will be kind of actionable, role-based dashboard will be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Start with, we thought that let's start with the at risk, which we are right now focusing. See, this is a totally new thing which will be happening to them. You know, so right now actually they will be tracked, that they will be doing. To start with, we kept it that way so that once the acceptability and it comes in the system, we can always, depending on the response, it can be done. It is just a back-end setting. But to start with, the thing is not to threaten. You will not go and tell now you will be geotagged. If you don't go, you will be penalized. So that is not the purpose, and it is also for the joint visits also. Because how will you know otherwise that actually ANM and CHO are going as a team? So it is for all. It is not only for ASHA. That is also to, tell them. Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Saratji. Oh, sorry.
With the patient, or suppose we have scheduled that 5th of August or September is the next date. So how do the patient or mother or father will know? Is there any connection between this app with the patient?
I think, sir, this is a definitely within the domains of the purview of the legal and all those, in terms of, I think demand generation is one area where Dr. Shobna ma'am was definitely kind of what we were observing during our pre-pilot phases as well. The ASHA worker is filling in the information of the beneficiary or the beneficiaries. The beneficiaries are more interested in filling of accurate data rather than, with due regards and respect the frontline workers, they may not be taking that much, but
as a validation check, probably, maybe in futuristic way, once we succeed with this, there could be an interface for the parent can always be made, where the restricted information which is important for the parent can be shown. So that needs to have one more, but all the things should not be made on one day, and we have to go one by one.
Ma'am, actually in Odisha, we have started in a modified version this Shishu app already. We have identified with secretary's information, the SC initiated that 116 blocks we have started this entering in this app. Specifically, it is open for all. It is not that only ASHA will fill up the data. It can be filled up by nursing officers after delivery. Any low birth weight babies are there or preterm babies are there. Then the medical officers or any Ayush MO, all are any health worker if in BHS and they are interacting.
Specifically for the home visits. It is not capturing the facility data.
Yeah.
That is, I hope, is clear.
That's
to
very
everyone.
clear, yes.
This is the home visit. This app is actually for the home visits data. We have ample things at the facility, and the Janani portal is there for the facility. But this only talks about the home visits by the, across all level. In urban settings, the medical officer. Right. And yes, at facility, you have the Janani portal and now the Swasth Bharat portal, which ma'am is talking about. So, yes, it will be.
Ba as well as Bal.
ABDM compliant. All the new apps are ABDM compliant. Without them, the data exchange will not be possible actually. It will be connected ultimately with the Janani for the auto population of the data. So that is for mandatory. It has to be done.
So ma'am, when I saw the first screenshot that showed the at-risk criteria, one thing I noticed that at-risk, it was shown as, baby was shown as preterm and the weight entered was 3,000 grams. So I was just reminded of one problem that we continuously face in Sankalp also. About 10% of the birth weights are not matching with the biologically implausible birth weights for gestational ages are mentioned, and which is like becoming a mess that we are not able to understand whether actually the baby is low birth weight or preterm or not. So if the app can have such features that can allow only biologically plausible...
Basically the validation checks you are talking, which can be put in, I think that's not a
That's
difficulty,
not a
it's a dummy data.
Just a small suggestion.
Yes, definitely.
Ma'am, one question, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Jubilee Wayangbam, and I'm looking after ASHA program CP of Manipur. Yes, ma'am, this program is going to be a very good one, in fact. But then the issue is that, I'm sorry that I have put up with the issue. We have got around 4,137 ASHA in our state, in Manipur. And out of this, around 400 are the urban ASHAs, and the rest are rural ASHAs. But here, ma'am, in the field, if the ASHAs, if they really have to fill up all the formats in the app, then it will be a big challenges for them. Because in our state, when we go to the rural areas, like, of course, urban ASHAs, they have got this Android and all, but in the rural area, they don't have this. Even the keypad also, they don't have it now. So this will be a big issue, I feel. And so like, actually, we have proposed a PIP for the procurement of this mobile, but it was not approved. So from the ministry side, from the end of the ministry,
I think
madam
actually madam spoke about this in the morning itself, because this issue is being discussed multiple times in the ministry about the mobile. But most of the field visits, even yesterday when madam actually people were asking her to click a picture, and madam was seeing the quality of their mobile. And ma'am was telling me, see, they have a smartphone. Because see, as per some of the DOE guidelines, we cannot give mobile to the ASHA. It has been given in the previous. However, some monthly provision has been made, and that will be given for their recharge and other things. Because most of the people where we were, actually the ASHAs have smartphone, plus even if you give with that money, they can easily 4 or 5 years whether they last or not. So the sustainable thing is that some amount per ASHA per month would be given in the name of the internet connection, and then they can have the mobile. Because now all the portals, they have to ultimately come on, even for the ASHA incentive. Many people have already that app where they process through the app. I understand in your state the situation might be difficult, and those kind of things I think can be considered during PIP once the many are settled.
So like I'm
few
requesting
tweaks can be done for this.
that in the next PIP also I'll be proposing the same. So may please be approved that.
You propose and you tell me beforehand.
Sure, ma'am.
So as to support during the PIP, right? And propose in SSBSK. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Yes. We have the time, no? The next session. We can take 5 more minutes, the discussion. Yes.
Ma'am, this system is prospectively, if we are expecting the things will be happening better and we are expecting that it will happen better. But sometimes that baby would have been missed by the system, by this tracking methods, and they will be reaching to the tertiary care centers with sepsis, and they would have been having problems. So that definitely it will be there. So these kind of problems, definitely it will be there. And how we are able to like monitor or supervise, what was mentioned like the supervised monitoring systems will be there. But in detail, how we can able to do that monitoring that this is not missed, any babies are not, single babies also missed by these systems. So which they are, because they are reaching the tertiary care centers, from there backward actually be able to understand that something happened in an unexpected way to that baby. So this capturing of these things.
See, there is already, ASHA has a line list of the babies in their catchment area. They already know that, right? What is not happening? They don't have a differentiated list. Whether that baby got sick, they went, because in the reporting format, if you see the in detail, there are some changes. We have tried to simplify it and take the minimal information which is important. So there is a column of the missed cases also in the dashboard. That will be, and once you click on that, you will get the line list. Once Asha will go for the follow-up, she is going to ask whether the baby was admitted, those kind of questions are there. So if the baby is in the catchment area of the Asha and Asha is going, the baby is at risk, he will be captured. In case he is not in the catchment area, then he will go to the another area, and then there is a ABHA ID, right? So ultimately it will show in the system. Even if the baby goes in, like many of the babies we know, we had that problem, that mother after delivery goes to the mother's house, the mother. So those in the catchment area will change. So again, at least it will show in the system because the data is coming from the Janani portal. So it will be actually captured in that. So I think that problem which we are facing, that we lose, like it is happening in the UN now, no? So similar kind of thing will happen when the system is ABDM compliant. It will take another 3 to 4 months for us to, talk amongst the portal, because they are all under progress and the APIs development and subsystem takes time. But ultimately, I am hopeful that by next year, this all should be settled.
When the combined visit by the CHOs, Ashas and
you are from which
ANMs,
state?
I am from Sankalp team, from Telangana.
Okay, Adilabad.
Adilabad.
Yeah.
So the combined visit of Ashas, CHOs and ANMs and a particular visit. So it will be, rather than that, like they are separately having a check, it will be a check for the Ashas that they are having a separate visit.
I couldn't get, do we have a Telangana team, a CPHC officer or a child health model? Srinath, you should be able to answer his question. No, right now only, no? Tell him. You are a pediatrician from the Sankalp team?
I am neonatologist.
Neonatologist. I think that's the reasons for the call.
Sir,
yes.
can you please
No, my doubt is like rather than a combined visit with the Ashas of ANMs and CHOs, the separate visit if they able to do, and they able to find out that what are the lacunae of the Ashas.
I think we can see, this is not a consultation visits for what if. We have a many quite ifs. A policy has been designed after all these discussions. So I think we can have an individual discussion in detail, why and how it has been done, and then we can proceed to the next session, right? I think being, ground situation, he would be able to explain you much better, and we can have a detailed discussion in the evenings.
Good
sure,
afternoon,
we
ma'am.
can move with the session. Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, very sorry to interrupt.
Please give your name and the state, or at least the organization.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Vaibhav from Goa.
Yeah.
We have one challenge, ma'am. We don't have ASHA in the state of Goa.
Yeah, I know.
The entire program
ANMs.
is run by ANM, and it is always being the issue that ANM says that we are being overburdened and again so much work to do.
But
so that
you have already started last year. We did your refresher training also in Goa with your last
HBNC, HBYC we did, ma'am.
And after lot persistence, the Goa started the program
Definitely,
in their last year only.
Yeah, but we would be grateful if you allot us, the necessary ASHA procurement, and because from the state, I just
You have to propose in the PIP, no?
That's already proposed, I felt, because I just spoke to Dr. Suryamaushi, who is looking after child health
So we
program.
have never refused. If you have proposed, you don't have the ASHA cadre, no?
No, we don't have, ma'am.
So if you propose for something, it will be given.
Okay, I'll convey this message
Yes.
to Dr. Suryamaushi. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, Ma'am, is there any transfer option available in case after the delivery most of the women go to their maternal place?
Transfer option.
or at least we could link it with Abha and give a search
It will
option
be
over
linked
there.
with Abha and it will be coming through Janani portal.
So if there is a search option, then we
तो
can.
आभा से वो हो जाएगा ना, आभा से आपका बस आशा का registration ही तो change होगा.
हाँ, एक search option
Yes.
अगर दे देंगे तो she can enter the
Yes,
Abha number
वो
and
search
get
option रहेगा, वो बहुत रहेगा. That is the ABDM compliant की beauty यही है कि you can search. RBSK में कर रहे हो ना आप search, मिल जाता है ना. तभी अभी तो आभा से भी नहीं कर रहे हो, फिर भी मिल रहा है डेमो आज से. तो आभा के बाद तो कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं होगा.
Okay, Madam from Mizoram, Dr. Rengpuya.
Yes.
CPSNO. Most of our ASA could not speak English. So how to
So
solve
we want
that?
it in the regional language. Now I want the partners to, come up and convert our applications and training videos into the regional language.
Thank you.
So that can be easily done as of now. It is in Hindi and English, Odia. It can be transferred in multiple vernacular languages.
thank
So
you.
that's not an issue at all.
And even for the training videos, whichever state wants, all partners are sitting here, all your so catch them and tell them to convert all the videos and take the commitment right now. We have in Hindi and English. Everyone, all 36 states and UTs capture the people are sitting here and tell them you convert the videos and give it to us.
It was written, the SNCU babies which are discharged will be followed up by the specialist at the facility. The first slide.
No. That was that there is a mandatory facility follow-up. Once the baby is being discharged, so by 7 days, once it will be approved in the MSG, that is why we have not defined it very well.
Okay.
But we have put it that within the 7 days of life or the discharge, they have to do a facility follow-up.
Okay.
Either from the facility they have get discharged, SNCU, or the nearby district hospital pediatrician.
Okay.
So as to take care of those, initial, which is not happening right now.
Okay,
So we
ma'am.
will give some wage compensation to the caregiver once approved in the MSG. Then we will let you know. But at least the policy we have written that they should be brought to the hospital.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the whole team, Saratji, Aswak sir, and Sobna ma'am for demonstrating the size of app and explaining these various aspects. So moving ahead, may I request Dr. S. Thaiji madam, from Joint Director Health and Family Welfare, State Program Officer RCH from Mizoram, to come on the stage and to felicitate Dr. Aswak sir. Ma'am, kindly stay back. We request Saratji to please come on the stage. Ma'am, kindly felicitate Saratji. Madam. Thank you so much. Let us move to the next session, that is the panel discussion. For that, I would request the logistic team to arrange with the 5 chairs on the stage. And in the meantime, we will have some fun games. Okay, and I request Dr. Richa to help us. Dr. Richa, please.
So as we are in Maharashtra, we need to guess the places, famous food, famous things of Maharashtra. So we have prepared some slides which have certain important or famous things from Maharashtra, and audience has to guess those. And the prize is also associated with every right guess. Raise the hand, don't shout, we'll come to you, we'll take the answer, and if the answer is right, we'll give you the prize. Yeah. Be quick, but don't be loud, just raise your hand. I know everybody can guess, but let's see who is the luckiest one. Yes, sir. It's Gateway of India.
Hello.
Next question. I think everybody would be knowing. They all have visited this place.
Ellora Caves.
And second one,
Kailasha Temple.
there are two caves here.
Kailasha Temple.
Ellora and
Ajanta. Ajanta. Ajanta Caves.
I asked you not to shout. Just raise your hand. Yes.
Ajanta and Elephanta.
For 2 days, stay and then visit Ajanta Ellora on Wednesday.
Pav Bhaji.
You are leaking the answers.
Just raise your hand, don't shout, don't be loud.
Misal Pav.
So, I think everybody is shouting, they just have to raise hand.
Pav Bhaji.
Wrong answer, sorry.
Misal Pav.
Misal. I think ma'am is right, misal pav. Ma'am बोल रही। Sorry, it is dabeli, not misal pav. Dabeli.
I'm taking the cute back. Okay.
बैठे नहीं.
Right answer, ma'am.
Baithani.
Ma'am, prize to ma'am.
Baithani.
Prize, ma'am.
What is this? Very few hands.
It's a Launi.
Who said Launi?
Yeah, me. Here, Richa. Here.
Next. The answer. It is answered already.
Answered already? Okay, thank you. Launi.
अब तो लेना पड़ेगा.
मोदक.
जब इतना लाउड होगा तो फिर प्राइज नहीं होगा.
मोदक.
Last one.
Answered?
Modak.
Okay. Finish it? Okay.
Next.
Next session. Thank you. It was just ice breaking or just to have a fun sort of game. Thank you.
Now, we begin the panel discussion with a key operational component of SSPSK, extended home visit and joint visit. For this session, may I invite Dr. Vivek Birendra Singh, health specialist UNICEF, as the moderator. Sir, please join us at the stage. The panel experts are Dr. Milan Wardwan, SNO Child Health Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Mustaq Ahmad Dar, SNO Child Health Jammu and Kashmir, Dr. Renu Srivastav, Strategy Director Newborn and Child Health UPTSU, and Dr. Aswak Ahmad Bhatt, Director NIPI. All please join us at the dais.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How many of us got pens? Was that pens? Quite a few of us. So everybody is wide awake, right? So in this session, we are going to talk about the opportunities created by this extended home visits and joint visits. And to do that, we have immense expertise in the panel with Dr. Milind Vardhan, who's the state nodal for Uttar Pradesh. And if we take the birth cohort of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, sans every other state, I think your experience is almost like rest of the country. And then Dr. Mushtaq, who's having the same role in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And I had the opportunity to, in fact, work with the Jammu and Kashmir team when they were doing a review of the India Newborn Action Plan and what are some of the demand and supply side issues. And many of the things we see in the SSBSK guidance, in fact, from the parent side and care continuum for ECD was also part of that questionnaire. Then we have Dr. Renu Srivastava ma'am, who we all know various roles. Now I even forget what role I introduced with in newborn care and right from the time when 2014 India started its newborn action plan. And then we have Dr. Ashfaq, of course, a very dear friend, and we have spent time together also in various forums. So we'll discuss about the visits and I'll go to the specific question to everyone. But since morning what is being discussed is that now this program, SSBSK, provides an opportunity to the country for have one anchoring program for inclusive early childhood development. And to put things in perspective, I remember when I joined Public Health in India in 2017 and I joined the Odisha office of UNICEF. Dr. Aditya Mahapatra is sitting somewhere. He was my first contact in the health system. And the first guidance I remember I picked up was home-based newborn care. And then I realized there is another guidance, home-based young child care. And we used to keep, struggling between these two, how to connect these two. And I think from that day to today, what we realize is this program has given us an opportunity for care continuum with two very important but subtle things. One is that every child was not a normative child. There was some child which is now defined as well baby, healthy child. We have to be watchful about the danger signs. It was very clearly elucidated by Rameshwar that what's the difference between at risk and danger signs. But some childs are normal children and some children are at greater risk for digressing from their development path. And that is also an approach called inclusive early childhood development, that our systems have the capacity to track this child which is having special need and ensure that child should not digress from the development trajectory. And the second is that we have to identify these families, as it is said that, it takes a village for helping a child grow. So I think it is this village thing where convergence across care continuum, various functionaries. So these two are opportunities which provide us blueprints, so to say, for early childhood development. So with that perspective, I'll go to Dr. Milind, to you first. That now these visits are extended till 36 months of life. So why do you think that rather than stopping at 42 and then again a fragmented approach for the young child care that we had earlier, this continuum till 36 months of the various visits now, why do you think this is important?
Thank you for the question. And also that is a very relevant question, that why do we need to visit the child for 36 months now? What was wrong with 42 days? So I've been listening to all the presentations since morning. So the question is, when we were visiting the child for just 42 days, the question that we were asking is, does this baby survive? Will the baby survive? But the question is changed now. We are asking a new question now. The question is, will this baby thrive? So earlier the focus was entirely on survival. The focus now shifts to the holistic development of the child. And if we try and break these 36 months into three important time frames. The first would be for first 42 days, which ensures the survival. Early neonatal mortality has been a challenge for UP and for India, although the neonatal mortality is declining, but early neonatal mortality somewhat remains the same. Danger signs and timely referral. We also ensure breastfeeding in these first 42 days, infection prevention for the child. Very important part that is highlighted is that at-risk children, the at-risk neonate is being more intensified follow-up is given to the at-risk cohort. The next time frame would be from 42 days to 12 months perhaps. What is the focus there? The focus is exclusive breastfeeding, immunization, timely immunization, growth monitoring, and complementary feeding. See, we are simply not just counting visits. We are ensuring that every visit is counted. Every visit is taken care of. The third time frame would be from 12 to 36 months. What we ensure there, we take care of cognitive development, monitoring milestones, language and communication, social and behavioral developments. So two more important things that have come up with this SSB BSK program is that first is special attention is given to our SNCU graduates, NBSU graduates, the at-risk cohort. And the second thing is that it has brought various stakeholders at the common platform, the integration that we talk about. ASHAs, ANMs, CHOs, Anganwadi workers coming together and visiting the child. So that completes the whole 36 months. And also, it seamlessly transforms the child from this SSBSK to RBSK. There is no void in between. As soon as the SSBSK ends, the RBSK automatically takes over. So the whole continuum is there from 0 to 19 years of life. That is how I see it. Thank you.
No, very valid points. And just to reiterate, we had heard the first 1,000 days for a very long time. And recently, I think about a year ago, Lancet came up with the next 1,000 days. And that makes it complete. And in fact, in the current dispensation in the country, the second time they were coming to power, Niti Aayog had constituted a team of 40 economists to suggest to the government what can be 2 or 3 game changers for the country towards Viksit Bharat. And if you go and Google read, the second recommendation by these 40 economists was a program called Buddhiman Bharat. And it said, for the entire nurturing care framework, even before the Lancet came up with the next 1,000 days, it said India should have a program for children up to 3,000 days. So first 1,000, next 1,000, and these economists said 3,000 days, you track every child and ensure nurturing care, including opportunities for early learning. So I think very well said. Now we have a framework up to 36 months. Now I would like to come to Dr. Mushtaq. There's a very unique proposition here for at-risk babies, both newborns and the children thereafter, that on the 3rd and the 7th day, there'll be a joint visit by the CHO and the ANM, or the medical officer and the ANM, urban or rural area respectively, and then for young children at 3 and 6 months. So from your experience in the field, what opportunities and challenges do you see that this can happen optimally and we leverage the potential for this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. I thank the Child Health Division and the organizers for giving the opportunity to join this esteemed panel. And thank you, sir, for the question. So far as I think that if we see the data, both regarding the child health mortality indicators, and at both national and at state level, if we see, around 70% of the neonatal mortality is contributed by the early neonatal mortality. That means if we see for the national, we have the neonatal mortality is of 18 and the early neonatal mortality is 13. That means 13 deaths out of 18 are contributed by the first, because of the deaths happening in the first week. And same is if we see in our state also, we have 10 neonatal mortality and 7 is our early neonatal mortality. The 7 deaths out of 10 are happening in the first week only. So this is so this has been very rightly identified that we have to focus on the first week and we have to rightly identify the children who are at risk. And if in quality we have been also taught that the principle called the Pareto. Pareto means if you have multiple problems, you should focus 1 or 2, which will solve your 80% of the problem if you focus on 1 or 2. So if we focus on the early neonatal mortality, so this means we can solve the 70% of the neonatal mortality. And similarly, if you compare the early neonatal mortality with the under 5 mortality, 50%, around more than 50% of the under 5 mortality at both national and the state level is contributed by the early neonatal mortality. So this is very important. But now the opportunities, this is the opportunity that if we rightly implement this, we'll be able to implement this in latter and separate, we will definitely accelerate. There will be in achieving the SDG goals. There will be if we focus on this, we will accelerate. We will achieve the SDG goal very fast. But that is the one opportunity, and also we are because of this, we have an opportunity to take the primary health care at the doorsteps. If we are, the ASHA is being supported at grade 3 and at grade 7, is supported by the A&M, is supported by the CHO or a medical officer in rural and urban areas. This means we are taking a primary health care team to the doorstep, which can both identify the high risk or at risk, attend the at risk babies, and also the danger signs, the risk of the multiple, what we call this postpartum hemorrhage, sepsis, or the issues with the breastfeeding, initiation of breastfeeding in the first week. That can be also addressed. So this is also a huge opportunity. We are bringing the healthcare team to the doorsteps. So this is two. So I think this, if we know the challenges for this part, for these visits, so far as I see and as far as the experience at the ground level, all the 3 team members, the medical officer or the CHO, the A&M, and the ASHA, they have their huge list of the responsibility already. And it is difficult to just coordinate. The first thing is the stratification, because the two there are of this SS, BSK, the 2 core things are the risk identification and then differentiated care. Those risks, though, stratification, that should happen if that happens properly, because that is all will be through the app-based. So if that happens and the timely due list of at-risk these neonates is being shared with all timely, then the second thing is that to to match the timing of all the three stakeholders. It's also is a challenge because as I said, all of them have their already the huge list of their responsibilities. Third is the A&M and the CHO. They have a huge catchment area. They have a bigger catchment area than the ASHAs. So, and in places where the distances are long or the terrains are difficult terrain, it will be a challenging task. So, and to me, in addition to that also, if we are there, as per the guideline, we are fixing the days. It is on the day 3rd and on the day 7th. It is not that within 1 week. So the day 3rd, today if we go today to one village where we have an at-risk patient who is having the day 3rd, and the next day there will be some other neonate who is having the day 3rd in the next village. So they will have to almost multiple days in a week going out for the field. And this is what was, but there is also in the morning when this ma'am was discussing regarding this issue, she had also foreseen this challenge. Then she told that if we can just in the morning, the team, the CHO and A&M can do their work at the this Ayushman Arogya Mandir. And in the afternoons, we can fix up the home visits. That I think that is also an opportunity which we can count on. But to me, this is a very wonderful area. And similarly, regarding the visit of third month and 6th month, that is, should I respond to that also?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, this is one part. This is the visit, the joint visit on day 3 and day 7. Now, accordingly, another visit, joint visit is on for the infant and young child, which is on 3rd month and 6th month. That is again, as far as if we see on the go by the data again here, that is an opportune time where we should reinforce with the initiation of breastfeeding, early initiation of breastfeeding, which because of the increase in the institutional deliveries. Now we have right now, if we go by the HMIS, we have around more than, in our state we have almost 99.7%, but if we go by the NFHS data even, it is 90%, 90.6% of the initiation of institutional deliveries. And we try, all our health workers, to start to make sure that the breastfeeding is initiated. Then if we go by the data, again NFHS data, they exclusive breastfeeding at the 3 month or at the 6th month, it dips down to 50% only. So to visit at month 3rd and to visit at month 6, it is an opportune time to just reinforce, to see the message for continuation of breastfeeding. And at the month 6, it is an opportune time to reinforce the message of initiation of complementary feeding, age-appropriate complementary feeding. Both the timing is a wonderful timing which can have a huge impact on our nutritional aspect of the child and on our to decrease the neonatal mortality in the infant.
Thank you very much, and I think this is quite intuitive. The science behind 3 and 7 and 3 and 6. In fact, Dr. Praveen sir has left. He was showing a data to Niti Aayog that how 0 to 6 months, what we call the failure to thrive or growth faltering, is leading to the persistent stunting and other indicators that we have in the country. It is this period, 0 to 6 month growth faltering. If we are able to tackle this, then we will also be able to reduce that faster. And operational challenges, I think, are common to both 3 and 7 days and 3 and 6 months, that how the 3 or the 2 officers will find it common in their schedule, but everybody will have to now focus on this red flag differentiated approach. There are programs like the polio eradication where we have experience of using line list So I think this line list-based approach, we have examples in the system. States will have to look at that how to optimally use that. And it will take time to settle, but we do have precedents. With that, I would now come to Dr. Renu ma'am, that we're talking about the home visits, of course, but then there is this facility follow-up of this at-risk babies. So how's that critical in this care continuum, the newly defined, that is in SSB-SK, and what should be happening in those visits to actually bring about some positive outcomes in those children?
Yeah. First of all, on behalf of TSU, I bring best wishes and a lot of thanks to Ministry for inviting me. And I'm also doing a wonderful job of doing the gender balance in this panel, which is now converted to a panel. Yeah. So coming on to the facility follow-up. So I think since morning, my job has been amply done by several speakers who have spoken a lot on why. We've heard it from everybody that it is the day one, it is the week one, where the critical things happen. So it's very obvious that these things have to happen. But the beauty of it is that a newborn is a phase which gives us an opportunity if some damage has been done that can be improved. Like if a low birth weight baby is cared better than those things which makes it vulnerable, he is able to overcome. So that is the need why we want to, kind of have a linkage and have a facility linkage to actually catch them early and intervene early. And like in, maybe cardiologists like to say time is muscle, but I would say time is life here. Because if I can intervene early in a neonate, it's life-saving. So why part is clear. But then, when we say then, if I'm asking you to come and visit me, then I must be doing something important which actually helps you, which does the value addition to that visit. So there are three critical roles, and I'm really wondering, because in 5 minutes, it's very easy for me to tell everybody ki ye kariyega, ye kariyega, ye kariyega. But it is, I think as a program manager, it's really a huge task, and it's a green field, I think. Suppose I say that there are at least 3 or 4 things which I can think of, like a simple assessment. If I say feeding assessment, now, एक दिल पे हाथ रख के कहिए कि हमारे जो बच्चे डिस्चार्ज होते हैं, कितने बच्चों का हम लोग फीडिंग असेसमेंट करते हैं, या जब वो वापस हमारे पास फॉलो अप में आते हैं तो हम फीडिंग असेसमेंट करते हैं, या डेवलपमेंट असेसमेंट. So this requires a lot of effort on the state and the officers to have that capacity at the facilities with the providers. Number one. So other things are easy, say development is growth monitoring करनी है, अब growth faltering हो रही है, या or if there are some issues like of congenital defects or things, then that requires another connection, that the program has to connect to DEIC or RBSK, because that's a huge, when we talk about RBSK and DEIC, is not because of some disease, it's also because of the early stimulation, which again becomes critical for any baby who's been in SNCU or NICU or NBSU, wherever. So that is important. And I'm again going back to Dr. Praveen's presentation, where he said that the things are being written but not interpreted. The baby's weight has been static for several 2 visits, but is not being reported or is not being interpreted. I think that's the critical thing. And also, I think when I think as a provider, I was very happy that there is an exit point also. So if now this 8th visit at SNCU has become a mandatory thing, so if you have to actually make it happen. But I think there is a caveat. If you've read that presentation nicely, it does say that the line list will be available with the MO, with the CHO, with the RBSK manager. So if in case the follow-up is difficult or the baby cannot come to SNCU, at least there should be somebody who can at least provide some counseling. Now, counseling also brings me to another aspect of it, which is very critical. We've spoken about provider, we've spoken about the facility, we've spoken about the other programs, but the family again becomes a very critical part. And you've also seen that this whole policy is gradually shifting to the family concept, where the family becomes very important to in taking care or as a partner. So I think this looks for me very easy to say from here, but it will be, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot totally about the hearing and the vision screening, which is so critical. For all these babies, if we want them to, we are making them, providing all facilities for them to survive, then to have a quality of life, we need to have systems in place to have vision and hearing screening. And I'll stop here because that requires a lot of discussion. How do we do it at the state level? Thank you so much.
I think one very important point to summarize in this was that when earlier we used to ask about the abysmally low rate of facility follow-up of SNCU discharge, one common answer from everywhere was people started looking at where is the data entry operator. The data entry operator is not making enough calls, and that is why we used to forget the village, that it needs to happen because of the ASHAs, ANMs, the CHOs now, the medical officers, the family, that this is a sick child. And the second most common answer was, sir, these children are now well, so now they don't need to come back. That is why they don't cap, which was correct. But now we have a differentiated approach. So at least those babies who are at risk, where this facility follow-up is essential, now it will be easy for us to ensure that this happens. And I'm sure that we have also got the opportunity to not just look at this care continuum, but also the quality of each of the touch points and what can happen therein. So with that, a natural segue to the question I bring to you, Ashfaq, is you were also discussing the Shishu app. So how can we track every child, especially the at-risk children, and the role the app can also play? But beyond that also, how do we ensure tracking and continuous tracking for the entire 36 months for these at-risk children?
I think one of the most critical pieces here, Vivek and all colleagues out here as well, is that the application would be doing the assessment component to it. I think that's very critical in terms of the defined parameters of at-risk children that need to be followed up. So it's all about you will have the pre-populated data that would be coming from the Janani and the UWIN portals. You will get the pre-populated data from that as well. And then when the ASHA worker, I think one of the most important things that is to remember is that the Shishu app would be doing the assessment and follow-up of those children, newborn and sick, all children. So if a children is at normal, so nothing would be required on that part in terms of appropriate counseling and all those things that are to be done. But when it comes to an at-risk being identified, so referral pathways, ensuring those referral pathways and loops are well connected for ensuring the seamless continuity of care that needs to be done for each and every child. So if I am as a frontline worker working in a field, I get a line list of at-risk children. I would get a list of the children that are kind of giving me a report card of how many children are normal, giving me a report card. I think that is one of the most critical pieces. We usually bring in data from the field to a highest level. But what we are also doing, Vivek, is that we are also kind of getting the fact sheets or the reports to the frontline worker trying to reduce her workload. That is one of the most critical pieces that will also be kind of factoring in this component.
Thank you very much, and I think this is very useful and very exciting. Imagine the kind of cohort that we have and longitudinal data. And with all that's happening around Janani portal, convergence of various programs, and the possibility of having longitudinal data for every child and women is going to be exciting. And I can only, apart from the summaries of each of the interventions, 3 or 4 things are very clear. I remember again going to my first experience with the work of the Child Health Division in Odisha. We used to celebrate with the media the survival of a 650, I don't know, Dr. Aditya must be here, 650-gram baby. And we used to compare with a chicken and say, but I used to always dream, when will we celebrate how is this child at 2 years? How many of the developmental milestones were met at 2 years? At least I, in my tenure, have not been able to celebrate that part. So with the obvious at-risk criterion, we know that our health system's ability, in the morning we were discussing so many SNCUs we have. Now they are flooded with next level of technology like CPAP to save more and more babies. So this is going to increase. Now districts in far-flung places in Chhattisgarh are helping babies less than 1,000 grams survive. But here is the opportunity that don't let that child just survive and be a liability later, but ensure that this child survives and then thrives to be able to transform its own human and health potential. So I think this is a big opportunity which SSBSK offers. 3 other things is quality, 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 what I hear from everyone. We always had these visits in some for the other, although they were fragmented, they were not in this care continuum. So can we revisit that with this SSBSK now? People in the morning were raising challenges of, 6 years it has taken to trickle down the training. How do we go about it now? So can we reset this quality conundrum also around this, that each of our visits become more meaningful? Apart from quality, the second thing that I hear is, of course, accountability, that we have these various health functionaries now coming together. So how do we find time that these 2, 3 are able to come together, do the visits at 3, 7? And the last is equity, that reaching the most vulnerable children. So with this, I thank the esteemed panelists for your interventions, and we conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to our moderator and panel experts. I would request Dr. Pampa Chakrabarti, SNO Child Health, West Bengal, to felicitate Dr. Vivek Singh. Ma'am, I request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Milind Vardhan as well. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Rinchin Angmo, SNO Child Health, Ladakh, to felicitate Dr. Mushtaq Dar, Ma'am, please felicitate Dr. Renu Srivastava as well. Thank you to the panel. Request the panel for a quick group photograph. I request Shobna ma'am also to please join the panel. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Our next panel explores the role of Ayushman Arogya Mandir in the context of SSBSK. The moderator for this session is Dr. Shweta Khandelwal, Senior Public Health Nutrition Expert, Center for Chronic Disease Control, New Delhi. Our panel experts are Dr. Raj Prabha Muktan, Director, Regional Resource Center for Northeastern States, Dr. Yogesh Savai, Director, State Institute for Health and Family Welfare, Nagpur, Dr. Mahesh Srinivas, Director, Public Health, American India Foundation, Dr. Nikhil Karod, President, KMC Foundation, and Dr. Rajiv Tandon, Executive Director, The Health Continuum. I request you all to please take your seats on the dais.
All right. I know it's almost the fag end of the day, and with my organizers telling me that we should cut down our time and be short and sweet. So we'll try and be as brief as possible. I think we've all understood the essence, and I will not go into introducing all of the panelists because you know most of them. So I'll directly start our panel, which is on redefining the role of Ayushman Arogya Mandir arm under SBSK, SSBSK. So I think it's very important for us to see, first of all, that ARM is basically bridging the facility to family. This is the first time we are thinking not only in the community, but even further down the, in the community, a micro unit which is family. So ARM is trying to bridge that gap between facility and family through this program, empowering the frontline workers to try and turn the routine activities, functions into fruitful interventions. Why? Because we are trying to bring in the nurturing care framework. We are trying to tell them to do so many checklists and everything, tracking and others, into fruitful interactions, prioritizing feeding right. I'm a nutritionist by training, so for me, that particular portion becomes very, very critical because ultimately survival and nutrition will, go hand in hand there, and thriving also, because our whole thing about survival, thriving, and transforming will come from a good nutritional practice. And making sure that maternal fitness, we also saw that this particular guideline is talking about maternal fitness a lot, whether it's maternal nutrition, maternal mental health, and so on, so that every child finally thrives. With that background, I will not take a lot of time and go directly to Prabha Muktan first. Prabha, can you talk about, if we are thinking of interventions like exclusive breastfeeding and kangaroo mother care, what according to you clinically is a better or a biggest contributor to newborn survival, and can you tell how well are they being practiced today? I'll request all my panelists to please cooperate and be around 4 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting RRCNE to this stakeholders meeting. So, as a delivery point in the now it is essential that the essential newborn care package has to be available. So, coming to the point that clinically which is the more important one, I cannot say this is more important than the other one. If we take the kangaroo mother care, so since morning we have been talking about at-risk babies. So for low birth weight babies, I think kangaroo mother care is very important. The early, prolonged skin-to-skin touch is especially important to prevent deaths in neonatal deaths, which accounts for at least about 15 to 20% are low birth weight babies. And so I think kangaroo care for that, specifically for low birth weight babies, it is important. If we look at the breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding, or the early initiation of breastfeeding, on the whole, all the newborns, whether they are low birth weight babies or whether they are full-term babies, for everyone, exclusive breastfeeding and early initiation is very, very important. Because in the early initiation of breastfeeding, you have this colostrum, which is very important for immunity, and there is a connection between the mother and the child. And also, this early breastfeeding, it improves the uterine contraction. So that prevents bleeding in the mothers also. That is another point. And however, underneath both of these is the thermal care that is, prolonging the clamping of the cord. Another thing is, you can say, skin to skin and drying of the baby, because that would cause hypothermia. So all these things are very important. And coming to the point, I know I have to be fast, but you have already asked the question regarding how are they being practiced today. I think India has, on the whole, institutional delivery has really increased on the whole. However, as I'm from the Northeast, I would like to say, in the northeastern states, except for Sikkim, most of the institutional deliveries are very low, lower than 50%, if you can see in Nagaland or in Meghalaya. However, although Sikkim has, very high institutional delivery, I think early breastfeeding is much, much less in comparison to Meghalaya. So these are the, very differential practices that is happening today. And thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's working. Can you hear me at the back? No? Thank you so much, Prabha. Okay, it is. Now let me go to Mahesh Srinivas. Mahesh, we all know that the Well Baby session on VHSND brings all the children from up to 3 years, that's the vision here, for a health check, feeding, nurturing care, counseling, and postnatal care for mothers. From your experience, what will make a Well Baby session at VHSND genuinely effective, and what are some of the possible challenges that you may have encountered?
Thank you, Shweta. And the organization that I work with, the key mandate is to reduce under 5 mortality and morbidity. And we work in around 5 to 7 states with around 15,000 frontline workers. I just want to begin by really appreciating how much of hard work goes between the 3 A's. And now we also have the C to the 3 A's. It's easy to deliberate, conceive, or design a program, but when it comes to execution, the entire burden is on the Anganwadi, ASHA, and A&M to deliver. So great respect and a great deal of appreciation for them across the country. When it comes to what can make it effective, effectiveness has basically 2 components. One is, are they providing the range of services that they are supposed to? Now, earlier, like Ma'am said, it was largely immunization. Now, in the immunization, a lot of the other vaccines have been added in the recent years, many more vaccines, so it's a lot of more work for the A&M. Apart from that, we are under the new guidelines, we are expecting them to provide counseling services, the complete examination of child, mental health, and apart from this, also the pregnancy care. Because at the, VHSND, they also provide services for the mothers. So it's actually a lot of services that we are expecting. And in all of this, there is a possibility, therefore, that quality gets compromised. Therefore, to ensure quality, and now that we have CHOs or MOs as their supervisors, some sort of quality, drawing up quality parameters, and making sure the CHO, MO visits some of these VHSNDs randomly will help improve the quality, I feel. Now, that's, primary. Second is about role clarity. I think everybody knows what A&M is responsible for. She is the one who provides services. But between ASHA and Anganwadi, I think sometimes the roles overlap, right from mobilization of community to helping the A&M out. Now, with the new set of services again, I think it will be important if that differentiation can be made as to what an ASHA supervisor, an Anganwadi worker should do. Not necessarily restrict them, but at least have that clarity. And in that sense, some sort of a joint training of these people would actually help. Rarely I've seen joint trainings happening of these functionaries. I think that's the second. Third is about the workflow itself. Now, if an A&M has to deliver all these services and the community just all of them come at a time, say in around 30 minutes, you have 40 plus people gathering around. Now, how does she prioritize and go about delivering the services? Maybe some sort of a workflow, therefore, where she first caters to children, if there are any children with danger signs, maybe she has to just examine them and address them, then probably look at children less than 6 months, then go to the older children and then the mother, something like that.
Yeah.
So from their experience, of course, they have their own arrangements, how to manage, but it will help if there can be some workflow. And quickly, in terms of... Sorry?
Challenges also.
Yeah. No, just before that, I think the other couple of points is that since it is a VHSND or a urban health day, I think the infrastructure is not under their control. Once they're in the community, they have limited resources. So I don't want to overemphasize here, but making sure they have the necessary infra
Support.
is important. Yeah. And that's where the village health committee can play a role in terms of supporting this. So I think it shouldn't be just seen the responsibility of the AAA, but also the committee should play a role. I think we have undertaken another pilot wherein we introduced point-of-care diagnostics. I don't know if any state here has a PPP model for point-of-care at the VHSND session. I'm sure that they are there at the PHC level. But I think having something at the point-of-care diagnostics at the VHSND would also probably help. Very quickly, the challenges, privacy. We are talking of mental health. In one of our programs, we've been doing the perinatal mental health beam in Uttarakhand over the last 2 years. We've been able to screen about 4,000 pregnant and post-pregnant women. And about 15 to 20% seem to be positive for GAD and PHQ2, right? Somewhere. Now, before just administering the tool, one has to also do a risk assessment.
True.
And for that, you require privacy. That's one challenge. Second, of course, is the real-time data entry that we are expecting. Amongst all of this, how can A&M actually do a real-time data entry at the session site? That's going to be a challenge. And the last thing, of course, is engagement of other decision makers. So if a A&M advises something to the beneficiary, obviously she herself is not in a position to make a decision. The husband or the spouse is not available. The other family influences are not available in the VHSND. So I think that also becomes a challenge.
Right.
So these are some of the...
Thank you so much, Mahesh. I think we can talk about all of this could be a complete panel on it by itself. So I appreciate your succinct input. The thing is that I think to take from you, the cues for different states could be to think of pilots of doing these things, actually conducting VHSNDs with all these concepts and thoughts in mind, and probably come up with best practices or some roadmap, of sorts. So that will be great. Moving on to Dr. Nikhil Karod. The monthly Shishu Shivar at the arm is where the CHO and medical officer assess and manage at-risk children, right? With KMC, referral, RBSK linkage, and others. According to you, what does it take to run a strong Shishu Shivar, and how does it change the perspective, the new edition, which is at-risk child?
Thank you, ma'am. Shishu Shivar is a new concept being introduced, and I think initially it is going to be once a month or something. Yeah. So it is a combination of preventive and promotive as well as some curative place, and I think it's a good idea because if you can treat a few conditions, I think people will listen to you more. That was the basic principle of primary health care. So very good example, provided it understands and fulfills the role. But I think Shishu Severe has a great opportunity because they can, if well run, they can also play a mentoring role. As I understand, they can also back up the AAA team at the community level, boost their confidence and skills also. We have been talking about limitations of our training programs and so on. But on the job learning, a lot of learning takes place in a place like that. So I see a very important role in promoting certain good practices. And we know that only a large coverage of exclusive breastfeeding and kangaroo mother care can have a great impact. Doing in few percentage, small numbers, is not going to have a public health impact. And that's what Lancet said way back in 2005. So we need coverage, and coverage can be achieved by a service which is closer to community. And that is what I see, this Shishu Severe as an excellent opportunity. They can also liaison with the RBSK team so that regular follow-up from developmental point of view can be achieved. We have been listening about the role of a new program in development, and kangaroo mother care is the best example of nurturing care. If you want to improve the development of children, there is nothing better than KMC. And I also know that 85% of the preterm low birth weight in our country are the ones who can be simply helped, with kangaroo mother care without any gadgets. So this simple care, if we Shishu Shivirs, can take up efficiently, I think it will have a great impact. But for that, they have to have commitment and adequately skilled. I think even in counseling, we need to improve, because just telling people will not serve. So in the limitation of the time, I think this is what I have to say. I think it is a good interface between community and the formal referral that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nikhil, for summarizing this so nicely. And we all have understood this because this is mattering the first 3 years of child's lifelong health. The trajectory which we all are concerned about requires this continuous clinical, sort of close monitoring and observation, not only from the family, but also from the facility, like we were saying. Now, coming to Dr. Rajiv Tandon, bringing it together, sir, from your field experience, how is the arm making visible differences, and how should it continue to support this new, which is like a comprehensive program on childcare?
Thank you. At the outset, I'd really like to commend the ministry and the Child Health Division for what they have achieved. I've been in this sector for a while, and I think this is a momentous moment for ensuring that the children of India, in a bit of a continuum of care, in looking at quality, looking at survival, thrival, transform, looking at nutrition, looking at components of maternal health, come together. The level of digitalization and the way Ashfaq shared, definitely we are going to come out with phenomenal data. And for the first time, a proactive outreach to children, to newborns, specifically looking at the sick and the ones that need us most is going to happen. What I feel is that the Arogya Mandir on one side is a fixed site, fixed time, with facilities, human resource, supplies, an opportunity for community to come in and get benefit in what is called different packages of comprehensive primary health care. what is being suggested is to make it not just a fixed site, but a sort of an anchor for the continuum of care. A place where the human resources actually ensure that different frontline functionaries come together, get trained together, get motivated together, learn how to work together, learn how to share data together, learn how to decide on prioritized site visits, days, times, etc. What I didn't hear as much, I mean, Ashfaq's slides did mention, was the aspect of climate and its impact on child health. What I do feel is that when we are doing risk stratification, when we are identifying households where the frontline workers need to go and meet and see repeatedly, issues specifically in areas in the country where climate is being a huge contributor of various challenges of access, of reach, etc., could also get geotagged, could also become part of the risk lines and households where these frontline workers go. What I do feel is after many, many years, the ASHA and the Anganwadis are being motivated to come together. The last time they came together was really in the area of nutrition. This time they are coming together in the area of child health and a much more broader perspective. That may need some soft touch approaches of how do we, somebody mentioned roles and responsibility clarity. I think their supervisors are different. ASHA supervisors and Anganwadi worker supervisors are different. Their funding is different, etc. How do we get them all together? They become the team. The AAA actually sees a real output and outcome. What I also feel is, and it did get mentioned by some, is the upstream referral of newborns and children who need it. I think that needs to be thought through also. Each newborn, now if there is a newborn with defects, will have to go in a certain direction. If it's a newborn with some challenges that need to go to the district hospital, how and when and who, medical colleges, how and when and who, and so on and so forth. And I didn't hear the role of the private sector at all. I feel that when such a huge architectural change is happening, this is a humongous architectural change in the health ministry that's happening. I think deliberation about the private sector. We heard the medical colleges very softly, but private sector at large, what could their roles be? Should they have a role or should they not have a role? And eventually, how do we ensure so much data is going to come in, but actual proper utilization of data, not misuse of data, how do we ensure that? And we've seen it happen. We heard interoperability, we heard everything going into the Janani app and the portal, but I think a little more thought on that aspect is required. You can do it in small areas, you can do it in pilots, but when it's a national program, we need to be cognizant of how do we manage the data governance, etc. I'll stop there, but a big thank you to the ministry once again, and especially to Dr. Shobna and her team for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm trying to get this particular panel 2 trophies or 2 mementos because I'm finishing in record time. Well, at least half the time than the previous panel, because it's not that the people here are less knowledgeable, they are like sagars of, complete wisdom in child health. But I will, I want to give more time for you to ask questions to the panelists here, and also obviously utilize this time to clarify things which we can also discuss practically tomorrow in the States. While I'll open the floor for questions, I'll say that ASMD ma'am, Shobna ma'am's vision and guidance is brilliant, and this has finally come through. It was a lot of hard work and a mammoth task, but now the challenge will be on the states actually to roll out and implement. So therefore, ask those questions which you're really, talking and caring about. Please, question. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
For conducting point of diagnostics. So VHND days, point of diagnostics for at-risk children, is it possible except for screening for HB, immunization, only that is possible. What else do you expect? Can you give us some more light on it?
Right, you're right. As far as children, they may be minimal, but you also have the pregnant women in VHSND days, right? So, and it's ultimately the A&M's responsibility to do that. BP is, I'm not talking of BP here, but even whether it is urine test or HP, or you have rapid kits for dengue, malaria nowadays, right? So all of that, the onus is on the A&M to do all of that, right? So that's itself is an additional workload, and that's where I felt that introducing that has some advantages. We ourselves did this in Uttarakhand in one of the blocks, and that actually uptake was very good. Community liked it. Having a separate person, a lab technician coming there, taking care of the diagnostics, it also relieved the A&M of her responsibilities or duties to some extent. That doesn't mean that we didn't share the data with her. The data was with the A&M ultimately, but at least it gave her some additional time.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Please keep your questions brief and pointed.
You talked about KMC. So will it be helpful if we continue the KMC beyond SNCU to the home-based KMC?
Let me tell you, the WHO definition of kangaroo mother care consists of 3 components: KMC position, KMC nutrition, breastfeeding, and third is planned early discharge and continuation of the same kind of care at home. So I don't think there is something like home-based KMC or there is anything like facility-based KMC. It is all KMC, in my opinion. Although for the sake of understanding, we try to divide them into various components. Even most recently in 2022, the WHO has very categorically mentioned that sick and unstable newborns need KMC even more than stable newborn. So every child who is low birth weight, preterm, KMC. And for the others, skin to skin for 1 hour, that is the gold standard now, according to the WHO. So what you start in facility and continue at home is same. And now I'll give you another example. If you teach a mother how to breastfeed in the facility, it does not mean she is not going to breastfeed at home. We are talking about care of the child, and care has to be at all the levels, and family has to be involved at all the levels. Only then we can improve the quality of care. Survival may improve, but quality of care is the real issue. And in our experience, in the NGO where I work, out of desperate situation, when poor families had no resources to go to a referral center, we have taught the health workers how to give kangaroo mother care, and they have grown up more or less with normal development. So it is possible. We have to realize the importance of grassroots workers, and that is what I am saying. If the facility like Shishu Severe understands the role of first link workers in the community, the quality of care will improve tremendously. It cannot improve only by us. It has to be a teamwork.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think I'll conclude the panel here with a big round of applause to all my panelists, and also repeating that pehle 3 saal sampurn dekhbhal, and ARM is committed, from all of these angles that we discussed today, to make sure that this link between family and facility is bridged in the best possible way. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to do this panel, and thank you for being patient listeners at whatever 5:30, still, all of you wide awake. So thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator and the panel experts for this meaningful conversation. as well as managing the time well. So we are requesting, right now I'm requesting Dr. Uma Rawat ma'am, the SNO Child Health Uttarakhand, and Dr. Sweta Samir madam, Program Officer, Child Health for Andaman and Nicobar Island. Please join us to felicitate our panelists. I request Uma Rawat ma'am to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Sweta. Madam, please felicitate to Dr. Mohesh Srinivas sir. I also request Madam to continue with felicitating Dr. Nikhil Khirot sir. Next, I would request Dr. Sweta, Program Officer, Andaman and Nicobar, to felicitate Dr. Rajiv Tandon sir. Requesting Dr. Sweta to felicitate our Dr. Rajprabha Muktan ma'am, Director, NERC. Yes. Now we'll move for the group photographs with Dr. Sobhna Gupta ma'am with the whole panel. We have two more panel discussions. So we can have our teas inside the ballroom, it is possible. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We are breaking for tea just for the 15 minutes. You can bring your tea and come back to this hall also, if it is possible. Thank you.
We request all our guests to kindly come inside the ballroom with their tea and pakoras, and we can start the next session. Welcome back. Let us move from the technical framework to pilot implementation and partner engagement. The moderator for the session would be Dr. Hemang Shah, Director Health and Nutrition, the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. The panel experts are Dr. Aditya Mahapatra, SNO Child Health, Odisha, Dr. Pradeep K. Chaudhary, SNO Child Health, Rajasthan, Dr. Deepti Agrawal, National Professional Officer, Newborn and Child Health, WHO, India, Dr. Lalan K. Bharti, President, NNF, and Dr. Sangeeta Jund, National ASHA Trainer, NHSRC. The chairperson for the session is Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner and in charge, Child Health and RBSK, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. We request our chairperson for the session, Dr. Shobna Gupta, Deputy Commissioner and in charge, Child Health and RBSK, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to kindly join us on stage, please.
So, very good evening, everyone. Again, back, I hope, after the tea break. Today, we have actually kept these two panel discussions to see that, as you know, we have basically, we need to see the pilot implementation. So, we have, these are the states like in the Odisha and the Rajasthan. We have started the pilot implementation of the SSBSK and the app. And in the next subsequent session, we have already an ongoing project going on the Sankalp, on the single digit NMR. So both the sessions were kept to actually see the ground level challenges which can come up, how the states are going to deal with it, what they have planned, and also how the academic institution like NNF, they can play a role, and what amount of capacity building and how the experts have to be involved in. So Dr. Sangeeta would actually put a role on that. So with that, actually, I would hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Hemang Shah, who would be further deliberating with the experts on the topic. Dr. Shah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, as ma'am has said that while, and we have been hearing the overall vision of this program, right? And it's quite a shift in terms of how the interventions would be delivered and the additional components of the interventions. So whether it is continuum of care, whether it is coordination with Anganwadis, looking at nutrition component, looking at early childhood development. So those are all newer components. And whenever there are newer components that needs to be added in an existing program, it might be a good idea to think through pilots in couple of districts and learn from those pilots. And through proper implementation in selected districts, it would give us very good idea what would it take for scale up of some of those interventions, whether it is what is the kind of budget that will be required in PIP, what is the appropriate pathway for capacity building, whether or not digital platform is working as intended or not, what is the requirement in supply chain, and what is the kind of care that has to be taken in referral channels, and how best we can include private sector in some of the work. So all of these questions in the guidelines, while it is clear, but as we all know that once guideline gets implemented, there are minor adjustments, there are learnings, there are adaptations that would be required, and we'll try and explore that how best we remain agile during this pilot implementation, how best we learn during this pilot implementation, and how it can inform the further scale up. And to deliberate on some of these topics, we have experts who are leading the program, who are experts in capacity building, who are experts from private sector. So I'll first start from Dr. Aditya. And so initially there would be baseline assessment which will try and measure what is the system readiness, what is the frontline, what is the capacity of frontline workers. And when we do this baseline assessment, what according to you would determine the success of the program, and what are the aspects of baseline that we should pay closest attention to?
First of all, thanks to Dr. Sobhana Gupta and team for giving me an opportunity to speak in this forum, and also piloting the SSBSK in Odisha in 2 districts. If we see actually the HBNC and HBYC, it is not that it is a new program. HBNC, HBYC is going on in all the states, but when we are seeing the achievement, it is 96%, 97%. But actually there was a quality gap, so it is only because we are only focusing on ASA. Actually, if you will see the ASA is a layman, and we are bringing in them to health system, and we are expecting many things from her. So now, if you see a MBBS doctor, when she sees when one sick newborn comes to a MBBS doctor, he fears to treat that patient, and usually refers to pediatric specialist. But we are again expecting many things from ASA, but still then, there is a very good infrastructure in our at present existing system, that is ASA, Anganwadi worker and health workers. Along with that, we have got a very good team of RBSK, but they are being underutilized, though they are there to cater 0 to 18 years, but mostly they are not focusing on HBNC, HBYC, though they have to focus on that. So we have decided that we have to engage the mobile health teams in that forum. And another is another MHU, mobile health units are there, Ayush medical officers are there. Then we can engage in capacity building of those persons to get a good result. So we are prepared in that way. Second one is about sector meetings, because sector meetings are the platform for ASA and Anganwadi worker to converge. And recently in our state, WCD and health department are converging, and we are strengthening the sector meeting level meetings with the leadership of the medical officer of the PHC. So they are one group who are remaining underutilized. So now we have decided that all the medical officer will be involved in the sector meetings. So these are things to improve the knowledge and practices of the ASA. So then subsequently about digital platform, because they used to give in numbers. Now we are using digital platform with support from Norway-India Partnership Initiative. In these 2 districts, we have developed that digital platform DSS, and we are going to orient them in all the frontline workers about that, so that they will enter the data and we will get the line listing. And we will use other platforms also. We are exploring the SNCU discharge babies, that platform from SNSU. Then another about RBSK portal. So all these platforms will unite, and then we'll go ahead with this platform, and so that we can get total line listing of at-risk children at the CHC and PHC level, so that we can track them. And in my view, I think after this, after returning from here, we will start a training program. We have got 5,200 service providers whom we are going to train in 125 batches. We have already planned with support from NIPI. And then subsequently, that digital platform used for analysis of the data. So this is our plan in Odisha, and I think we can achieve, and it will be a good help for the other states to implement in other areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you have alluded to multiple issues, including roles of frontline workers, what are the existing platforms that can be leveraged, existing coordination mechanisms, the role of digital competency, and it also seems that the preparedness at the state level is quite intensive, because you already know the number of service providers that you need to train. Moving on to the and in earlier panel we did hear about what is it that we should think about the role of private sector, and here we have president of NNF. So there are two questions. Number one is that, as we have been hearing, there are multiple newer components within SSB-SK. So the first one is how best we can embed these newer components within the existing services. And the second one is that what is the role that NNF can play or IAF can play with respect to public-private partnership and the additional care, specialist care that might be required for some of the babies who are at risk or having danger signs.
So thank you, Hemang, for this question. So at the outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Ministry of Health, especially Dr. Sobhana, for inviting National Neonatology Forum of India. And on the behalf of National Neonatology Forum of India, we extend our sincere thanks for this initiative. And this is really a wonderful initiative at the right time. We are talking about the survival, then thriving and transforming the baby. So this is the very right initiative that Government of India has taken. Coming to the questions, so almost all the component of this SSBSK are extremely important for making the baby thrive and transform. The most important thing is that there should not be another vertical program. So this program actually should be on the routine care, what the Government of India and other partners are doing. The second one, as you were asking about that compliance and adoption. So according to me, I think the most important thing is the ownership. If the frontline worker thinks that this program is important, right? This is doable, this is simple. And if she sees that after doing this follow-up, the identification of the baby and then follow-up of this baby, and that gives some outcome in the baby and mother, then definitely she will apply these programs. So most of these programs are doable. As far as the NNF is concerned, so NNF can partner in 3 ways. Number one, we are having a network of more than 13,000 members, both neonatologists, pediatricians, some of the nurses and OBG colleagues across the India, both in public as well as the private center. So we can use that network and we can sensitize all our members regarding these programs through email, WhatsApp group, and they can do that. Number one. Number two, we can be partner in teaching, training, mentoring, and hand-holding the ASA worker. Third one is we are having an initiative. When I was the president-elect 1 year back, then we conceptualized one program. That was Ek Din Shishu Ke Naam. So up to 1 year from birth, NNF is going to give free services to the newborn baby, not newborn, up to 1 year, on every month, on 12th of every month, right? So that platform can be used for this program also. We have already written a letter to the Government of India. Madam, you are aware of that. So I would request again to the Government of India, and NNF is ready to support this program, and we would expect that the government help in launching that program also. I would also take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to Government of India, particularly again to Dr. Shobna, Madam. Recently we had an NRP program, and birth asphyxia is still one of the commonest cause of neonatal mortality. And I am happy to share that with the help of Government of India, in a single day, NNF trained 27,000 healthcare professionals physically across the country. And we will continue that program coming year too. In the morning, we were as Ramesh was telling about the breastfeeding problems, right? NRP, basic NRP, neonatal resuscitation course we conducted across the country and trained 27,000 healthcare professionals on a single day. And many of you might have supported that program. So NNF again, thanks all of you. So another issue, Madam, that is the transport, neonatal transport, right? And I think that should be included in this program also. Most of the baby who brings to the NICU, they are in hypothermia. So we need to have a robust transport system also. And recently, NNF has a TOT program, and we trained around 50 neonatologists across the country in the neonatal transport, right? And we are going to launch that program across the country. So in that way, our 13,000 plus neonatal NNF member, we can support this program.
Thank you so much, sir. You have given very practical examples of what can happen, and ideally in Rajasthan and Orissa, the state chapters of NNM and IAP might be a good starting point so that we figure out what it means in practice for this public-private partnership, or what is the role that NNF and IAP can play. Obviously, there might be minor tweaks that might be required, which works for the doctors, the specialists, but which also works for the system. And what are those operational models? I think we have a very good opportunity both in Orissa and Rajasthan. And if we are able to demonstrate a good working model in these 4 districts, in these 2 states, it again will create a very good template basis which it can then be scaled up in additional districts and additional states. We have also heard that, again, since there are many newer components over and above the work that ASHA and Anganwadi and ANM and CHO are already doing, how best we can provide requisite knowledge and requisite skills to the frontline workers. So for each of the health program, whether it is a new program or additional features to an existing program, capacity building becomes an important component. So I'll request Dr. Sangeeta to speak about how best we can think about from national orientation to state TOTs to cadre-based training. And from your experience, how do we make sure that quality remains intact? And what equips a CHO or an ASHA to actually change practice?
Okay, no, it's okay. Thank you for the question, and I would also like to thank Dr. Shobna to give me the opportunity. Before going, I just want to all of you to just think of a scenario. There is a newly recruited Asha. She has been undergone the training for, you can say, for last 2 months, and she has started doing the visits, home visits. She has everything. She has MCP card, she has job aids, but nobody has observed her when she's doing the home visits. So, but assessment is going on, and during her assessment, it was observed that she is very confident, but she lacks counseling skills. So, she's hesitant on doing counseling. So this gap, what we have seen between being trained and being able to practice, that is mainly our concern. And the question is not whether we can train at scale, like we are giving training to each and every cadre, how many we have trained, numbers are not important. But it's important that the 4th level or 5th level link which we are training in the cascade, still that cadre is carrying, or still that link is carrying the same quality as we have done the training at the 1st level. So that is very much important when we talk about the cascade training or giving training to the people. Pilot which we are doing in these 2 states, it is precisely doing the same thing. Whether the integrated framework in which we are doing the training, it will be delivered with the same fidelity which we are thinking of, or which we are thinking of for these frontline workers before we are doing the national scale-up. So that is also very important. All of us know what the under SSBSK, what we are expecting for the capacity building. A structured cascade we have thought of. And also, our trainings now more focus is on the competency-based. Competency-based means not only the information transfer, not only the content transfer, but skill-based. Like as in the last session also, we were saying that Ashas or all cadres, they lack skills, how to do the counseling, how to do the screening, and even the referral. Now more focus is on the referral also. So all these things are there. So we need to have a standardized training package. Everything should be there, job aid should be there, whatever we are thinking of, MCP card, or maybe any other charts or any other things we want to provide during the training things. And also there should be continued reinforcement after the classroom teaching, like monitoring, supervision, or maybe taking feedbacks that somebody was saying, that feedback is also very much important. So training should translate into sustained practice, not only a one-time event as usually we were doing, and focus should be also on evidence generation. Like the capacity building, it should be tracked. Baseline, as we are doing, concurrent, and also the end line assessment. Not only that we are doing assessment only at the end, but it should be at all the 3 stages. And when we are doing the operationalization, when we are doing the training, we all know it has to be cascades, national level, state level, district level. And we also need training calendars, we need the supervisory teams, we need to provide all the wherewithal to have a good training. And once all these things are followed, we are providing all these things. Health workers at different of different cadres and all the facilities, they will be well aware what their role is, and we will have the capacity building and the practice change, what we want to see. And this will, all of us know there are challenges when we implement the trainings, but we need to have the practical solutions for that. We need to track in small set of like indicators, change indicators, and then we have to have the observed practices. It's not like we have done the training, we have issued a certificate that this person is trained, and we are not focusing on whether this is having impact or whether he or she is practicing those things which are being taught in the training. Methodology can be anything digital or maybe physical. Physical is very important as far as the skills are concerned, because when we do the physical training, people come to know the practice for the skills, and there are many pathways for scaling up also. After the pilot phase, we can have the concurrent assessments, and then there can be a consolidation phase, whatever we have learned during the pilot phase, and all those things we can use for the scale up at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So any large public health program in essence is a behavior change program, whether it is behavior change for clients or patients, or it is behavior change for providers. And as Dr. Sangeeta mentioned, for that behavior change to happen, we'll have to make sure that there is enough planning, there is sufficient follow-up, there is sufficient supportive supervision, there are right kind of indicators that are followed, and if there is any course correction that is required, that is done in a timely manner so that right kind of information reaches the intended providers. We have also heard a lot about the role of digital app in rollout of SSBSK. So I'll now go to Dr. Pradeep to ask two things. One is that when we talk of this digital app, according to you, what is the overall readiness for rollout of this digital app in Rajasthan? And second is, what is it that needs to happen to make a mind shift from just data entry or data accumulation to shift to use of data for programmatic purposes?
Thank you for the question. And thanks to Sobna ma'am for choosing Rajasthan as pilot for this SSSBSK and for this platform. First, I'll come to the question about readiness. NFHS 6 survey also give us the results of mobile use by women. So in country, mobile use by women independently is 63.6% now, which was 53% in NFHS 5. And the women ever used the internet, that has raised from 33% to 64%. And the women who will be using this application, which we are planning, is Asha, which is 1 in 1,000. So she definitely is already using, because in our state, we have an application, ma'am, a PCTS Asha application, to ensure all the payments of Asha's incentives through digital method. She enters some indicators in this application, and based on these, we ensure the transfer of incentive in her account. So readiness is not a challenge. Most of the Ashas are already using Android phones, and they actually are asking us for the solution, that if we can we provide an offline application, because our application is online. So she has to enter all these data after coming from field at home, and so she is asking for an offline application, and we are also working on it. And as Dr. Ashfaq told in afternoon session, that this application will work offline as well. So this will definitely serve as a solution. My input for this will be that it should not be limited to only SSBSK. Can we ensure complete digital solution for the Asha? It will definitely help her. And if it works offline, and then later on it can be synced with the server whenever she comes in the network, that will definitely add on, and it is much required. So readiness is not an issue. Second point you told is how we ensure to move from data entry to use of data in care. For this, yes, first thing is it that whatever data we are entering in this application, which is being supported by decision support system, quality of that data we need to ensure to convert it into the care. The weight measurement, height measurement, symptom measurements, we need to ensure that all the parameters entered by Asha are quality after quality examination. So can we add some more layers to ensure that all the indicators which has been entered in this application are quality indicators, and for that we also need to ensure does ASHA is equipped with all the equipments which required to ensure quality examination. So third layer we can add is logistic assessment also. So this application for ASHA, first we'll capture the logistics she has, then how she is measuring. We can add some supportive tools. Then the referral will be made to A&M and CHO and if required to higher center. So are they able to use decision support system based on IMNCI? And one more suggestion I would like to put, we should not limit this application only for SSBSK visits. Any children up to 5 years, if parents comes with any complaint, can we use this tool which is having IMNCI based DSS and referral, which will further equip to A&M and CHO. A&M and CHO will also use the DSS which is embedded in this application, and it will help them to decide better to refer the children for initial management and all. And third thing is about the linkage between facility and community, because care is not only on community and not only on, it's a mixed care. Few children will come out from the SNCUs and few will go from the community to facility. So we need a robust API linkage, because our pediatrician at SNCU also wants to see what were the progress of the child in the field, how the weight increased, which did the child visit to any other doctors between this time when she come back to SNCUs. So if we make this linkage between facility and community, it will definitely help to our pediatrician as well as our community frontline workers. For review, yes, whenever come for the review, usually we make dashboards for the Government of India offices, because first demand comes from there, maybe from ASMD ma'am or Shobna ma'am, that I need a good dashboard. Secondly, we make dashboards for states, because MD and HM says that I want a good dashboard to see what's happening. We never make a dashboard for A&M, for CHO, and for sector. And this community-based service can only be ensured when A&M, CHO, and medical officer of sector PSC knows where is the problem, which child is lagging behind, where visit has not been happened, where referral has not been happened or converted into actual referral. So yes, we need to think of this also. I would request to NIPI team, please start making dashboard starting from A&M and CHO. They must be knowing that which children at risk has been left out or we are not able to track or whatever. So we need a good dashboards for all the levels. Because at the state level, I can only say that this district is lagging behind in HBNC coverage or HBYC coverage. The district will copy my PPT and he will also say that this block is lagging behind. Block will also copy the PPT and he'll say that this sector is lagging behind. Which child is lagging behind? Only sector and A&M and CHO can ensure. So yes, we can definitely use this for the review, effective review, but we need to create a smooth dashboards for our A&M and CHO and sectors. Also, for the supervisors and for the monitors, if somebody is going in the field to like ASHA supervisors or any other supervisor, block officer, district officer, they should be able to pick that I will go to this house. Can this application tell us? And this can easily tell us because there is a line list available. So we should utilize this data for the monitoring and supervisory visits also. And thirdly, ma'am, doing all this effort, if any death happens, can we capture that death also? And we can ensure community-based child death review and exporting the data to MPCDSR portal. So this is how we are imagining this portal, and we'll try to get all these things done during the pilot, and hopefully we'll be able to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So when digital health started, obviously everyone thought that there is a lot of promise in digital health. Eventually what happened was that in many places smaller pilots were started, and ultimately it became a graveyard of pilots. Thankfully in India what has happened is that we have a very good digital public infrastructure. And as in the morning ASMD ma'am also said that now all the newer platforms and all the newer applications are within the framework of NHA. They are compliant with the broad structure, and that is the reason there is a distinct possibility that different softwares can talk to each other. On PCTS, I'll really request, and I'll also request NIPI team, that if we are able to demonstrate integration between PCTS and Shishu Bal in Rajasthan, then there is a possibility that it can also happen in other states. And since there is a lot of time, effort, energy, resources that have already been deployed in PCTS, there is a kind of path dependency that we need to continue that software, but also think how PCTS can get integrated. So, but I'll also request that at some point, if you feel that that integration is not happening, then it might also be good idea to think that whether or not we need to spend more time and effort on that integration or shift to SISO, but you are the best judge in terms of what is the approach that state government wants to take. And the third important point that you have also raised is that while the program data is important for program managers, it is equally important for frontline workers. And as far as I know, there are few features within Shishu Bal which looks at work plan, which generates work plan for frontline workers so that they know that in this month, in next 7 days or 15 days, who are the high-risk babies or who are the babies that they will have to visit. But we can obviously, one of the intentions of this pilot is that any suggestions that you have in terms of improving this particular application, again, that will not just help Rajasthan, but it will also help multiple other states. But thank you so much for your comments. Moving on to Dr. Deepti. So while we started with the baseline, obviously this pilot will also have an end line, which will assess feasibility, sustainability, scalability, and cost. And when we look at some of these aspects, again, it will be helpful for India, but also other developing countries and other countries who are looking at what is the incremental gain that can happen at the incremental cost when we look at differentiated care. So from your experience, what kind of evidence would require to influence the scale-up decision? And how do we ensure that lessons from Rajasthan and Odisha genuinely shape the national rollout?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Himang. So let me very briefly, just first address that, what have we seen in India, I mean, in the last 10, 15 years, how we have seen the scale up. So what works best in India is, of course, to have some learning sites or demonstration sites. So which is like kind of learning districts that we are proposing now, the 4 learning districts, because I think, that conviction that this can be implemented, this will be acceptable, comes from the learning sites where people who are early adopters, who have, shown how to do it, who have adapted their processes, who overcome the initial challenges, they become the champions and advocates, and their positive stories are the ones that kind of influences the program managers in other districts and other states to adopt, this. So this is what we have seen with some of the other initiatives that started in some particular districts. Then, of course, the data and some measure change is important. What we saw with the HBYC program, when it first got adopted, I think, although, I mean, the rationale and the justification was the one that did make a big difference, but also that some proximate indicators such as weight gain in children under 15 months of age was also some data that, helped, for example, Niti Aayog to look at it more positively in terms of what change could be brought if the visits were extended beyond 42 days. So that is, from the perspective of the policymakers. Also, what I think that when there is the cost related to any incremental change is not excessive, and it is something which is manageable and mostly, implementable from within the existing resources. Of course, it helps the policy makers, the decision makers, to consider it positively. But I think here we also have a larger mandate, which is the global mandate that, India being one of the countries who's taken on this differentiated care approach. Here again, I think we are doing something unique because, we do not have an implementation research, which can be done, which is done in a very controlled environment. I think here what we are doing is there's an organic program which is going to be implemented in real life settings by the state. And what we are, going to assess is measure the change that takes place, between the baseline and end line. So I hope that some of the proximate indicators to mortality, like such as indicators which can show that there is been change or improvement in the growth, or there are more children who are being tracked for their developmental, milestones, and also the role of primary care, because that is something which is new. Because here there are multiple, players. It's not a single point initiative that you go to one facility and implement one, change. It is like multiple levels of change. So I think if we can also show that continuum and how all the different points of contact are linked to each other. For example, somebody who's a child who's identified at home and is able to reach to ARM or a higher level facility and continues to be under tracking. I think those kind of experiences are going to be important. Plus, of course, positive stories of change are important, as ongoing sharing of experiences and changes, I think would be important at different forums, and not really looking at one report which would have maybe possibly some data or some graphs at the end of 2 years. So I think it will be an ongoing process where we are able to bring out, bring the advocates and champions from these 4 districts itself to speak about the difference that they could make at the community level through this program.
Thank you so much. So it is said that change happens when you measure what matters. So it seems that you have good list of indicators, and if we are able to measure those indicators, then we will also be able to measure the change that we intend to see. I also want to say that normally it was like there are multiple sort of studies where people have asked successful people that what is the biggest risk that they see in life. And most of the people will say that the biggest risk is not reaching full potential, because every human being, if provided right circumstances, they can reach full potential, and if they are not able to reach full potential, then that is the biggest loss. And here we have an opportunity that collectively we can initiate a program which will help newborn and more so vulnerable newborns to reach their full potential, both physically but also in terms of their intellectual strength and intellectual in terms of their IQ. So thank you so much all the panelists for your thoughts, and I think the results and the learnings from this pilot will really help shape this program going forward, make those minor tweaks, adjustments, which will help not just in terms of the implementation but the impact of this particular program. I'll now hand it over to Shobna ma'am for her comments.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, for conducting such a enriching panel, and definitely all these suggestions which have been come are very useful, and I would say as we grow further, we will get wiser, because getting on the ground actually give you a lot of experiences and the feedback in a real life situation. So those whatever is feasible and good for the kids and implementable, definitely that will go a long way, and all the things which have been said about the capacity building and this thing is actually giving a food for thought that how to go about. So actually the mind is on a churning phase for the next phase, that how to go further in a more practical way. Thank you so much for all. Yeah, Dr. Tandon wants to say.
Fantastic panel. Just 2 thoughts, madam. One, because when we do implementation research and there is a lot of behavioral sciences in this, will it be better to do it at a block as a unit level rather than at the district? And there's a lot of evidence coming out on what should the denominator be, and in India it is a block. The other one is there is a tool which is called the optimization linear tool, madam. That may be something that's going to be worthwhile being used, because you can actually look at the various components that are going in and beautifully identify which component has delivered on what outcome and so on and so forth. So just two small suggestions.
Yeah, so I think the blocks have been chosen particularly, and there is a systematic methodology which will be used, but definitely we will deliberate on this too. Thank you. We can have the felicitation. I know the last panel is, I'm not looking, at the left side of me to Dr. Amleen because she's eagerly, and the next session is actually on the implementation research. So I would thank all my panelists and we can have a felicitation.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Madam, Moderator Sir, and all the experts for a endless discussion. So may I request Dr. Ananda Lakshmi Ma'am from Puducherry, Nodal Officer RCH, please come on the dais. Ms. Sinha Madam, State Nodal Officer ASA from Kerala.
We just made the guidelines, and these are the people who are going to implement on the ground. You are the people who are going to implement in the ground. So it's your program, your guideline, and you are felicitating the experts for delivering the session. Please.
I request Dr. Ananda Lakshmi Ma'am to felicitate Dr. Aditya Mahapatra Sir.
Clap in the way, clapping. Last 2 seconds. We're all engaging at 5. At 6:15, we have such a good gathering, and engaging discussion. That means we are doing something right. So let's clap for all.
Again requesting Ananda Lakshmi Ma'am to felicitate Dr. Dipti Agarwal Ma'am. Once again requesting Dr. Ananda Lakshmi Ma'am to felicitate to Dr. Lalan K. Bharti Sir. Requesting Sinha Ma'am from Kerala to felicitate Dr. Pradeep Chaudhary Sir from Rajasthan. Again requesting Sinha Madam to felicitate Dr. Sangeeta Jun Madam. Yeah, requesting all the panelists and experts to have a pick photographs, please. Thank you everyone. And this is the really last and the most awaited panel discussion. And I request Dr. Sobna Ma'am, DC Child Health and RBSK to be in the dais. So I would request Dr. Amleen Sukla, Scientist E-Delivery Research, ICMR. She would be the moderator for the session. The panel experts will be Dr. Ramesh Agarwal Sir, Professor and Chief Division of Neonatology, Department of Pediatrics, AIMS, New Delhi. Sir, kindly join us. Dr. Rajiv Bijalwan, Deputy Director, PI, SRS University, and Dr. S.T. Nathan, Associate Professor, Neonatology, AIMS, BB Nagar, Telangana. The panel discussion would be on Samagra Shishu Bal Swasthya Karyakram implementation plan in the Sankalp district. Over to you, ma'am.
Already, I think So when we actually, devise the plan, as we know that it is very important to learn from the findings. So we have to pilot, we have to learn from the mistakes, and we have to improve accordingly. So what a better way than the ongoing implementation research, which is already happening in the 9 districts which are high burden with mortality, to achieve the single digit NMR, which is definitely one of the prime objective of this SSBSK. And we, as you know, we have deliberated since morning. It is very important to converge on the field, because ultimately it is the same child which we are talking about. Whether we are talking about in a implementation research, whether I am talking from this program or from a facility base, it is the same child who is tracking all throughout. So we all have to have a common platform and try to implement the strategies which are already ongoing. That is why would like Amleen, who is the main course, this project, I would say, Sankalp team, she is leading this Sankalp project with the PIs of 3 of the sites, and she would be deliberate. Yeah, you want to say?
Dr. Annapurna, you have not health specialist from UNICEF to join this.
Annapurna, you have to, if your name is there, you don't have to
No,
wait.
it's my mistake. I take a pardon. Ma'am, please join us.
You have to come.
I wanted a formal invitation. Of course, ma'am. Of course, ma'am.
जब बर्थडे होता है तो हम खुद बताते हैं ना, मतलब मैं तो बताती हूँ.
Health specialist from UNICEF. Thank you.
तो नाम है, आ जाओ, बैठ जाओ. Sorry to say, sorry, it was all joke. ठीक है, भाई किसी और का तो नहीं रह गया ना? I hope लिखना भूल गए हो. Okay. So basically that was a purpose, that since such a good work is already ongoing, and we had this thing that 3 PIs could able to make it. Dr. Ramesh, we already persisted, and we had 2 others. So definitely their experiences and how they are going to implement these strategy in their sites. And I'm asking Amleen to actually get it done in all the 9 sites and give us some good, the assessment is already happening. So actually that would actually help us to have the concurrent assessment and the, end findings. So over to Amleen, and I would actually be hoping for the good answers that how she is going to do it in these sites.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction of the team. And it's been a phenomenal day for newborn health. And we have witnessed a wonderful rollout of this very well curated, very well thought of program, that is SSBSK, with risk differentiated follow-ups, mandatory facility visits, integrated training planned, digital linkages, and so much more. So half of the battle is already won. So now we are here for the rest of the part. So ICMR has already been committed very well to all the programs that are initiated by the ministry, being a CIBLIC department. And through Sankalp, which is one of the initiatives of ICMR, it is an implementation research, and Tandon sir was just right now talking about the nitty-gritties of how actually the program should be implemented. So sir, you will be happy to know that we are incorporating all of these nitty-gritties, like we are using the FRAMES framework, various implementation research frameworks to actually very minutely understand that what are the things that are actually on ground and how to make it better. So not wasting more time. So we move on to the questions to be posed to our Sankalp teams. So my first question is to Dr. Ramesh Agarwal sir. And we know what happens when the newborn comes from a facility to community and then has to be followed up again. So this is a part of SSBSK, but we know that this has been the most vulnerable part. The community facility linkage has been the most vulnerable breakpoint where the system fails. So with this background, I would like to ask this question: that what are the implementation gaps that you have identified during your implementation research experience at Khargone district of Madhya Pradesh? And what are the most vulnerable breakpoints identified in the community facility linkages that your team is trying to fill as a part of Sankalp efforts? And what are the achievements so far at Khargone? The second part of my question is, SSBSK mandates 9 visits and combined ASHA, ANM, and CHO visit for at-risk newborns. So what micro-planning strategies have proved most effective in Sankalp for managing stratified high home visit volumes along with the good quality? So over to you, sir.
Both the questions are to me. She is a tough examiner. Let's take the first question first. We didn't have at-risk approach, so let's talk in terms of SVN, small and vulnerable neonate. So there are 2 streams. One is that you discharge the baby and that stays at home, apparently healthy. The second is the baby getting sick and then coming back. So both of them share, common challenges, and then there are additional challenges that a sick baby would face. Let me talk about the sick baby first, right? So what happens that the baby gets discharged from SNCU, but a large number of SVN are actually discharged from the postnatal ward, and that's a much larger number than the babies that are being discharged from SNCU. So therefore, while the baby who's inside SNCU had an opportunity, the family had an opportunity to have interaction with the healthcare team, but the ones that are in the postnatal ward have practically none, because these are our district has got Khargone, 12,000 deliveries a year, which is equal to a medical college. It's not a typical district hospital. It's practically only facility that is catering to a population of 25 lakh. So therefore, because there are so many deliveries that they do not get the right kind of counseling, so that families are not well equipped to manage a baby who's small and vulnerable. That's point one. Now, and there are 2 or 3 important issues there. One, in terms of families' inability, that the breastfeeding inadequacies are very, very common, and the support that we are able to extend is not enough. And in the morning we were talking about when the counseling just stays ki doodh pilao, doodh bahut acha hai, colostrum do, the default breastfeeding rate is 40%, and that too inadequate. It requires intense support to the mother, and that needs time as well as skill. So, practically that is not possible. Now you have the baby who's going in the community, so this problem gets amplified. And the feeding inadequacies is there. Some of them are able to perceive and some of them are not able to perceive. Those who do not perceive, the baby continues to remain malnourished. Those who perceive, they do not know what to do, so therefore they end up giving, very unsafe, engaging in very unsafe feeding practices, and that predispose them not only to malnutrition, but, a lot of infections also. And they get sick and, either they get sick or they stay malnourished and add to the pool of, undernourished children. Now, when the baby gets sick, then the next lack of competency comes into picture, that the family is not able to identify danger signs, and there is a first delay. Now the family is not able to recognize that there is a problem. And that delay finally continues at second delay, that now you would have the response of the health system is delayed, particularly the ambulances. The ambulances, Khargone is a difficult terrain. You have a lot of tribal area, connectivity issues, mobile connectivity issues, ambulances taking time. So sometimes it takes unduly long time, and that further delays the care seeking. And in the ambulance, these are bare minimum ambulances. And what happens that, sometimes you may have broken glasses or etc. So the baby, when they reach there, they reach hypoxic, hypothermic, and hypoxic and hypothermic. Some of them, despite being hypoxia, may not get oxygen. And once they reach a hospital facility, many of them are too sick to salvage. So we tried, addressing several of these issues. One, the better counseling in the facility, and I would, admit that we haven't arrived at a perfect solution. One possible, given the resource constraint, particularly the HR constraint, we are trying to figure out whether family participatory care can be a choice. Within that heavy, workload and less nurses, can we spare one nurse for 3 hours who does the counseling part so that the family is equipped? MNCU might help because, that would take some load from the nurses, and in that process, mothers would learn much more. And they get to know the danger signs. Then the second thing is that when the baby reaches to the community, then the ASHA, ANM, and CHO, they don't have any mechanism to know that the baby has arrived in a particular place. So for that, we have created a system wherein moment the baby gets discharged, then there is a mobile notification that goes to these people, and then they are supposed to make visits. Again, still only partially successful, and we are working on it, and hopefully this will get better. The transport during ambulances, we have tried to streamline some of the things. One is the skin-to-skin care, and second, use of oxygen and pulse oximeter, and try to make available one kit for the newborn for dressing and providing appropriate clothes, etc. And that has definitely, and one pre-referral consultation, wherein the people who are referring, they call up the SNCU and then narrate, and that have been able to avert around 60% of the referrals, and we tracked those who were advised not to come, that there was not adverse events. So therefore, that advice was correct. And then those who are were reaching more on time. They were less hypoxic, but we were not been able to take care of hypothermia. That continues to remain 21%, 21%. Hypothermia is also linked to the environmental temperature. Hypothermia was more during winter seasons than summer season. So therefore, it's a work in progress, Amlin. And we are working on it, but what we feel is that in Khargone, almost 50 to 60% of the babies are dying out of facilities. So such kind of arrangements would be extremely helpful.
Right. So any comments on the quality of ASHA visits, your experience with IoT usage, etc.?
IoT addresses a different problem, that you take BP, and then the information gets into the Anmol system, so that there is no heaping. So 2.4 kg is not written 2.5 kg, or 2.6 kg is not written 2.5 kg, and same way BPs do not heap up, and we have demonstrated that by data. So that is point one. The quality remains a challenge. We are trying to involve CHO, did training. It has helped to some extent, but there is a large amount of work that is still to be done.
Right. Thank you, sir. But you think SSBSK program is implementable at Khargone?
It is. It's a beautiful program. There is no doubt about it.
Right, sir. So you brought beautiful perspectives about the small and vulnerable newborn care. The way we used to see through Sankalp, now we can add the context of at-risk babies also there. So I move on to our next participant. Dr. Rajiv Bijalwan is from Swami Rama Himalayan University. He looks after the rural development unit. He is the director there. And for us, more importantly, he is one of the principal investigators of Sankalp at Haridwar district. So Dr. Bijalwan, District Haridwar brings a very unique perspective that the healthcare provision is most often provided by the private providers. So I think on this forum we have discussed twice that involvement of private sector is a must, because like in your district, 60% of I think births are happening in private facilities. Even newborn care services are majorly being provided by private players, and only recently the SNCU was built up there. So in this scenario, how do you think the SSBSK program would be able to implement it in the with the perspective of private players being playing a major role in the district?
Thank you, Emily. Thank you. And thank you, Ministry, to organize such wonderful program. When we start in Haridwar program, Haridwar is a district which have population 2.5 million, and every year there are 40,000 children born. And when we started with the program with public health system, and found that the more than the 60% of children is taking birth outside the public health system, in private system. And government all enforce capacity building, training, protocols, that is focus on the public health system. So we found what we'll do if we will do the public health system, it will improve only the 1/3 population. So we start with the work through the Sankalp implementation program with the private sector. And it is a wonderful experience. And we have to understand that across the India, the 40% health services is providing the private health system. And it is me for surprising, a CMO is the health officer, but it seems to the public health system, not for private health system. They not feel they are our contributor. They are contributing to the health, both childbirth, newborn, any specialization services, they are contributor. But no capacity building program, there is private provider will participate, no protocol, no government schemes, they are outside it. So we involve them. CMO also become the proactives, and then slowly we involve the private health system. We organize the training for private health obstetrician, pediatrician, neonatologists together, and try to work to reduce the neonatal mortality in single digit to a teamwork, where obstetrician, pediatrician, or neonatologist, or nurses can work together. And private sector is more enthusiastic for the training program, for understanding the process, using the implementation, digitalization, and we found the very good. And continuously working with the private system, we found that if we have to improve or we have to achieve the single digit of neonatal mortality, we have to involve the private health system everywhere. And like this program also, in SBK, if we want to make, we have to involve the private health system. All specialization services, they are. Then we did a cohort study for the 100 death newborns. And we found that 60% death is occurring in the private system. And people perception is the private system is the better than the public health system. Then we went the deepest the study and found that all serious cases from the public system, they refer to the private system. So mortality is high in the public system, not due to their negligence, but because the serious cases is going to the private system. Second, when we went the referral side and understanding the referral, and we found that government system and 108 and 102, they refer only the cases of outside, only the public health system. In Haridwar, there is no SNCU. SNCU is the outside of the district. It is in the AIMS or Doon Medical College or maybe our Himalayan Hospital. Himalayan Hospital is the private hospital. So they give first preference to the private, not to private hospital, give the public system. And it delay. And many times, due to this discrepancy, it has to go to only the public system, the newborn will die. And then after the CMO and state health also support us and giving the 108 recommendation that they can, without any permission, to go the children to the outside the district, because 108 is provided within the districts. And then within the district also, they have to go once in CSC, and then they have to sub-district hospital, and then they have to come to the district hospital. And there are all three places with no facilities. So again, we have to discuss with the state and discuss with the CMO, and then they make the saver, where is the facilities available? The children has to directly transport to the district. So these are the Sankalp learning with the private sector there, and we have make a saver that private sector is the contributor in the health system. And that has to mandate, and everybody has to understand in public health system, and each national program, they have the significant contribution. So in Sankalp, in public health system, recently in Hardwar, SNCU now they started, and then the cases is coming in the public health system. Earlier, all the cases are coming in the private sector. Recently, last 2 months, they started the full fresh in ICU, and now the system is working. So it is very important to involve the private health system, and private health system is not just a specialized hospital. They have a small hospital also. They have few hospitals, they provide only the delivery services. They have the few hospitals, those provide only the counseling and primary health care services. So if Samagra Shishu Swasthya, if we want to make it successful, the private health system should be incorporated in each and every step. That will become the more impactful and more effective the program.
Thank you, sir. I think just giving a gist of what you said, with persistence and perseverance, like the team persistently followed the private sector, and they were able to involve the private sector to provide data, to involve in implementation also. So it will be possible for SSBSK also to be implemented in the private sector, and we will definitely actively work towards it.
Actually, see, many a times the baby the mother goes for a delivery to a private sector, or a baby might be admitted. But in SSBSK and even before HBNC, it is the ASHA catchment area. So if a baby is coming back from any of the facility, she has to see all the babies, whether they are coming from a public or a private. So it is important that we get those data from the private, whether the baby was admitted, because we can integrate our systems with them. But how will we get the data from the babies, if they are not on the Janani, so we will not get. For UVN, they have started now entering, so probably at the state level, you can, the high burden private facilities, you can actually ask them, to give you the data or the start entering, like you are doing for the UVN and the Nikshay. For TB, they have started doing. So probably for the high burden districts with the high facilities, that thing the states, they have to take that initiative if we want to follow up those facilities. Yes, see, so it is possible actually, yes. Once they come into the system and they have a ABHA ID, they will be.
Hello. Through the Clinical Establishment Act, when we say no, sir, we can have a check over it that because in Puducherry we are getting the facility, private facility data. And now we are bringing that through the RCH ID in Janani, using the search. When they go over there, they have to use the Aadhaar, so that, or ABA, both, because even the private practitioners are brought under ABDM. So through that, it is still possible.
Yeah, because see, even for the PMJY, they
Yes,
have to have a ABHA ID and they are getting treated. And even under RBSK, we have a provision of MOU. So
Yes,
those
sir.
children are going there for the surgery.
Yes.
So now in RBSK, we are making ABHA ID. So I think in similar ways, all the portals being the ABDM compliant, so even if they are enrolled in the PMJY, which most of these facilities are, their data can be
Such high delivery points will definitely come under PMJY, sir.
That is a good learning.
So the third Sankalp district, we have the PI, Dr. Tangai Nathan. He's a neonatologist from AIMS PB Nagar. And he is leading the efforts in the district Adilabad of Telangana. So district Adilabad again brings an important perspective, being a tribal district. So Dr. Tanigai, with your experience of efforts while implementing Sankalp project at Adilabad, so what do you think will be the special perspective to be careful about? What district readiness will be needed as per your thoughts in a tribal predominant district?
So thank you, Dr. Ramani. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for Ministry and Health and Family Welfare to given the opportunity and making this a wonderful software applications, because for the long period actually we were also thinking about that digital health is the one, it's very, very essential to strengthen to reduce the neonatal mortality rate, especially in two areas. One is the HbA1c as well as the high risk follow-ups. So where we have able to see that most of the things like the features of this software applications is actually it is very good solutions for our tribal area, I will say. So the tribal area, the main challenge what we are facing there is, one is like they are mobile population and multiple language speaking population, the nearer to the Maharashtra, and almost 5 languages are the populations are speaking there, and they are very mobile, and the literacy rate is actually it is comparatively very less, and the tribal population, they are having a lot of native practices, and they are very hesitant to reach the tertiary care centers, and they are more comfortable in getting the treatment in their local areas, so even for the sicker conditions. So these are all the actually challenging for tribal populations. So we have, and there are the system wise also there are a few challenges like hard to reach areas, and the ambulance coming from one place to the another referral center rather than coming to a tertiary care center where the baby can get the benefits. So these are all also where the challenges where we able to see. So what we have done, a few of the challenges we able to overcome is, one is when, but the hospital delivery rate is actually very good in the Adilabad district. Almost 95-96% of the deliveries happens in facility, in either primary health center or private or in the tertiary care centers. So one thing which we able to understand after this Sankalp and the SNCU discharge babies, the SNCU discharge actually, because they will be there in the hospital for almost 2 weeks, 3 weeks, sometimes if they are very preterm babies, and they will be staying even more than a month also. So that period is actually they were utilized very well, and the KMC period and the exclusive breastfeeding rate and the making the mothers knowing about the danger signs of the newborns. So I will say that post-discharge NICU babies from the Adilabad, it's a very, very less numbers we able to see the babies are dying after discharges. So one thing is, most of the awareness educations happens in the facility itself. That is one. Second, the mothers from the postnatal ward, whoever the mothers are discharging. So there actually we able to see that the babies going after 14 days, we able to see a few babies are actually coming up with the bad conditions, or sometimes they are having home death. So in this, recently what we have started is the NPM trained nursing officers mandatorily posted in the labor room, that actually they are trained for maternal and child health, especially for as a fellowship course in Telangana. So we made that this nursing officer is mandatory in each shift of the labor room. So before that mother and baby is shifted from the labor room, actually they were make sure that about early initiation of breastfeeding, about importance of breastfeeding, and we have given pamphlets which shows the danger signs of 6 danger signs of the newborns in the local language as well as the Hindi. So we'll make sure that these mothers and the family members, before they are shifted from the labor room, and they were at least they know about this 6 danger signs of the newborn babies. So this we have recently started. Sometimes we faced the problem like the parents actually language is something Gondi and Lumboid language, which they are not having a written language. So in that actually the family members who knows the Telugu and Hindi very well, and they will be compulsorily included during that counseling sessions. And this was recently started, and we able to see that previously we are maintaining the knowledge of the mothers about the danger sign at the time of discharge. So those percentage actually we able to see that now it is increasing. Previously it was 30-40%, but now it become actually it is 60-65% we able to reach at the time of discharge. Because LSES mother, they used to stay for 7 days, and normal delivery babies for 72 hours in the hospitals. So these babies actually after 7 days, if we are assessing their knowledge, we able to see their knowledge are increasing. So this is the one which helped us. The other the mobile but this software application actually it is now we realize that it is very good because it is having IEC material in that software application. Definitely it is going to be a great help to find for the mothers awareness creation, all these things. And the next problem what we faced in the community level is like they were actually very wanted to get the treatment in their native areas only. So here the 2 options we have tried. One is like multiple stakeholders were involved for the mothers, whoever is the babies, whoever is like, for example, the Sarpanch, the Patels, the local leaders, and who knows them very well. So this was actually one of the challenges which we faced, and we were used that. And second option is like going for the plan B option. If at all the mother is not able to reach, then try to have with the experts opinion, try to have start the treatment there itself till the babies reaches to the tertiary care center. Other problem was from the place where the mother is staying, the ambulance have to reach, means that they will be reaching first nearer hospitals. Then from there actually again they have to go to the another sub-district hospitals, and from there they have to reach the district hospital. This was the policy of the ambulance, and that was also revised with the help of district magistrate. So the case was identified as a sick baby, so they have to directly reach the tertiary care center even without wasting the time in between. So these are all actually strategies which were already we have tried, especially for this tribal populations where they are having a much related with their locality problems. But this software application actually it is having a very good advantages. Now actually even without internet, this mobile application is going to help, means that they are having problems in reaching the signals, problems are there, and that also can be relieved from this. And they are having a supervised HbA1c follow visits are there. So the auditing can be done. So monthly auditing can be done that based on the numbers, how many follow-ups happened or not. So these are all actually it was very good about this app, and definitely like I will say that this even in the tribal population, this software applications is going to do a wonders, and definitely it is going to be very helpful.
Thanks, Dr. Thanigai, for sharing very good insights from Sankalp efforts in the Adilabad district. And from this, we know that it is now feasible to implement SSBSK in a tribal district also. So efforts start from the facility. For a good community level care, we need a good facility level care. So care starts from there. And leveraging, like most of the India has over 95% facility delivery, so we should never lose that opportunity to, start initiating those knowledge, awareness, and care information given to mothers and all. So, and involving local leaders, that also was a perspective that is very important in backward districts, villages, tribal areas, which can again help in creating a demand for SSBSK. So, I think India is... So, we are having, I think, this is a unique time for this country, that so many people have come together, like the implementers, researchers, collaborators, partners. We are working towards the same goal. We are chasing the Sustainable Development Goal 3.2 of reaching a single-digit neonatal mortality. And definitely we cannot do anything without working together. So our very important partner from UNICEF, Dr. Annapurna, is here, and my straightforward question to her is, how can we collaborate to implement SSBSK in Sankalp districts? What's your idea?
Thank you so much, Amleen. And so I think I'm the last speaker before we can, wind up the day. So I will be very succinct, but I would like to, bring to the forum some important focus points. So as you rightly said, that as we are inching towards the single-digit NMR by 2028, as is the ambitious target by our government of India. So I think it becomes more important for us to understand that there's a huge opportunity for collaboration between the different stakeholders and the partners, which means across the cadres, which means starting right from the policy makers to the implementing agencies and the implementers, that are the state governments, then the developmental partners and other CSOs or other stakeholders that work in the field, and definitely the researchers. So here in this context, I see that Sankalp gives us an important opportunity, because that is the sites, and the project is going on for some time. We have some learnings from that project. So we do see a lot of opportunity here, where all of us, like the policy makers, the implementers, you and the researchers, can come together to bring in the insights from the field that can actually, inform the policy makers and actually inform the quality and the equity implementation of the program itself during the implementation pilot. Like we are talking about the certain districts that will be actually piloting this thing. So they can actually start from the very beginning. The design could be that we learn while we implement, rather than waiting for the end-line evaluations to happen, and then we come back and, revise and do the course correction. So in this context, how we see that UNICEF can be of support and can, extend our expertise is that we know that UNICEF is in almost 23 states, and we work through around 13 field offices. So with the Sankalp team, I do see an opportunity for us to have, one, strengthen the implementation support. So as this Sankalp districts would be implementing SSBSA newer interventions, so what we can do is bring in that quality component of implementation. And what I mean by that is focusing on the HR capacities, support to supervision, mentoring, because that is something we are already doing, and because of the presence in the states, we have that advantage. And whatever the Sankalp teams brings from the field, the insights, we can be a bridge between the Sankalp team, the ICMR, the researchers, and the state governments, so that those whatever implementation barriers or constraints are there, that can be bridged in real time, rather than waiting for some time to occur and then speak about this. those barriers. Second thing is that we also have an important advantage as a UNICEF, that we have a strong component of social and behavioral change, SBCC. And as we have heard many of the previous speakers speaking about that, there are delays at the community level. So somewhere we have to work at the community itself. And here is what we see in UNICEF having that niche where we can, because we have certain behavioral, we work at the community level to understand the barriers to seeking care. So those things we can bring to the Sankalp team and in the real time try to address and see how that those things can be addressed. Third thing what I see is that we can bring the implementation, learnings, which means that while we are implementing the program, so through the implementation researchers, the methodologies that will be actually implemented, we can bring in those nuances, what is actually working. Not only simply that the implementation of the program is now happening in the Sankalp districts, but rather than seeing what is actually working, what is working best in this particular context, as we have heard that we have tribal districts, we have certain districts that are, there is a huge number of private practitioners there, and then we have certain districts where we have, other implementation challenges. So we can bring in those nuances to see how we can, bridge those gaps. And at the same time, try to do a mid-implementation course correction. So I'm repeatedly saying that because that is what the implementation research actually brings in. And more importantly, I also see that connecting that learning to the scale, because what will work and with the course corrections being done during the implementation, the Sankalp districts, we will learn what it takes to do the quality and the equity implementation of the program at scale, and which will inform the policymakers for the efficient and the scale up across the country. So I think this is how I see currently as a UNICEF, being of support to how we can bring, at least to start with, be of support to the Sankalp districts. Yeah.
So here coming to an end, okay, already we have questions. Okay, sir. 2 questions.
I think regarding that private and public, generally in Tamil Nadu, the mission director is happened to be the maternal and child health commissioner.
So your question is for?
For India, yeah. So what is happening now, since the mission director is happened to be the maternal and child health commissioner, we have got an entry called Pick Me entry. Even corporate has to put the Pick Me entry and he will get the government RCH ID. So every pregnancy, every baby is born or dying is known to the government. If you don't register, you don't get the birth certificate. That is our GO. That means corporate hospital also has to enter the Pick Me entry, the government can visualize. Suppose the baby dies or the mother dies, then the government will audit all, including the private and corporate, because of this system. Suppose the baby goes to private, then he comes to government, then he goes to private. All the 3 are called for auditing also.
Yeah.
So this is the way you can handhold with the private people. The simple GO, any mission director is happen to be the maternal child health commissioner of the whole state. Then it becomes, when you get birth certificate, entry will be there. Tamil Nadu has got 100% pregnancy registration still now today. So this is the best thing we can do.
Yes, good, good. Good point. We will take.
Great point, sir.
I'll just suggest 3 tools for consideration. One is called the MARLA. I'm sure all of you know MARLA. The other is the no-do gap with regards to human resource. And the third one is time motion studies. I think if these 3 are done, we'll have a lot of good learnings, and the way UNICEF mentioned can be captured and actually made into a plan for the ministry to then take forward and scale up.
Sure, sir. Thanks for the great suggestion. So I think with this we come to the conclusion of this session, and I've never seen so much excitement for the last session of the day, so it I think shows a great commitment on part of all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the chairperson, moderator and panel experts for sharing this Sankalp implementation perspective and the importance of strong community facility linkages. I would request Dr. V.P. Rai, State Nodal Officer, Child Health, Bihar, to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajiv Bijalwani, Dr. Abdullah, Child Health Officer, Lakshadweep, Dr. A. Sylvia, Child Health Nodal Officer, Manipur, Dr. Chan Singh Madan, State Nodal Officer, to kindly come and facilitate. So I would request Dr. V.P. Rai, State Nodal Officer, Child Health Bihar, to please felicitate Dr. Rajiv Bijalwani. Dr. Abdullah, Child Health Officer, Lakshadweep, to kindly felicitate Dr. Annapurna Kaul. Dr. A. Sylvia, Child Health Nodal Officer, Manipur, to kindly felicitate Dr. Amreen Shukla as a token of our appreciation. Dr. Chan Singh Madan, State Nodal Officer, Asha, to kindly felicitate Dr. S. Tanigainathan, Asha, Haryana. I would request the panel for a group photograph, please. Group photograph, ma'am, please.
Complaining that I have a flight. Like, don't worry, we will ask the flight people to delay. And actually, it got delayed. But the power of implementation.
Ramesh sir, a quick picture, please. Thank you so much. This brings us to an end, I think we should have 3 cheers for everybody. Yeah. I would request to please kindly be seated. We're going to take a picture of all of you. It's actually...
It's a test of their patience.
Yes. We really appreciate your patience and your active participation throughout the day 1 of the national workshop. Really? Ma'am? Maybe so. We look forward to welcome